unexpected move, you've made money. If you only hold it for the whole move and it never gets there,
right,
well, then you don't make a dime. So, that's the approach we like.
Hope you're recording this and allowing everyone to go back and watch all this again, because great knowledge and great information. As always, we'll pass it back to you.
Ok, direi che siamo giunti al termine di questo appuntamento, quindi ringrazio ancora Soraya e Cristina per la loro collaborazione. Ringrazio Sean, Neil e Brendan per averci dato degli spunti interessanti per migliorare nelle nostre strategie di trading e ringrazio voi per averci seguito. Vi ricordo che continueremo a fare altri webinar per imparare ad utilizzare la Fineco X e soprattutto come migliorare nella nostra attività di trading. Quindi direi che ci diamo appuntamento al prossimo webinar. Thank you guys for your collaboration and we're looking forward to see you in the next session. Have a nice day. Thank you guys.
Ciao everybody.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Futures downside here this morning as we get going on a Tuesday ahead of what is going to be a much anticipated FOMC decision, not only coming up tomorrow and also the comments from Fed Chair Powell. We'll get a little bit of an indication, hopefully, on what the Fed is planning as far as their interest rates moves or potential moves going into the second half of the year. Big news out of Japan overnight. Bank of Japan cutting rates for the first time in a long time, so moving away from negative interest rates. That has foreign exchange markets all over the place so far today. Yeah, market downside here. The Q's under pressure. We'll get a little bit more clarity, hopefully, coming up from Fed Chair Powell on how things are shaping up. Remember, 2 inflation prints in a row last week that came in the wrong direction. We'll talk about Nvidia coming up, obviously, after the keynote speech. A little lackluster, maybe, from Jensen after the close yesterday. Nvidia down here slightly to start things off this morning. It's Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. TraderTV.live starts now. We are right at, essentially right now, yeah, there's Nvidia, 2.6%, right at key support levels for Nvidia, coming back into 860 this morning and trying to bounce off that right now. Pretty active to start after the keynote, after the close yesterday, as we said. I mean, the reaction from the stock indicating it was a little lackluster. I mean, I think the market was expecting a little bit more than what Jensen was able to deliver there. But there's the overall NASDAQ. We'll get into it a little bit further here. Overall market downside as a result. Again, all eyes on the Fed coming up tomorrow. We'll get a little bit more indication, hopefully, of what is to come from interest rate land. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. Dot plot coming tomorrow, so all eyes will be on that. Last time we got 3 rate cuts that were supposed to be projected this year. The market, for whatever reason, priced in 6, and so we've been retracing off that assessment since that time. Crypto down, Brendo, the biggest one-day move or one-week move since September. SMCI looking to raise money and give Goldman a cut. Lots of stuff to talk about.
Yeah, it goes into the S&P 500, and then they have an offering to raise a little bit of money. So yeah, we'll talk on SMCI here a little bit as well. Apple, meanwhile, I just wanted to show, like, it's not the entire market under significant pressure here. It's mostly just Nvidia. There's Apple, Google as well, just hanging out, down about 0.5%. So 0.2 for Apple, about 0.5% for Google. Like news yesterday, if you were with us, we were talking about the possibility of Gemini showing up on iPhones in the near future. Guys, good morning.
Oh, what's up,
Hey-o.
everybody? Yeah.
I have a wrong colored mug today.
Yeah, I got the right one. So thank you to Sharif for that one. Look, we talked about this yesterday. Does the emperor have clothes? And apparently he's running around a little naked right now, down 3%. Brendan said Nvidia's, I think this is a pretty significant move to the downside. We talked about not moving too much, but I like this move. Nice downside move continuing here into the possible bottom of 850. That's where we're going to want to see if and when this name will stop. You're just bouncing around wick lows right now. So $62, $63. We've seen this before, but will we hold? These are the levels that I'm looking at. That very wick bottom is 841, but it's more like some of these closes that we're looking at, 855 and change. Now, I just kind of say that jokingly. I mean, Nvidia is going to need to take a little bit of a breather. We talked about how it's really been performing pretty poorly over the last week. I mean, it's holding levels, that's fine until it doesn't, and then we'll see where we go from there. I said yesterday on the recap show that, and I even said it here at 3:30 or whatever time it was, as we were preparing for Jensen to come through. If he didn't say anything revolutionary, which he didn't, then I'm wondering about down here to 770, filling this gap. And we talked about where the 50 period would be. It was at 700 yesterday. It's at 720 today. I think we could fall into here. Now, we're not anywhere near doing that. Maybe in the next week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe a week, we can get into 700 and change. But I think that's where we go now. It's a great, I mean, the chip is great. You know, I don't think they dropped the price, but if it's that much more accessible and more It's like takes up, what is it, 4% of the power usage of their current H1 chip, their new Blackwell system. So I feel like there are a lot of opportunities here, and there's going to be companies lining up. But what about Meta? Just dropped, what, $7 billion or something on all those H1 chips. Now what about their new chips? Are they actually going to be lining up to buy these new chips when they just spent a whole bunch of money on round one? So I feel like we're going to wait to see. It was nothing revolutionary. We waited for big pops in stocks like Oracle after they announced that they'd be using these chips as well. He was dropping names like Oracle, Amazon, Google, all these players lined up to buy Blackwell. We'll see if that comes through. They're all down today. And as Brendan mentioned, it's a lot of the tech names that are starting to go down to the south side. So we'll pay attention to some of these names. I still like Google from yesterday's talk. But again, it got faded pretty hard into the close as well yesterday and now down again here today. There's going to be a red day in the market, and it's happening today. So you think 0.68? 1.5 probably, again, today to the downside. I could see a little bit more than that, as we'll probably test 1800. 18,000 again on the NASDAQ would be a good guess for me.
We test 1800. I'm going to need a lot of apple fritters if we have that kind of a day in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, you're not going to be here if that happens.
No, definitely. The interesting thing about it is like that new, like it's, was it 27 trillion? Is that the number? 27 trillion parameters over improvement over 1.7. It is an order of magnitude better, but that was the expectation. So it doesn't matter technically how impressive it is. I'm sure a lot of people can tell you how great it is, but let's look at what's going on with the stock. In all honesty, like Nvidia was supposed to be a sell at 500 and went to 400. It was supposed to be a sell at like 670. It went to like, I don't know, that local bottom, it barely even moved. On a weekly chart, since the breakout, there has not been any kind of a dip. At some point, it's going to happen. Of course, it's going to happen. But like in a weekly, your $500 is the last breakout price and also the 200 period moving average. So healthy correction, all that good stuff. If 850 breaks today, that's kind of like the one. And then all previous support levels for resistance. I'm going to be looking at AMD and Intel like we always do. There's other names out there that are worth watching. Meta was relatively strong. Tesla had some strength, and we'll be looking at them, even though they're giving some back today. It was a huge bottom that got made in that particular name. But as far as the chip names go, if you start taking out those lows, you're in a world of trouble. Like, don't even get me started about SMCI. SMCI is cranking 900 right now as we speak. This is going to open up short sell restricted. It's down 10% right now. Nvidia is down. It's a significant day for Nvidia, but this is down 10% and was at $1,200 the other day. It's now at $900. So there's names that are really moving, and you got to talk about Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin making some power moves to the downside. So you're seeing a lot of the crypto names start to pull back in, and again was on a huge run. So what you're getting is probably a reasonable pullback. Why wouldn't it be reasonable to be at the 48 to 52 range? On the last dip? I don't think that's unreasonable. When this starts to happen, you start to look for those price areas where you want to be involved again. And great moves up have pullbacks. That's just how it is.
Yeah, 2 million share offering coming through from SMCI this morning, so under pressure significantly there. It's worth noting we did get some housing data there at 8:30. Building permits coming in higher, 1.5 million versus 1.48 million. We also got housing starts, 1.52 million versus 1.4. Across the board here, it looks like upside, definitely. Building permits month over month, 1.9% versus negative 0.2%. That's a big move higher. I wanted to talk a little bit about, Neil was mentioning crypto there. MicroStrategy, in their buying up more. We were talking about 51,000, I think, the last time they came through with a big ad. So they picked up 9,245 Bitcoins, worth about 623 million. So here's MSTR this morning, 1350 coming back into play here, 2 days in a row here. It looks like downside significantly.
Yeah, it was down double digits, trying to retrace a little bit above 10% now. They also completed their $603 million offering, which they're paying very low interest at relative to market. And they're using some of this money, obviously, to purchase some of their newer Bitcoins. So we'll have to see how it does on the day. Bitcoin had its best week, obviously, last week with hitting that $74,000 area. But Brendo, we've had a lot of slowdown here in the amount of money that's going into some of these ETFs. We had almost $400 billion a day flowing into some of these ETFs that slowed down a little bit yesterday to about 178.
Yeah, not only the ETFs downside this morning, I mean, everything related here under pressure. Coinbase even 5% already here, guys, pre-market.
5% on IBIT. Obviously, when you're tracking the ETF, like it's going to go close to close. The 24-hour market doesn't sleep, and we know that's what Bitcoin is. Obviously, I don't think we're going to get the 40s in Coinbase today. If that happens, congratulations to everybody that's long right now in the morning. But I think that's pretty unlikely that you're shorting the levels that we really liked in the afternoon yesterday. But if there is a pop, I just feel as if when you're in this bit of a pullback, even if there's some exuberance off the bottoms, even if you start to make a little bit of a bounce, something like a coin, to me, is still in that retracement phase. And Mara, to a certain extent, as well. And I think when you group these together, I like support into resistance and looking at those low 30s for Coinbase specifically. All of that said, we have been trading some IBIT. But it's a very specific setup that I've been looking for in IBIT, which is show me a big level that cracks down, and I want the wick reversal. Sometimes it's extreme, like you can see an extreme wick reversal there. Sometimes it's a little bit more subtle, like a barely breaking the top and then a reverse. What happened yesterday was this little double bottom. So it got to a low at 38, it then wicked the bottom, 37.92 was ended up being the low, and then a quick little reversal trade. I'm expecting more volatility today in Bitcoin than yesterday. I think that makes obvious sense. So that would set up those trades just a little bit more movement. If it is a move up, 37.5, support. If it breaks out here and does a wick that fails that area, I'm shorting it. Similarly, I go all the way back to the last big down event on the 5th. This was a huge reversal when we faded the 40 level. You remember that was a pullback off 70. Bitcoin got all the way down, I think it was like 61 or something like that, and the 34 level got tagged on IBIT, 35 came back through. That's the area I'm looking for on a crazy wick down. If there is a wick that breaks 35, I'm looking for the reversal back up. And it's a setup that I've seen a couple of times here. I like trading IBIT. We've done it a few times. I like the fact that it trades, it's an ETF, so it's going to look just like a stock. So if you're accustomed to that, you're good to go.
Look, we talked about Mara on the podcast. We've talked about Coinbase. We can do a little bit of both. There's Patrick paying attention to here, but he's not really behind us. He's a couple seats over, but you can see him there. Wave Patrick. There he is. There he is looking at all of this. All right, let's do Mara because Patrick's here. All right, looking at Mara. Now, we've talked about why this is going to be an interesting name. We have the halving coming up soon. You're down another 6% here today. It was a good day yesterday for Mara. There's no doubt about that until, of course, we started to get some crypto worries. Nice little move up and then a nice retracement back to 1950. So right now, you're just hovering around yesterday's bottom. But the thing about Mara is, it's going to move with Bitcoin, but it still does have a mind of its own. I mean, early on yesterday, we went up from 1875 all the way to 1950, then back down into this area of concern again. So I'm just going to look at a 20-minute chart here for Mara to see if we can find a bottom. So that bottom 17, look, the price of Bitcoin matters, obviously, because when you're mining, you want what you're mining for, the value of that to go all the way to the upside. I just think this has been overdone to the downside right now. It's already taken this into consideration, I feel like. And then now all these crypto worries about what's going to happen to hash rates and all that. I mean, maybe Mara's got it figured out. And when we talked about this on the podcast, we were talking about $15, $16 as a possible bottom. And that's when the stock was up here at $24.25. So we get some nice whooshes down here. And I feel like this is a buy into some good support for Mara. So you know, if we get into that 17 and kind of make that bottom, if you do have a stomach to hold this down about $1 and change into 15.50, then I actually like this Mara trade. But again, it's very, very difficult to sit here and talk about these names when really the big daddy is going to be BTC. That's going to tell us what the momentum and where the trend is. If Bitcoin just hovers around, then I really like this Coinbase short. Yesterday, we never got this low. We never got to 63,000 on crypto. And right there, that bottom was 230. So I feel like if we zone up in here into 230, have the 200 period moving average at 233, I feel like these are shorts into 234 here. So if crypto does get going, I like the short into the 200 period for Coinbase, 234 and change. You want to talk about Emperor having no close. I don't understand why this went all the way to the upside the way it did. Now, we do have Solana. We did have some meme coins starting to go crazy. And of course, there's going to be a lot of trading there over in Coinbase. Other than Coinbase getting transactional fees, and I don't know how expensive those are, I mean, this had such a monstrous run. This was just 120 at the end of February. And then now you're all the way up to 280 before fading back to 220. That was like 100 and change % to the upside in a month and a half. You know, that's a huge move considering what we saw in Bitcoin. So I don't trust Coinbase up here, and I think it's a fade. And I'm going to start that at around 234, 235 if we get to that level. If we start to break lower, then you just play it like it's an earnings play and take the pre-market highs or lows. So right now, Coinbase looking okay as Bitcoin holds 63. I'm a fade up there mid 230s.
That's housing data. I did see a couple of housing stocks or housing-related stocks pop up. Lennar was one of those. Big move down off of earnings already for LEN, but it did get a bit of an uptick there back to 156, 155. Still red in the pre-market here for Lennar. Yeah, let's mention Alibaba here real quick. Nothing significant as far as news, but if the market's going to be weak, Chinese ADRs have been under significant pressure as we've been talking. I mean, Alibaba just chopping around here in the range, but yeah, new CEO for their grocery arm announced. Nothing significant, but downside once again this morning so far for Baba.
Yeah, and they're down 6% year to date, Brendo, so they can't catch a break. Yeah, looking to add some fresh leadership to one of their segments here. They're still reeling after that regulatory crackdown a few years ago by the Chinese Communist Party, as well as PDD, who's been coming for them for online shopping. PDD had an excellent 2023, unlike Alibaba. So we'll keep eyes on it today, down almost 1%.
We'll keep eyes on the foreign exchange market as well. We had this surprise move. I mean, it's not really a surprise, I guess. We've been talking with Frank over the past couple of months about the Bank of Japan hinting at the possibility of exiting negative interest rates. That actually comes to fruition. So China, obviously a big trade partner with Japan. So downside here for all of these this morning, guys. JD under pressure, significant 2% here already.
What's going on with JD in the afternoon yesterday? Just give me. I have to indulge myself for a second there. I know you saw what I saw.
No,
there,
I didn't even see it. That's what I was looking. I'm waiting for you to call it up.
Look at this.
Oh, okay.
On
That's
JD.
probably a sell imbalance or something.
Yeah, but like it goes essentially $28. It just holds $28 from 11:36 right until 3:50 when there's clearly a sell imbalance. Yeah. Like that's. Wow. I'm never looking at it. I'm not really looking at JD in the afternoons, but if you ever see that, I mean, short it when it breaks 99 and just take a shot, like you're probably risking 5 cents, and if it goes, it goes. Like that's the kind of thing. I mean, as a day trader, you know, you get excited about that because you get like a couple of minutes. You know it's going to resolve itself in a couple of minutes, and usually when you get a flat bottom break like that, it'll be pretty good. But Alibaba, it's at and been hugging the 50 period, and once again, you're going to do battle with that today at 73.25. They're on the daily chart, so that's just a simple moving average. So you have a little bit of a gap. That's because it was support. So right in here, 73.25. If it's underneath 73.25, I think it can be weak. What's interesting is the market, if the NASDAQ falls, let's say we have continued red day, Chinese ADRs don't always have to follow suit. So this is one where if we're breaking out past 73.25 and we go green, this goes green even in some market weakness, I'm only looking for longs above 73.25. When I look at a line in the sand like that, you're either long in front of it, I think you can play shorts in front, and then if it's breaking out, I don't want to be fighting Alibaba. And if JD, for whatever reason, gets back to that $28 level, I mean, If it was a wall there on the way, like holding it up, if somehow it gets back to that level, I'd probably be looking for a short there. I'm not going to assume that there's going to be big orders at that price, but when you see something like that happen, clearly there's some significance to that level, and it also happened to be a key closing price if you go back to last week. So I like this 28 on JD. At this point, I doubt we get a chance to transact off of it, but that looks like a short the pop at that price if it gets there.
All right, I actually have written on here on this sticky note. We got to get it out. We were busy this morning, so the sticky note's going to be a couple seconds late, but it's going to be out in just a couple minutes. I like Alibaba. I didn't even know about this negative story there. Excuse me, today. But excuse me. The thing about it is, forget about comparing it to JD or PDD or anything like that. The European Commission, I believe it was the European Union or something like that, came out and said that they were investigating Alibaba for, I don't know if it was pornographic or just indecent sales of certain items that were prohibited and or negative in nature. So that really started this move to the downside. That's this gap that one day into 75, and since then there's another move back down to 74, and then with the market kind of pulling back right now in the whole tech space, Alibaba's a huge cloud play as well, so don't sleep on that. They also have a 25 billion share buyback, so we really like that as well. But I'm just going to write down 72. I mean, I've liked Alibaba down here at 72 bucks before. We only have one real candle in the last couple weeks below that, and it was bought up, and the bottom was 71. So I think we can support this on some negativity here today. It's just traveling with the market, and I like the name. And then just like Neil said, these things don't move too much in the afternoon, and neither did Alibaba. It doesn't have as much of a dramatic push down there, but it still breaks the level and makes these lows. But the thing about it is it stopped at 73.50. So I think we can get back easily to 73.50 today. So if we can get a gift down here at 72 proper, then we're going to take that bid. I'm going to put it out right now. I really like Alibaba down here at 72, enough that it's one of the top ideas here on the sticky note. All right, we're both wearing blue and she's wearing pink. Let's go over to Adara at the screen.
Navy blue.
Lots of really interesting names on the upgrades and downgrades list today, including 3M getting an upgrade here from Barclays, GitLab getting upgraded by KeyBank today, Wayfair with an upgrade from Mizuho, and Mizuho also upgrading Home Depot. Snowflake got an upgrade yesterday, today getting a downgrade from Redbird Atlantic, Zoom getting downgraded by Jefferies here, Wells Fargo downgrading NewScale. This one was running a little bit yesterday, so interesting look here for NewScale. Last but not least, Argus giving Jabil a downgrade, guys.
Snowflake. It's not a...
Was Snowflake downgraded?
Yeah, Snowflake with the downgrade. And what's interesting is Palantir's on a flat bottom level. So if you think of this as adjacent names, one is doing something different than the other. Snowflake got whomped on earnings, if that's even a word you can use in this situation. It failed the 200 period moving average, 50 period. That, Neil, was $50 ago on Snowflake. Failed the 200 period moving average and has had, I think there's like a small green day in here since. 140, I don't have to tell you guys, if you can look at the chart, back in November, this was at $140 and just grinding higher. It got to 240 bucks at that top. It is now like one big day sell event to getting back to the 140 level. So let it get there. 150 maybe some in play today, but this is on almost like in a collision course with the October lows, which we've been talking about. I mean, what were we saying? We're saying like almost nothing was at the October lows. I think Apple bounced off the October lows and not a heck of a lot else did. Snowflake's there in a heartbeat at this point. And going to your pal, I actually just tweeted this out. Oh, I lost there it is. Let me just put this line back in on the chart. Palantir, 2340. Once, twice, today will be the third time. It wicked this bottom yesterday at 23.40, got down to about 23.32, and then ran 90 pennies, almost a full dollar reversal. It's now given all that back. If it maintains this low, I think it's got a 50-cent move in it to the upside. If it breaks this bottom, this could easily be, it's not going to do what Snowflake did. It's been obviously stronger. But if it does make that breakdown, you've got room for this to see like the 22.5 to 22.75 range. So Palantir in play. Yesterday's low break, it's 23.30. I think it's got some room to the downside, at least to the even dollar. If it wicks the bottom and holds this 23.40 level, you could have a nice upward move. So I'm willing to be in either direction off of this. It's just a matter of whether it breaks that low.
Guys, give your boy a minute here. Everyone wants to know about the sticky note. I told you it's coming out. We actually had a webinar with an Italian bank today, so shout out to them. So we're just getting set up. Look, I'll show you the thing about Snowflake here. It's coming out. Just give me a minute. Because I have to talk about these names too, right? Look, this is the problem. Snowflake's PE is 196. You know, so we're gonna have to figure that out. What's happening here with Snowflake, as opposed to my boy Palantir right here, that only has an amazing PE of 72. So a lot of these names are still way too high. I still think Palantir is a buy, but you're gonna have to let some of these settle down as we continue to worry honestly about valuations now. As we talked about Nvidia pulling back in. So some of these AI plays that have really been heated, and Snowflake has really missed. So, you know, unlike Palantir, which has a green candle to the upside on their earnings, Snowflake has the red to the other way. So here's Palantir on earnings. There's the nice move up, and here's the fade back into a level that I think could be bought at 20. So we'll cake a little bit more off here. You need at least another 15% down for PLTR. Like Neil mentioned, that could be the end of this week. I think you start to buy some Palantir. I may get into some Snowflake. I'm going to find out exactly what the deal is, and I'll tweet it out about Snowflake. I want to make sure that there's some buys on the street, what analysts are saying here, because this is another big data company that I really love big data. I just think that AI and analyzing some of this is going to be the future. Not just the fact that all these companies are buying Blackwell, the H100, all these chips to be able to gather data, put them into large language models, but then they need to be analyzed. So I still think Snowflake and Palantir do have a big place in all of this, and they are going to be home runs. It's just a matter of waiting for it. You know, it's like on a 10-game, no-hit streak right now for Snowflake. So
that's extreme.
They got to get back going.
10 games without maybe like not scoring. No hits is a problem.
No hits, I'm talking about.
No runs.
No hits. I'm talking about going 0 for 5, like as if you're like, Manny Lee or something here. From 240. Think about this, Neil. You just went from $240.
There you go.
You went from $240 straight down, basically $90 with one green day for the whole month. So I feel like, man, you're getting golden sombreros left, right, and center here if you're Snowflake, looking to get that fastball right down the middle. Will it come? Maybe it will.
You got to wait for the 140. But I reserve those kind of. If I'm showing a chart of like the EV names, then to me it's like, yeah, that I'll use those extremes, because I feel like a lot of the AI tech names, like really, yes, it's a big pullback. But in the grand scheme of things, if you look at it, okay, so it's giving up October to now. Like when the ramp up is so big and you're not actually out of the money if you bought it half a year ago, it's big pullback, but psychologically, people are probably feeling that psychologically more than anything else. And if you bought tops, I mean, everyone and their mother was saying this is getting a little bit overheated. But I'm watching Palantir for a trade. Snowflake it's worth looking at, but I don't know that that's the first place I would go to for executions. I mean, Palantir does much better relative volume. Palantir always has the better spread. Percentage moves are fantastic on Palantir. It just gives you a better trading vehicle, in my estimation. And you got to pick your poison.
Relative weakness coming into play here as far as the market is concerned. Market back to the upside. Robinhood is one I was mentioning. Downside here, 5% right now for Robinhood at session lows as well. They've run into a bit of a hurdle, it would appear, launching their UK business.
Yeah, Berno, they wanted to launch in the UK since 2020, but it's been put on hold for a number of reasons. Still not without its problems, though. So because of the UK regulator, they won't be able to offer margin products to their clients in the UK, which is obviously going to hold back some of the new enrollments there. So we'll have to see how they do. Down aggressively, though, almost 5% on the day this morning.
Yeah, we have to remind everyone, this thing is up enormously in not only the past month, but year to date. You were saying 30+% year to date. I mean, it's 60+% in the past 30 trading days. So a much needed pullback here, guys, for Hood.
What is going, either they don't know, don't show, or don't care what's going on in the hood. And, I feel as if we did, because we cared enough when this was consolidating to put a poll up and have a discussion about it. The downside of that poll was the other company was SoFi, and 50-something. It was probably actually 60-something% back SoFi, and Robinhood was the way to go. But relatively speaking, this could be at $16, and is anybody thinking that that's an unreasonable dip? Forget about October. It was February. This was $11. That's like the beginning of February. So if it pulls back into $15.5, $16, which is the support level, giddy up. Like that's a reasonable level for it to come back into. You're kind of feeling like you're breaking this bottom. So the next support is like 17, and then you get to that $16 and the 15.5. So I don't know if I want to stand in front of any falling knives necessarily in a Robinhood today at that first level, but if it breaks 17, that down at that 16 area on a pullback, whether it's today, tomorrow, maybe it's a Fed level, like maybe Powell hits the podium, and then all of a sudden we're looking at a bunch of stocks that give you great support levels. I don't know coming tomorrow, but that's worth watching. Let these things get back to, after exuberant moves, some reasonable price levels where I think you can look to previous support to be dipped by them. Standing in front of the falling knife, not so much.
All right. I'm working on the sticky note and haven't had a chance to look at Robinhood. I probably won't trade it. We'll look at SoFi, Robinhood as they open up. But for me right now, my eye is just on all these tech names. With the big mover happening with Nvidia, we're going to be looking at AMD, Marvell, Micron, Intel, all that. So I'll pass on Robinhood until we get going and this market opens up. So it'll be a focus of mine, but it won't be immediately. That's Robinhood.
Back to 0.3% here for the S&P. We're stalling at around 0.5%. Let's get into everything else we need to know here. Sharif's going to lead the way with a look at the market. 52.15,
guys. That's where we closed out yesterday. The overnight high just a smidge above that close, 52.19. The overnight low, 51.86. We're below 5,200 right now. So if we can reclaim that level, let's go ahead and say yesterday's high is going to be the resistance level around 52.30. Let's see if we can hold above that overnight low at 51.86.
If you have not done so yet, make sure you sign up for that. It's absolutely free, so why not? Just scan that QR code, go to tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get the watch list delivered right to your inbox every single day. Has everything you need to know on it. In the pre-market, including Nvidia, back to the downside, as we said this morning, 2.5%. Just bounced off 860 again, trying to get higher. But coming off this keynote speech from Jensen after the close yesterday, I mean, there's a lot of opinions on this from analysts I was reading just over the past couple of minutes here. But I think for the most part, people are a little disappointed.
I am. Yeah, I am. I got to tell you the truth. I watched the entire keynote yesterday, and ChatGPT, here's a little metric for you. ChatGPT 4 would have taken 3 months to train on the H100, which stands for Hopper, okay? It's going to take the same amount of time to train ChatGPT 4, 3 months. The only thing is, you're going to use less CPUs and a little bit less power. That's not really the look that I was going for there. I thought we'd have more compute for the money that they want to actually dish out on these new chips. So we'll have to see how they do, but a little anticlimactic for me.
Yeah, it gets to a point where you almost think, what else can they possibly do at this point? So back to the bottom end of the range here, holding on to key support levels right now, guys, for NVDA. Remember, 3 more days of this, too, coming up this week.
True, there are a few more days, but generally speaking, as I think you referenced already yesterday, Brennan, is when you get that first day of the event, they let you know what the meat and potatoes are going to be, and you don't usually expect many surprises after that. So I feel like this is, the reaction that the market doesn't necessarily love it. Sharif's point's 100% valid. Price usually matters a little bit more in this particular case, and you're seeing it down that 2 points. Now remember, some names are down a heck of a lot more, and Nvidia was just at $850 last week, and it did a nice bounce off of that level. If 850 breaks today, I just feel like that's a short through 850. Level breaks have been, to me, the most consistent trade on Nvidia for myself the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I feel like that's sort of an obvious one. If there's any kind of upward pressure today, I'm not really seeing a lot of long setups. You would have had to hold 880 and then try to break out 95s and 900s for some obvious long breakout trades. So it's really just the 850. And for shorting pops and looking for curl trades, I defer to Like I'm already on AMD because it had this key close price going to last Thursday, like down here around the 180. It was like right at this 187 area. So you had previous support, you were 188 yesterday, you had that close area of 187. I want to short back into that on Nvidia. So, sorry, on AMD. But if 850 doesn't hold on Nvidia, I'm just going short through that level.
All right, so the number one trade idea is going to be AMD. So those of you guys were waiting for that, there it is. So we've released that. I'm just writing the note right now on the sticky note. We'll look at Nvidia. I mean, honestly, it's been an amazing trade. We've traded this really well. I think, you know, yesterday, just in the afternoon alone, we probably took net 10 bucks probably. We went short 890 numerous times and started to cover them, and it was fantastic. You guys saw us really sort of own this stock there in the yesterday afternoon, going short up here at 890. Would have been nice to hold overnight, but we cannot. But there's the bounce, as Brendan mentioned, at 860. So we'll see if it can hold that level. You take down 850 here, a key psychological level, and I think that's a punch short. So we'll wait to see if it gets up there. This is a fade at 875. So that's what we're going to do. We get up to 875, we'll fade that, but I am much more concerned about fading AMD up here. I really think this, again, 187, anything up here, 189, 190. Like if we get back upside here on AMD, it's a fade for me. Not only does Nvidia come out with this bigger chip, AMD just sits there and watches it, and now you're having a huge move down. Anybody that's like, we can celebrate all these moves up, but like, why are people sleeping? Like, this is a big move down. You know, it's like when Snowflake goes from 230 to 150, that's a big deal. Like, this is a big deal. This just went from 220, right? The high up there, 227, 215 down to 182. That's not nice. It's a straight move down right back into the 50-period moving average. And yeah, you have a big move to cover back here. You know, like, I know we said that, you know, we're not too worried if anything comes back down to some of these October lows. Well, that's half price for AMD. So you better start thinking about taking some profits if you haven't already, because the minute you break this 160, you can forget about AMD, and then I'll be talking to you guys at 1:30 about this name. So we've been selling, we've been, you know, talking about this. This, you might say, oh, AMD's at 182, all is well, but that's fine. It's well and it's fine. If you're going to be playing the long game, then this is okay. AMD is more expensive than Nvidia, and it's getting taken out today. So down 4%. I still think this is pretty weak. And look, if you don't have confidence in your trades, then you shouldn't be trading. We've talked about that over and over again. I'm confident on this short. I hope you can tell that when I speak.
I was just reading a note here, guys. AMD saying adaptive computing technology power Sony semiconductors. So there's a note there on AMD with Sony. I'll get to that in a sec. Let's touch on Bitcoin here real quick. 64,000 comes and goes. We're below it and firmly below it right now. 63,400. That last support level was around 64 for Bitcoin. So as we were saying, absolutely everything equity related here downside this morning.
Yeah, it could be, you know, in light of the fact that we're going to get the interest rate decision tomorrow, and maybe the dot plot will not be as advantageous as it was in December. And so there's some selling here. Yesterday, there was definitely a lot less money flowing into these ETFs. 178 billion flowed into the ETFs compared with last week when there were several days where 400 billion plus was coming into some of these spot ETFs. So we'll have to see how it does today, Brendo. But Bitcoin is still up 52% on the year.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. So it looks like this. So Sony is working on a LiDAR automotive solution, and it would appear that AMD might be powering said solution for Sony.
Amazing. Were they losing money on that deal? Because AMD just continues to go down here. So there it goes, man. I mean, deals announced. I'm expecting some of that happening today. We talked about that with Nvidia as well. Look, we just talked about crypto a little bit here earlier. So the sticky note's now out, so everyone can go find that at Trader TV, Sean. It's now out definitely on X, probably on Instagram in a couple minutes. But right there, 230, 228 has been the pre-market high. I don't think we necessarily need to look at that. We've taken $10 on this name. We've taken $20 on this name before as well, down 6%. So the fact that we've had such huge winners makes me think and understand that this name can get right back upside again as well. So I'm looking at, actually, I just wrote down this area on the sticky note in and around 234, 235. Again, nice dip down. You get that garbage out of there. Then you think about what you want to do, and then you get back up to the upside. So right now, crypto's pretty much deciding what it wants, and it wants to go southbound. So here's a chart of Bitcoin right here. What I'm looking for is this okay, correct itself, there we go. So there's the levels that we have to talk about. So there's 66,000, 67, we broke lower. You know, yesterday's trade, if we can even zoom out maybe a little bit, well, that's 5-minute chart, so we will have yesterday's trading. So this is that spot, 66, 67 that we were talking about for BTC. So if we get back up there, maybe we can short Coinbase in and around those levels. So let's watch out downside right now for Coinbase, but if Bitcoin gets going, I really like the short up here in and around that 234-ish area. We have to hold this for a minute. I put that on the sticky note as well, that we're going to have to hold to see. I was going to talk about Mara, but I see Neil has it up. So yeah. I just think that Mara is a buy down there at 15, 16, but it's going to have to get there first. I think patience is pretty key here. Down 7%, maybe we go down 10, but Mara's not a buy here, a little bit lower.
Yeah, I mean, I like the same support into resistance on Coinbase, but Mara also has a level that we're trading off of yesterday in the afternoon. Let me just go to the 3-minute chart. Maybe easier. Oh, no, it's going to be better on the 15-minute. I'm going to be off that $19 area, and maybe a little bit higher if it goes up on a pop. Now, remember, part of the reason why you trade these is because they're going to give you bigger moves in the underlying name. Right? So what I like about that is they're going to move percentage base a little bit more than you're going to get in BTC, which I think is a little bit valuable. So I'm going to be leaning toward trading those two. I'm going to be shorting pops. There is a setup very specifically that I like on IBIT, and that is that reversal trade that we're looking at yesterday. It's a lot easier to see. It flash broke the button, really flash break the bottom. It trended down into a defined low at 38, then wicked that bottom. Got to like 37.92, and then came back up. I went long at 01s and then rode it to VWAP. Now I'm looking for similar plays in that vein. So if you make a double bottom or a triple bottom, or just even get anywhere near that 37.50 on IBIT and then try to take it out in reverse, I want the reversal play. And I don't care whether that's a wipeout bottom or a wipeout top on IBIT, but today it has to be extreme. That was a subtle one yesterday. It's got to be an extreme one, like back at that 35 that we saw on the 5th. It's just a pattern that I like on Bitcoin, and the fact that we're able to now trade this, we're trading in an ETF, which is the same thing as trading equity. It's just fantastic as a trader to be able to express trades in something that looks the same, feels the same, and then you can apply setups that you're used to using. So I like that little bit of a trend reversal trade on IBIT. As long as it sets up. Like yesterday, we were able to have 10 cents worth of risk to get a 30-cent move. And if I see something along those lines, I'm just going to do it again in IBIT.
Tesla back downside here this morning after a big day yesterday, getting higher. Elon with some cautiously optimistic, I guess, comments regarding full self-driving. We kind of hinted at this yesterday. I was reading some comments and listening to a couple of podcasts on the weekend that were talking about this. FSD 12 is a complete revision of their full self-driving software in that they've taken the old one and thrown it out the window. And that was the one that was predictive. That was the way I was reading that it was described, in the sense that they were trying to code a solution for anything and everything that could appear in front of a car, or any possibility of an occurrence that could appear in front of a car. They've taken that and thrown it out the window, and they've gone to a more reactive type of solution where it's video in, and then the processing of whatever the reaction is going to be of gas or accelerator, brake, steering, what have you. So it seems like he's cautiously optimistic about this, but it's interesting from the standpoint that the old version, which everyone was using, right, even Waymo and some of the other companies that are looking at full self-driving, I mean, I guess they've gotten to a point where it's not going to work.
It sounds like inferencing here. I mean, like where it just looks at, it perceives something, the AI translates it. We'll have to wait and see. We saw a lot of this with Apple shutting down their car division, and a lot of the people that were working in that division got moved to AI. There's got to be overlap between the two. But to build on your point, Brendo, Elon Musk saying that there's going to be an update to the 12.3 about every 2 to 3 weeks going into late April, early May. we'll have to see how this changes. We'll wait for the reviews to come out and see what people are saying.
Yeah, the comments that I was listening to on the weekend were incredibly positive, saying that it's night and day difference. You know, those circumstances and instances when, you know, a vehicle would get stuck behind an object or something on the road that it wasn't expecting to be there and really didn't know what to do, didn't seem to be the case anymore. So a step in the right direction, it would appear.
Yeah, like it all sounds like it sounds fantastic, but I mean, you know, we're here to trade price action, and the unfortunate thing for Tesla is it was so strong yesterday. You know, you're getting caught up in this like everything is pulling back moment, and that 172, which when we left in the afternoon and when we kind of got here early, and we were here early, well, we usually here before 7 o'clock at this time, but we were here earlier than that. Like Tesla looked like a stock that was holding up pretty nicely and might even give you support back at that 72 level. Now it's suddenly pre-market resistance at that price. The good news is it can break out through 172. It was strong yesterday. If there's a pullback happening in chips and they roll over, then you're going to want to look to some other places for some potential longs. So that 172 on Tesla, that's the big price. It's got to clear that at the open, and I think it can be all systems go, but if we never get above there, maybe 170, that's a big maybe. And then the really better levels are in the mid 160s. The good news for Tesla is it can get there. It can move that much. We've seen it happen. It literally did this yesterday off the same price level. But if it can regain that 72, then it's got some oomph into the 75 range for Tesla. This was already beaten up and starting to make a little bit of a bounce. So I do like that from the get-go on TSLA. It just never got to that 150. But it is trying to reverse that trend off 160.
All right, look, you guys heard me talk before. I'm going to just talk almost in certainties when I talk about, this is why I'm putting the sticky note out. These are not just for trade ideas. These are trades I'm going to take, you know? So right down here, Tesla 170, I'm already bidding it. So if it comes back in, this is not like, for me, it's not if we take 175, I like that breakout. I want to try this level. So if it comes down into 170, I like it. Yesterday's bottom was 166. I just, you know, I feel like that's good news. I mean, I know the market's getting hit down here, and I know that Tesla's against the market, and this kind of flies in front of how I normally trade. But I don't know. There's something about this news with FSD today that I like. There's something about the way Tesla moved yesterday that I like. Someone called us out yesterday and said, why are we not talking about Tesla when it was up 6%? And you were right. I mean, there's that 175. Like, we talk about this. Like, even the most inexperienced trader can see this is the top. So, yeah, if it gets up there, we'll fade it probably. But let's try to go this long instead. Let's do a little counter trade there. If it does drop into this 166 and we lose that, then I think that's going to be a problem. So let's try a small position here, add to it in and around here, and then wait to see what happens at 166. I want to buy the dip here in Tesla, but look what happens every morning. We talk about this. Big violent moves, it seems like every single day in Tesla, right off the open, like up, the last day was down. I mean, another great aggressive move back up to the upside here. Again, even this day, this is the pre-market. Nice move up. Market opens and flush straight down. So, you know, you've been getting a lot of bottoms early here on Tesla. So let's just see if we can get another one right now matching into 170. I'm bidding 170 and we're standing there willing to take those shares. So we're going to bid 170. If it drops into 166, that would be sort of the area where we stop. It's 918 already. So the imbalances, let's just have a quick look. We're fine for time. We have Vale here on a bid. Fisker, wow, Fisker's down to 14. I was like, oh, Fisker's got a bid. Maybe we're holding 15 again. But no, down through 14, some of those levels we saw yesterday. But look, today, again, a lot of sells on here. The bids are stocks that, again, Pfizer bid, whatever, FSR bid, irrelevant. But we have some bigger sells here. UiPath, Ford, obviously, Bank of America, Snapchat, Palantir. Like, there's names here, Barrick Gold, Disney. So, you know, the market's downside. Even though we're starting to go up, I still like the short here in all of this. But for Tesla, because we're on that, I'm going to try the long. I'm already bidding 170 and 168. So let's see if it holds. If it doesn't, we take the L there. But like I said, we're having a great month doing these kind of stuff. So let's go. Luck of the Irish here today with Tesla.
All right, more EV action. XPeng next. I mean, the reaction here from these earnings not really that significant, but better than expected. Deliveries, anyways, here for XPeng earnings, kind of in line with expectations.
Yeah, interesting look here. I mean, they still lost money, right? They're not turning a profit, but they lost less than expected. Revenue grew a little bit here, 13.28 billion yuan expected versus the 13.05. But what stood out to me was the deliveries. They're only expecting to deliver 21,000 to 22,500 cars. The street was looking for 54,000, so we're not even at half here. And it's up, so a little bit boozling to me here, Brendo.
I was just trying to find, I can't say, I was just trying to find Tesla's number for that quarter. But yeah, that's a pretty impressive number, 60,158. That's a lot for
not bad.
For XPeng.
Not bad at all, yeah.
Yeah, look, the volume's actually looking pretty solid on it, but that's a lot of dark pool printing. Like when I pull up the tape on this, like I still haven't even seen a print since I called up the stock. It's just not really doing a heck of a lot of movement on XPeng. And we had said $10 looked like it was going to be a good and sort of back and forth pivot spot just based on the way that it traded yesterday. Like you saw it kind of flush underneath and turn into resistance when it got to 10, then it got right back up to 10 at the close and resisted it. It's probably going to have to break out or retest 950 for me to be excited about it. With Tesla moving today, I just feel like that's the name to go to. And when you check out NIO, this might see the $5 level again because it's been trending back in. That would be a key level to watch. I think that could come into play on any kind of a red day, and maybe you catch a bid off that $5 level. But Tesla's more important. And on the Chinese names, we already mentioned Alibaba as the one I think I'd rather trade. So XPeng, I'm going to sit it out because I don't like the amount of volume that it's doing pre-market. And it's not really breaking out, giving you some new prices. It's essentially just sitting in the same range it was yesterday. That said, NIO is flat bottom breaking. It is possible you could see that 5 bid if there's a few million shares down there, fair enough.
All right, so next strategy is to talk negative. So just so you guys know, so I'm going to give you guys a little heads up. What we're going to do next time is talk negatively about a stock that we want to go long on, not positively, because we just finished talking about Tesla and it bumped up like 60 cents. All right, so let's just go here. No, we're always going to talk the right way. All right, now Baba, we really like this name. Oh yeah, by the way, down there at 72. So we like 72. Go check the sticky note. I feel like negative sentiment has hit this name. Probably a little bit too much. A little bit of an investigation by the EU. We talked about this. I like Alibaba down here at 72, and I'm already bidding it. So again, these are trades that I'm taking. So we're bidding 72 on Alibaba. Let's see if it fills up or not. 72.15 down there for Alibaba. I just tweeted this out. The funniest thing is, so I get this from Benzinga. These are the top trending stocks on Wall Street bets. So if you want to go find this, go to @TraderTVSean. Bears vs. Bulls can put this in there. AI, Nvidia, Tesla, SMCI, MSTR. I have no idea why corn is here. Like, this is a trust corn, like nothing to do with anything. So I think that's just a mistake. Apple, I know it's been there before, and then BTC. So anyways, as you could see, a lot of AI names and all related to maybe that NVIDIA conference coming through today. So we'll see if we can, get a nice little price here on Alibaba if it does fade near 72. For me, it's a hell of a buy. I'm not looking at XPEV or NIO.
All right, let's go on to SMCI here. Big gap downside on this. 2 million share offering coming through for SMCI. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, now 4 days in a row after the inclusion on Friday into the S&P.
Yeah, Brendo, that's after raising $1.5 billion last month before their inclusion in the S&P. They're also giving Goldman Sachs the right to purchase up to 300,000 shares. It's a 30-day option after the addition into the S&P. So we'll have to see if Goldman takes them up on their offer. But they're also looking to launch a couple of new products here, Brendo. So let's see if the market likes what they see.
Yeah, definitely a sell the news event so far, guys, for SMCI.
SMCI.
Well, if you have runs like that, I mean, taking advantage of it to raise capital, that's what companies are going to do. Certainly, we've seen this before with additions to the exchange, to the S&P 500 particularly, where you get a bit of a sell the news event. And this stock could easily see 800. The 50-period moving average not till 750 on SMCI. As far as the trade goes, obviously Nvidia is a name, AMD, Intel, those are names with much tighter spreads that are more reasonable to trade. SMCI at key levels is going to have a better spread. I don't think you're seeing 1,000 today, but if there is a bounce up, I mean, the market's bouncing and this isn't even going. So I don't even, like, you might get a short pop at AMD because it's halfway to where we want to go short. This thing hasn't even budged off the lows as the market has just regained about 40 or 50 points. So I don't know if the 950 is going to come into play. Might just have to be other places. If I'm looking for shorts, hitting this, you have to play off the 900 level. I'd much rather get a relief on a pullback that we can sink our teeth into. And I'm already on the offer of Intel because this has been stair-stepping into the downside. It's been pretty clean. It had one resistance level for 3 days. Now I look at that same support to turn the resistance at 42.5 to 42.60. So that's a pretty clean area to work off of. Even if it breaks that and gets to 43 to 43.20, like that's another short area for that name. So I do like Intel and AMD a little bit better than SMCI. But if all you know what is breaking loose, there's always even dollar breaks there. It's just not like Nvidia. Nvidia, you can take a breakout and give it $1 or $2, and it'll actually work. On SMCI, you're probably giving it $10. And they're similarly priced names. So you guys got to pick your poison.
All right. Apple. So we wrote down here on our sticky note that a name that we really liked was going to be Apple. And I mean, I really like this name into 174. That should say 170. We talked about 175 down there. It was at 174. You do get a nice little pop through there. So I'm waiting. I am at 174.80. And we didn't get filled there. So we'll wait to see if we get filled, but it's on the sticky note. I like Apple for the short again here today. I'm bearish to start the day, although we have bids out on some of those names. I just think Apple into yesterday's close. Let's just see if it holds it. So 175. And I feel like you want to get out of this if we take that high, 175.50, 175.60. So that's a level there that if there's any problems with Apple, we'll get out and take the L early on this name. I mean, again, pretty crazy there in the pre-market yesterday, but then once it got going, it really ran. So I don't know. You know, Apple's up today. Market's starting to move up. I want to fade this name. I'm going kind of like counter what I normally do. Normally I trade short names that are below the market and long names that are above. And right now today I actually like Apple strength to fade it. So we'll see about this 175.50 area. First position short, 175. So I've actually moved it now that I saw this was the high, right up to 90. So if we can get short into yesterday's closing print, we'll do that. Nice move down there on the no close for Nvidia, but now we'll wait to see what happens here at 175 for Apple. We like the sell side there. No bearish catalysts for a red market today.
No.
I don't know. You know what? There isn't too many catalysts out there. That is true.
The argument,
other than Nvidia, but Nvidia's
that's
not even really down that much.
It's
only
not
down
that
2%.
much.
And the thing about it is Nvidia's been red more often than not the last 2 weeks. So
I would say, okay, so you've got Nvidia, the conference, the reception to it at least is negative. You've got SMCI that has the offering, and then that's also a sympathy play to the downside. Then you have a bit of a, let's call it a pullback on BTC. Now we understand that Bitcoin and risk assets have been sometimes moving together. You get a gap down there. So it's probably more technical than anything else. Like, you're not talking about necessarily big, massive news events. Throw in the fact we got, the Fed tomorrow. We're going to get the dot plot. So maybe you're getting a little bit of risk off in front of Jerome. I mean, you can come up with explanations all day long for these things, and ultimately, a price is the only thing that's going to matter. So you got to stick to your guns when it comes to price. There was, what have we not? Oh, Meta. We didn't talk about Meta. Okay, Meta. I guess we want 480 after all. So Meta was super strong yesterday, much like Tesla, super strong yesterday. With only 2 minutes to go, it bottomed down like at 481, but I'm having a look-see at this 486 as well. So we have yesterday's bottom 486 and then 481, which was 2 days ago the low. We're right back there, and we could be making a bit of a bounce play. I like Meta for strength in the afternoon and just never got the dip buy. It was just only breakouts on this stock on the way to the upside. So with the market back in a little bit, Meta must have had an imbalance there because it just dropped $3. I'm going to double check. Did it?
We have maybe, yeah. We had Tesla right there written down as a 170 long on the sticky note, and then we went to talk about it, and now it's up $2. From basically when we started talking about it, I was like, maybe we'll get 170 in the pre-market. Yeah, right. Now you're up $2 from where we talked about it. So 9:29 and just a minute left before this market opens up. We'll have Benzinga in our ear. We got Brendan, we got Sharif, we got Adair, we got Neil. We're ready to rock.
There was no sell bounce on Meta.
No, okay, shout out to, all right, so yeah, just a nice downside move there for Meta. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin as well. All right, so here we go, man, only 30 seconds to go. Maybe Microsoft, I just heard about, maybe a little bit strong today. I really like Microsoft, all-time highs approaching, and we've already made them, so that was a couple of days ago. And like I said, we've been talking about weak tech names for a minute, so this is nothing here is a surprise to me. All right, we'll see if we get Apple off the jump here, if it does rip up. We wanted short. Unfortunately, all these stocks have gone up
Short
and
the
down
pops.
against us.
Like Ray said back when I was a trainee, I'll never forget him, fun guy. Short the pops in a down market. Today we have a bit of one. Let's ring it in 2 and 1, Adara. And off to the races we go. Let's see where we're headed. I mean, yeah, already Meta's bouncing off of that bottom.
AMD is tanking.
Already, like it's... Yeah, there was no imbalance there. That was probably worth it. I assumed there was an imbalance and wasn't looking to buy. You're already getting a move down in some of these chip names. Intel goes straight to the downside right away at the open. Palantir looks like it's actually bouncing off 2340. Wow, that didn't take long. Look at Palantir off that 2340 level. Already 20 cents higher, 1% up on Palantir. AMD's going down. Nvidia's not doing a heck of a lot at the open. And Coinbase is chilling out at 2 1/4. Load up, there you go. Chilling out at 2 1/4. So it tried to break the bottom. I still favor the downside there on Coin if I can.
I mean, everything we said is happening.
Just it's going right away.
I mean, Apple, well, yeah, everything's just going in opposite ways. Like, we wanted the Apple short. It's banging out, man. It's amazing short right now, Apple, and we just missed that too. So we'll have to figure that out right now. JWN is trying to go private. That's Nordstrom's right now. They're halted on an upside move for Nordstrom's.
Oh, wow.
Big time movement there. Halted on a go private talk. We are short Apple right now. We're looking for a lot more than this, man. We want to get a lot more short on Apple right now, but there it goes. Nice downside move. We'll take something at 50 just to ring some registers if we're able to on this downside move right now happening. Let's go over to Nvidia quickly just to see what that's doing. And yeah, there's the fade on Nvidia. Watch out for this bottom of 858. Nordstrom now halted, looking for a buyer. Here comes Tesla coming in as well. So we'll wait to see if we can buy some Tesla into some of these levels. 170 and change coming in immediately as the NASDAQ dumps out right now. And we got one on Apple.
Yeah, the market is definitely heading southbound. AMD doesn't want any piece of that 187 level, at least currently. But look at the wick. That's real. It wicked 181, is now coming back up. If it can't break this opening range top of 184, that's a curl. But I think you got to wait for it. Look, that's a big, big reversal candle. We've seen AMD do this before, where it gets really, really nasty on that initial move into the upside. So we try to be patient with it. I feel like we might not have to be as patient with Intel because it's broken the bottom and is hanging out under. So forget about that top up there. I'm shorting back into the pre-market bottoms. Relatively weak is what it's showing me. Palantir is still just chilling out. It has not broken that bottom from yesterday, but it's chilling out right underneath the lows. If it takes out yesterday's, that's the bottom I want the break of, 23.30. It's at 23.44. So again, got to be a little bit patient with it. Coinbase, still in the pocket at 225. If you're shorting 30s, 25 is not necessarily the way to go just yet. What about Mara?
I mean, we're just doing what we do right now. It's a 25-cent winner right now on Apple. So there it is. There's the out on Apple right there. 40 cents in the money. The chef is cooking one more time. So there it is, man. Nice move for Apple. What else are we supposed to do? And then we're waiting right now for Tesla. We did take a small bid here just because of it faded back in. I'm not really convinced yet that we need to get super long here on Tesla. We're still waiting for that 170. Good trade there so far on Apple. We'll run that schedule now 1 for 1 and then wait to see what happens right now with the rest of them. But so far, so good, I would say here. So we'll wait and see what's going on. Apple with a nice downside push. That is now 50 cents in the money. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware of Nordstrom. JWM halted right off the open here. Reports from Reuters that they're working with Morgan Stanley and Centerview to go private. So the family is trying to go private, according to Reuters. Keep an eye on JWM with that in mind, guys.
We talked about that
careful,
one.
some sympathy plays there. Like, not to say that it has to happen, but keep an eye on some of the other retailers. Like Macy's had on no volume. Macy's just popped and did that. Like literally no volume. Like, I think you got to be careful. I would not be touching any of those. They'll probably need to settle down during that halt. But I'm into Intel as it got back into that pre-market low range, 42.25. It's working right back into 42 as we speak. So I'm going to make sure we get some bids down into that even dollar level. AMD is still pushing higher. It's not at 87 yet, but it just tagged 185.5. So it's starting to get up there. We are looking for the fade on AMD. What's Nvidia doing? Oh, that's a bad. Looks like the high 875 is the high on Nvidia, so it hasn't come anywhere near that 890. That's a dark pool wick up there, 900, within $15 only of that level. So we still got to be a bit patient when it comes to AMD.
Yeah, I wanted to short AMD, so we're going to short it right now, but there it goes up through 184 and change. We're short at 184.70, so let's go. Let's just start ringing the register, and there it is again. So we just took some out there at 50s. We'll see how low we can go here on AMD, as it's really pretty wild as we go, but there it is right now. It's another 70-cent winner for AMD. There it is, man. Take the short off that level, ring the damn registers. Nice downside move here. We'll see if we get an 84 bid flat, and then that's it, man. After that, we'll wait to see if it goes to the downside. There's AMD. We're short at 185. It's printing 184s. Can we get an early dollar club with only a couple minutes to go here? And there it is. We just pushed that one, and we'll go bang on that as we'll go 3 for 3 right now, guys. We're 40 cents in the money on Apple. We are a clean dollar right now. There's your dollar club on AMD. So we take a little bit of a different approach there. We don't wait for it. We get aggressive, as we said. We're doing what's been working for us this month, man. It's been getting super aggressive, taking prices that we say we're going to take, and then just bank the you-know-what out of them. Look at this right now. It's another dollar club right here. Let's put it on again for Tesla. There's another dollar for Tesla. So far, guys, dollar for Tesla, $2 for AMD, and 50 cents for Apple. It's a 3 for 3 type of day for us over here. But hey, it's a day that ends in Y. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just be aware here, Etsy popping up almost 8% on strong volume. Not seeing any news on this, and not much discussion on social media either. They do have a short float of over 13%. So be aware of this big move up on ETSY, guys.
All right.
And not that interested. I mean, Etsy, usually spreads are pretty nasty on that stock, especially at the open, at least the last time I looked at it. Going to get you guys over to Snowflake here. We talked about Palantir potentially breaking down. It has not yet, but the day is still early. Snowflake is now at 152. It bounced off 150. Load. Bounced off 151. That 150 is a key price level. If it can hold on to that, I think it's got a bit of a chance. But I'd rather be fading some of those names. I'm in one stock. Again, I like 187 on AMD. Not going to lie, it's great at 185. I think that's a great trade. But I can't short 184 with a 187 stop. It would need, because that's the thing, you need like $5 to risk 3.5. So it's a bit of a different plan of action. Intel did set up for me underneath the pre-market low, so we grabbed the 20s. It's already at 42, as that's working downside. Palantir is still, like, it's just now, like it did another wake up at the top, and it's just now testing yesterday's low, 23.30. Taking the breakdown of 23.30, it's at 33. So that's a stop order. It'll trigger once this thing breaks $23.30. I'm sure Palantir going to give it back into its pre-market low. Down 2.75 change. There is yesterday's bottom. Once it breaks, I'm looking for that entry to the downside. Nvidia, if you're checking in on Nvidia, I think it's almost like it's not necessarily the one today. It hasn't broken its pre-market range yet on Nvidia, but I still like an 850 short. If it gets down there, I'm shorting that top or that bottom. Adara?
ST Works, WORX. This is a small cap runner this morning. No news on this one, but we do have a float of just over 1 million shares. So pretty small float here. Lots of discussion for this one on social media. WORX.
The works.
I mean, let's just do this. I mean, it's the same thing every day, so it doesn't really matter. But right now we'll have AMD is now $3 in the money. And again, you guys want to talk about looking for trading resources. How about FREE right now? It has been free since we started, and it's right there. It's AMD, it's your #1 name, and it's a short sell. So obviously we're taking it. We talked about that. There's the short sell and there's the banger. It's AMD and it's a monster. So there it is, man. $3 in the money for that. It's $1 in the money for Tesla as we go. And guys, this short is out at 172. So, this is Tesla. This AMD short is out right here. If we go any higher than where we were right there, 185.65. So to be out $1 to make 3, we'll take that. And we are almost out right now as we just take that bottom take. Let's just let this thing fall. As Tesla goes back up to the upside, there it is again, another one. So all 3 of our trades that we put on 3 trades today. AMD's $3, Tesla's $1, and Apple's trying to get to $1. And Apple's at its lowest spot we've been at all day. And unfortunately, we missed this 74.80. We were sitting at 74.80. We changed it to 90 in the pre-market. We should not have done that. Here goes another banger. It's a trophy day, but it's early. Let's wait to see what happens here for that one. And look, man, it's going to be a little bit of a tough day today, right? There's no doubt about that. But if you're long, got to be long the right names. I mean, think about the market that's absolutely collapsing here, like we had mentioned would probably happen. And we just took $1 on Tesla long. So that's the kind of day that we're having. Let's see what happens here with Apple. And let's just keep on watching out for our own trades, man. I mean, this is what we're doing. Like I said, we're really working it this month. It's been a huge month, and we'll just wait to see what happens here moving forward. Tesla trying to find its way. AMD now almost $4 in the money on trade idea #1.
Yeah, Palantir broke that bottom, by the way. 23.31. We got 29s, 1 cent worth of slippage. Stop orders are good. We got some out there at 19s. If you're going short here with a stop there, that's about 12 cents worth of risk. Once it breaks 20s, that's 1-to-1. We'll get some out in front of 23. I think there's room to 22 and a quarter, 3/4 on the daily chart. That's right in here, support for Palantir. This is, in the grand scheme of things, not a huge move for Palantir down, but the flat bottom break, we're going to like it almost every single time. Coinbase, I think you can, I don't want to say never, but I don't think it's going to be at 30s short on Coinbase, suffice to say. It's breaking 220, it's breaking lows of the day. You're more or less going to have to work into something on a pop. I do like the name to the short side. Maybe we get something in the quarters to 30 range, and we can find a curl to work off of, but we're not going to get the price that we want on that one. SoFi apparently making a free fall, but a lot of things are falling right now, including Meta into 480. So we like the 480 level. Patience is a virtue. Sorry, 481, I should say. That is this low from the 15th. That's on Friday. So if we get down there looking for the bounce on Meta, I'm on the bid out in front of 481. And there wasn't a sell imbalance. Meta just cratered through the 490 level, and it's now down $8. Down 3%. This was not looking like a Meta type of day. And then all of a sudden, we saw that drop before the open. So I'm looking at that 481. I have my bid out there at the quarter level in front of it. We're going to be patient. This is falling like a rock. We got to wait for our price.
Man, I'm actually really glad that we weren't patient at all with AMD, man. I mean, the minute we saw that name start to make that move up, and I got to thank Neil for that, man. He was like, I had it up too. I was watching Tesla. But yeah, it was like AMD's going up. I'm like, perfect. Let's short this thing. We got a great short up there at 185, now $4 in the money. And we're just going to try to sit here and figure that out. I do want to look at Meta though, because we're talking about it. 482 for Meta. We talked about all of these names. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. Shout out to everybody in the chat that's been raising cash with me. It's a nice move to the downside here. And to say that some of this stuff wasn't expected would be completely wrong. We've been talking about fading some of these levels. And I was just talking about how bad some of these names have been. You know, like AMD, what was at 215. Now you're at 180. We're $4 in the money on this one. Let's see what happens with Tesla. Tesla's coming back in a little bit now. Remember, we don't want to give, okay, where's my bid down here at 170? Okay, we should have had a bid down there. I don't know. That must have got canceled. Darn it. Okay, now we're longer down here. This is what we wanted. We wanted a 170 bid. With this market absolutely falling down, I was going to wait for 168 or so to deal with this, but you know what? I mean, we're having such a good day here so far. Let's not let this fall down completely. So I guess a little bit lower than 170. Let's just try 169.50 as a new out here for Tesla. $5 almost now in the money on this bad boy. It's AMD, and it's an absolute rocket right now. What's up, Neil?
No, one of my level 2s crashed. I was just going to tell you to.
Okay, okay, sorry. Let's go over to Adara.
Spire Global already up 50% on the day on an NVIDIA-related headline here. As of yesterday, it was announced that they were going to be enhancing their AI-driven weather prediction in collaboration with NVDA. So nice push to the upside for SPIR, guys.
They're going to happen. One is NVIDIA is going to break 850 to the downside.
Booyaka.
Oh, never mind. Okay. It just bounced off 850. The second thing was going to be Meta was about to hit 481. Every single time I'm looking at a breakout trade, you guys know what happens. The second I get geared up that it's going to happen at that moment, it's going to bounce off that level. So just every time I start getting obsessed with a breakout level, that is probably an initial reverse spot. Meta is still, it's holding out 482. If it bounces off this low right here, 481.80 again, I might take the long back through 482 instead of waiting for 481. It looks like it's getting a little bit top heavy. All right, now NVIDIA's at 855, so I don't have to worry about that break. Palantir's still working. Now it just broke 23s. I want to get something up. Palantir has a way of doing big reverses off of even dollar levels. So when it breaks 23, I'm taking some out there at 95 and then waiting for the next play. So Palantir, flat bottom break. That's what it looks like. There's support, 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 gone. And then 2270 would be the next level down. Intel is also working into the downside. As that just got to 42 even, I think 4160 is a reasonable spot. What a bounce. I mean, NVIDIA, $5 bounce. So if you were looking long off 850, congratulations. I just had my order for it to break that level. No break yet.
Yeah, we wrote down 850 on NVIDIA as a possible spot there, but we didn't take it either. We were just trying to wait to see what was going to happen here with AMD, but we had talked about that earlier to see. All right, so here comes Tesla. So this could be the L right now. We're waiting. We were going to wait for 169.50, but here we go, man. We are going to get out if this breaks 169. Our average price is 170. We averaged in, so we do have a position here. If it breaks, we're out, and then we'll just regroup on that one. So it does look like the market, we talked about it going down 1.5%. Remember, I was like, do we really want to go in stock against the trade? But Tesla's been working for us. We're just here at 170, so let's wait to see if it does make that move back up. Let's take out 10% at 90s because we just almost lost there at 169. Here it comes. This looks like it's going to flush. Tesla just tried to get going there, did not find buyers at the top, and then an instant flush back down. So here we go. There we go. I don't even know if we lost 169 there, but we got punched out. So there we go. Down, out at 169. We got out at 169.02. So I guess it didn't break, but maybe it did. There's a downside move, so we'll have to hit fail on that one. We're not just going to be like, yo, we're in the money $1, but we didn't lose $1, but we just lost $1. So right there, we will lose that on Tesla. We're still 5 in the money, obviously, here on AMD. And we're up more than double on AMD what we lost on Tesla. So you guys always want to know about risk management and things like that. So there's a pretty good indicator right there. So far, so good here, but the market is falling and it's still early. So I don't want to get too carried away with some of these names here. Too early. But here we go into 168 for Tesla, down 3 now.
Yeah, NVIDIA is now down 3.5% and bouncing off of 850 one more time. The low is actually 850 and 10 cents. So if you're taking that long, like it's giving you a couple of scalp plays, there's a bounce one more time on NVIDIA. I think it's just it's almost like it's a matter of time. The third test might be the last one. As far as Meta goes, it didn't really, this is what happens sometimes. I'll slap the fail on myself. Anybody get that Meta long? The low of the day is, I was at the quarter mark. That was within pennies, and it's already bounced $3. So sometimes it'd be like that. You joke around about not putting obvious orders, but I actually put my order at 25. And I think it bounced off 26, 27 there. That's going to happen. You want relative strength? Amazon just went green. Okay, Amazon just went positive into, you guys all see what's happening with the NASDAQ as it just tested the low. So Amazon, VWAP, 174.20. This is what time of the day. If I'm not in things, or if I am in a bunch of the stocks, I'm looking for something new, it's got to be something showing relative strength or weakness. This is relative strength, and that means I would like to take the stairs up with it. If the market bounces off 18,000 or from 18,000 on the NASDAQ, I feel like something going green is the place to go. VWAP's at 174.20. I'm buying that dip.
All right. So we are AMD, for example. We're going to bid 180. I mean, hopefully it comes in and we'll be able to take that. The market seems to be bouncing back to the upside right now, so we'll see if it can hold. But here goes AMD. It looks like it's still okay. But yeah, that 180 definitely coming into play with, I mean, I wasn't even looking at Nvidia, which we always should be. But right there, Nvidia down to 850 and a sweet bounce. You're not doing anything on this until we get to, like, in my opinion, 860, 865-ish area where we have VWAP and the 50-period moving average. So that's something that we're looking at right there. Again, for that one, Apple, okay, looks like we're going to get out of AMD right now. So, ooh, no, we do not. Wow, that's crazy. We just went to 34. We're bidding 25s down there. All right, so we do have some more positions here. Again, just trying to see if this wants to go. It doesn't look like it wants to. We're long here at 50 on Tesla. This will be a 50-cent hit, so this will be it. Remember we talked about trying to buy 168s? Now we'll have to wait for 166s. Because this is going to break 168. Tesla just keeps getting hammered. I don't know why. Remember we thought that we thought this would be a long, but no, it's definitely not a long today, as you're down probably the most out of any name. But we've seen, the reason why I'm trying to hold out hope is we've seen this before on Tesla. I mean, just look at yesterday. You know, and we could get stopped out. But yesterday, there's the bottom in and around now, 950. So yeah. Not every day is going to be the same. I mean, in fact, they're never the same. So will it hold or will it not? We're here to take a shot here with Tesla a little bit lower. There it goes. Then 168 and we'll get out. So wow, okay, Tesla didn't hold. So we'll go 1 for 3.
If that's going down, I want Rivian shorts.
What, the Rivian shorts?
It's just a matter of where. And I say this every single time Tesla's making a move to the downside. Like, why not be short the name that's not as good? And it's breaking $11. Now, the problem is setup. So it needs, like, I'm working off of 11.10 because that's afternoon support and afternoon resistance. So it's actually not bad here at the 11. Even you're risking 10 to 15 cents worth of risk. I was about to say slippage as if I'm already in position. So I'm going to get on the 11 offer, see if we can't get it. Meta just screamed back to the upside. Old man hand sometimes. So the trend was downside. You know, it's got the VWAP right here. That's 485.5. Super weak name at this point. So 486 looks like a reasonable stop. Like, if you miss a dip buy on something, all you can do is move on to the next trade, and it might not necessarily be a long. Let's be real. Like, the long to me was off of that support at 481. It's already bounced $4 from there, $4.50. So I think the next play is a play off of VWAP, which would be to me a short. So I'm in Rivian, giving it to 11.10, and I'm looking for the VWAP retracement. Just want to see a bit of a curl here on Meta, and then we're going to get in. The trend was down here, didn't see anything. It wasn't like it was in imbalance. It just tanked a couple minutes before the open, and then tanked further. So if we're having a red day, Meta is the opposite of what it was yesterday.
Looks like we're starting to climb back, which is pretty good. So again, we're going to look for some shorts. We're going to try to get into more Apple here as it just comes right back up to the upside for that one. We are short Amazon against that high there. I don't know. We're at 14 cents. We just came back into that level. So we're short here at 92 on Amazon. Let's just see if it gets higher. We'll take another short up. There it is. So now, and then we can stop now. If this name keeps on going, then we'll get out of Amazon. But it looks like it may want to do that, as we talked about relative strength and weakness, as Neil mentioned that. And that's what put me over to this. It's a nice push back to the upside. We're short at 175 now. Good price. We'll give it about 30 cents. We do see we can fall back into 70s here or so. So we'll wait on that. Needs to happen though. Apple, again, 175. I mean, we talked about that being a possible short. We could go into short now again on this. Let's wait for a little bit higher. We are at 174.30, so that's almost going to fill us in. And then we'll wait for 174.80 and then play that level up to 175. So let's short a little bit more here on Apple, as we just got missed up there at 174.30. So let's take something here at 20, which we just did. And we'll see about Amazon, AMD, and Apple. We're flipping over to the shorts, guys.
Yeah, let me cancel my VWAP bid on Amazon. Softy just took out the high. Shout out to you with Mr. William Addison there. Appreciate the super chat. Marvell puts off 65.36. Golden and boom, the Nvidia effect. Obviously, I'm going to assume that with all of the chips red, Marvell probably is as well. I haven't traded that one in a hot minute. Over on the NASDAQ, yeah, down $4. So congratulations there. Obviously going to be a good look, but the market is trying to bounce. We're at 18.1. Now Meta got to VWAP. I'll quickly show you. I had a stop for him before and actually got in and out at the same price, but now there's the wick off the 486 level. That's kind of what I'm looking for, like the wick under 486. So now you're back underneath VWAP, and I have a high to work off of. So 486. It's about change, like I think it's like 13 or something is the high, so I'll give it to like the quarter. So I'm short into VWAP here in Meta. If it breaks it out, I get out. You got to respect the relative strength in the market off of that low. But yeah, I missed the boat on Amazon, and I've missed the boat potentially on Softy. Just broke out some highs as well. So Microsoft could be breaking 420, which was yesterday's tops. It's not there yet. It's only at $419. But like if Softy breaks out yesterday's high, that's going to catch a lot of people off guard. The way the market started out today. So I do think this is worth jumping into if we can find a long. But I'm short Meta, short Rivian, short Palantir, short Intel. At this moment, we are short everything. I mean, I was trying to figure something else to say, but I'm only short. I would like to buy a dip if I can off VWAP and some of the stronger stocks, but that requires them actually giving us some relief in a pullback.
Yeah, we're short everything as well. And we're waiting for AMD. So AMD is going to be the biggest trade here for me. In the money now, 450. Let's see if we get a bid down here. We're bidding 180.25. Looks like we can get that. What is happening with Nvidia right now as well? We are short Apple. That's going to be starting to tank the downside as well. So here we go, man. Let's just see if we can get that AMD. It keeps bouncing off 180.50. Thinking about just putting it there instead of 180.25, but let's see some downside push. Here goes Amazon. Come on, man. Break through and see if we can get a bid down below 175. What's up, A?
Yeah, on the topic of Nvidia, just be aware Jensen Huang, CEO, is set to speak on CNBC expeditiously, so keep an eye on Nvidia with regards to that pending comments from Jensen Huang there, guys.
Oh, he's on with Kramer. That's right.
All right, so he'll only talk good things then. All right, so let's go. Let's up this a little bit here and see if we can get out at 180.70, man. Let's just put that $4 in our pocket now on AMD and get it over with, especially if this guy's going to be opening his mouth. We don't necessarily need to be here for that. So 180.25 right now. And there it is. Spin the damn money. That's your trade of the day, man, no matter what. We had written down here short for AMD. We just get that fill right there. It's a $4 and change winner. $4.13 winner there on AMD. So good trade there. We just need to wait for everything else to formulate. We did bounce off 18,000, so we didn't even get really that close. We got to 18,050. Nice aggressive move to the upside. Great cover. Thank you, Adara, for that note. It made us up our bid for AMD. So we just put the bid there. We were at 180.25. There's the fill right there at 180.70, I think it was. And there it is, man. Nice move back up. Yes, sir. That was a good one. Thank you, Miss A, for that. As we get out of that, and now we'll wait to see if Apple wants to make a move higher, and then we'll be able to short that into 175 now as well. Look, if the market takes VWAP, then we're just going to get out of everything. But so far, so good here today. Let's wait to see if Amazon wants to make new if it wants to make new highs, we'll be stopped out. So that's really the trade for us right now. We did take some out at 75. I mean, that was only for 5 cents. Obviously, we don't want to take that. That's only 10%. We're waiting at 95s. Hopefully, we can get that for the dime. And then if we fall back in, we don't really have any more bids. So we have a 95 and an 85, and then we'll wait to see what happens after that. But Amazon, relatively strong in holding highs.
Yeah, and I've got an adjustment to make. I've moved a trailing stop on Intel here. It's now triple bottomed. Well, yeah, triple bottomed off 41.75 on a 3-minute chart, just so you can see it there. We had it short off of the pre-market low there as it bounced back up. We liked it to the south side, but it never gave you a pop, so we had to set something else up. If it gets to VWAP, maybe worth a reload. But if it breaks 86s, I'm just going to jump out of it here. We got 42.18s in, so it's going to make some sense to take profit. Palantir, remember what I said about Palantir and even dollar levels? It wicked to 23. It's back into VWAP. So we got that flat bottom break. It's making some lower highs in here.
Ooh,
I thought we'd break VWAP. I actually thought we'd break VWAP on that move up, and we've already reversed. So I might have missed a chance at a reload on Palantir. Rivian, we haven't taken anything out of it just yet. Meta, wherefore art thou? Meta, it's at 485 still. Oh, and what? Nvidia's at 54 again?
Yeah,
I got to put my order back.
One.
I can't. When it got to 865, I canceled my 850 break to the downside on Meta because I'm like, not Meta, on Nvidia, because it's like $15 away from the price. Now it's right back tracking toward 850. So, like I always do, I'm going to put my order back in. I still want the 850 breakdown. So when 850 goes, if 850 breaks, I should say, then I am going short on Nvidia. So just going to get my order back in there. The thing that's not working is Rivian. What's happening on Tesla? I don't have that up right now.
Tesla's bouncing off that 168. We called that 168.
This might, I don't know. I feel like I got into this mostly because Tesla was tanking and you're giving me the 11 back into VWAP, which I like the risk to reward on that trade with Rivian. But then Rivian wasn't part of the plan this morning. Look, I like the room to the bottom. Actually, it actually looks fine as a flat bottom break, but I probably should have waited for the curl instead of just jumping the 11 short like we did. So if it breaks VWAP, I get out of that trade. I think that's pretty simple. Hopefully, I don't want to say hopefully Nvidia breaks 850, but that's the trade that I was kind of looking for next. And if it doesn't go, it'll be disappointing because you could have just been going long off this level.
Yeah, that's the problem. All right, so there's AMD. It is starting to go a little bit lower. Apple's just hanging out. We did take some more here at 50. It's Amazon that's going to be one of the problems now because it's just going higher. We did take another reload there. We'll see if we can get something out in the O's again, and then maybe we'll see about a 175 print. But there's a little bit of a higher take, giving us a better average price now down to 10. So we just take an Amazon there at 175.20. Realistically, I wish that was our average price, but without that crystal ball, we cannot predict said average prices and where we're going to be. All we can do is manage the trade. And Adara, no thank you anymore to Adara because she brought that news and I got out immediately and now AMD goes down. So of course we kid, but there goes AMD now breaking 180. I'll throw it to you. We did have that short for sure on advanced micro devices. We gave it up and we're fine with doing that. I mean, with Jensen on the ones and twos there, we don't know what's going to happen. So again, a nice move for now. And what do you want to do?
Just a couple of things. One, I'll take the L as through VWAP and breaking highs is Meta. So I missed the trade. We like the dip buy. We didn't get it, but it's breaking this consolidation on Meta. But also Nordstrom's is open back up and flying. It opened up. It broke $19. It's headed to $19.50. So maybe they get a deal, maybe they don't. We'll see what happens. It's up 13%. Nordstrom's trying to take out some local highs. 19 also happens to be the 50 pre-moving average. Let's go to Adara for happening now.
Futures slightly down on the day here. A lot of things to keep an eye on, including the Nvidia GTC conference this week. Jensen Huang, CEO of Nvidia, speaking on CNBC, so definitely keep an eye on that and all those chip names. A lot of Bitcoin-related names very much to the downside here as well, amidst a steep drop in the cryptocurrency. Ethereum also seeing some moves down. So market in a little bit of a state ahead of the FOMC meeting tomorrow. So absolutely keep an eye on that. In terms of individual names moving, SMCI, Supermicro Computer, very much to the downside here, down 12% and counting after filing for a stock shelf offering of up to 2 million shares. So big move down there for SMCI. We also have XPeng initially trading higher, now down about 4% is XPEV after its earnings. Really nice delivery numbers, but a bit more of a mixed sentiment with regards to the actual earnings numbers themselves. Last but not least, Neil just mentioned this one as well. Nordstrom, JWN, this one has about a 10% short float, so keep that in mind with regards to this name. Reuters reporting that the company is attempting to go private with Morgan Stanley and Centerview. So big move up here for JWN.
Strong.
Good note there.
So if we're not getting Coinbase 233. However, we might get a chance at VWAP in here again. It's actually bounced once, got to 223. I thought we'd get something in the quarter range. Clearly, you can see that hasn't happened. So I'm just going to look at VWAP and try to grab something in that low 223 range if we can even get it. I keep looking up at Nvidia to see if it's back. It's at 58 again. So we're not getting that trade. Intel, it's still holding the bottom of the channel. That's good. That's fine. But Palantir is setting up that it wants, here's VWAP, there's the wick. So here's the reload on Palantir. So the market is showing obviously some resilience here, now above that 18 one level temporarily, but we're getting the setup we wanted on Palantir. So we're going to grab it. Rivian just came out, so clearly that just went up. We like Rivian, but I said if it broke VWAP, I'm just going to get out of the trade. It broke VWAP, we got out. Reactionary to Tesla a little bit, so I'm not happy. The setup looked fine, but it wasn't part of the original plan. Now it trailed out of Intel at that bottom, so it broke this channel. VWAP is really low here because it tanked. I would look something above the 42 level if we're going to jump back into that trade. So down 2%. Still like that one, only to the south side. Clearly relatively weak. When the market's bouncing nicely, this is barely bouncing at all.
Yeah, we're having some problems here with some stocks not bouncing either. All right, so we'll wait. We are short Apple, and again, we talked about where we wanted to get out of this. I just got to make sure here. Are we on Apple? There it is. So our average price is now 70. Little bit of a, we talked about this was a little bit of a weird day, I feel like, but okay. So here we go, Apple. I was gonna get out. We talked about this again on the sticky note. We like that 175. We talked about that's 175.60. The way this is moving around, I feel like yesterday's afternoon high, where that 200 period might be something there. So 175.20 or so as a possible out for Apple. So let's just set that up right now. 175. A little bit of a break. Oh, I'm doing it on another screen. Or I'll do it for you guys so you can see. All right, 175, 25, something like that. And then we'll get out. Oops, that didn't work. There it is, 175.25. And I just want to get out of 75% of it because we don't want to hold this. If we're wrong, we're going to be wrong on it. So let's wait. Apple, we're not too bad right now. We're short at 70. It's a decent trade. We've given back our AMD trade a little bit here as we go all the way back up here into 181. I didn't even realize this as I was trading Apple right now. Nice move up. We're going to short this into 181. Wow. I mean, it just broke 180.
Nvidia just broke a flat top.
Yeah, we said, okay, it broke upside. Okay, so here we go, man. It's a nice little 181 breaker, it looks like here on AMD. And just be careful with it because we mentioned, thank you, Mr. Rob, we did mention that Jensen was on. And we didn't necessarily, that's why we got out of our AMD in the first place. So I'm not really sure why I reshorted this. Oh yeah, I know why. Because it broke 180. So the minute it broke 180, we started to get a little bit excited there. And then we put that trade on. So, all right, we're short at 50s here on AMD. Let's see if we fade out a little bit. We could always do that, man. This is a very, very violent game today. That's for sure. Here comes a little bit of a pushback in. We did not get a bid there. We were bidding 50s. We're short at 50. So we have that trade hopefully to go. And then we have Apple making a move back in as well. So we'll take out a little bit as we dance around here. But so far, so good on some of these shorts. But we're high. I mean, if we break this VWAP, we already have our targets to get out. So get ready right now. AMD's starting to really go higher here. 181.20 out for AMD. It's going. We got to watch Nvidia, man. Nvidia, like Neil mentioned.
Nvidia is starting to really. Yeah, oh my goodness!
Damn it!
There was a flat top break at 861, and it's already happened. So the next available is like an 865 or a dip into 861. So 865, this is it gets insane. All you had to do was take.
All right, well, the market's going.
All you had to do was take that 850 bottom. There's no question about it. But it is what it is. I was looking for the short breaking that level, and Nvidia is the kind of stock where you blink, and the next thing you know, you're looking at taking a long $15 higher than where you were going to take a short. But breakout trades have worked in breakdowns. Palantir just took out, did it? Yeah, it just took out that 23.3, so we're out of that, but it just wicked back under. I'll let things calm down before I reshort that. Like everything that was an initial great short basically came right back up, and shorting them on the way back was not the way to go. So I think you got to be back into any shorts. The only one we never got was Coinbase. So, clearly Coinbase is the short. Market just bounced huge. What are we even doing? Coinbase down 8%. It didn't even budge.
Oh, man. Bad.
Yeah, coin is, it's going to be tricky to get into this. Let me just double check on Mara here. Yeah, Mara is literally at the low of the day as well. So it's always a little bit trickier trying to formulate something into the low of the day that isn't flat out, hey, if Mara breaks this bottom here at $17, we'll go short through 17. Like that's easier. But going off of the pre-market low 1786, that gives you a short the pop situation. So working back into 1775 into a 1790, that's not terribly bad there on Mara. We wanted short one of these two names. I actually thought it would be Coinbase, but We'll see what we can get here with Mara. Not SSR yet. It's not going to be 10% down just yet. But if it does get 10% down, I would change my behavior a little bit. I'm not aggressively trying to short something when it gets to the 10% mark. Thanks, Rob.
All right. All right. Well, we got a little bit of a fill. Finally, Apple went to the downside. We got like a low 70 bid there, but we're waiting for a little bit more. We got stopped out of AMD. We talked about that one. As now AMD's pushing a little bit lower. That's too bad, man, about all of this. I just want to, we often celebrate some of our wins and some of our victories as well. So even behind us right now, there's only 4 positive traders. It hasn't been a super easy day here today. So we'll wait to see what happens. But Apple right now starting to push back in a little bit. This is a good trade for us. We're well up on Apple, obviously, if this continues to go down. I mean, I shouldn't say like we're well up on it until we actually get fill. But there's another fill for us. Damn you, AMD, man. We were short here at 181, of course, as it goes back into 180.40. Darn, that would have been, wow, that would have been a good one there. As we got stopped out at 180. This is basically where we were on the short. Didn't hold it enough, but guess what's happening right now? We'll put Apple, hopefully, back in now. So here comes Apple. Let's see if we get a 59 fill. That'll be pretty good there. And then we'll bid again at 50s, just for small. And then we want this really to fall down, man. I am bidding 174.20s to see if we can get that fill as well. But who knows? Nice little fill there on Apple as we waited for 175. So patience is key there. Not very good patience on AMD, that is for sure. So there it is. Thank you so much for the talk on Apple. That's fine, but honestly, I'm not super happy that we gave up AMD there before VWAP. We should have held that. We got nervous and didn't analyze it properly. That happens. Anyways, AMD upside. Let's see if we can short it again against VWAP. Obviously, we're going to have to watch out for Apple and for Nvidia right now. That's too bad. Damn it.
Yeah, with Nvidia, oh my goodness, Mara. Like Mara's down 9.5%. We're not going to get
9.5.
It's falling like a rock. You basically just had to punch the bottoms. Look, I got wicked out of Intel, and it never got to VWAP when the market went higher. So we're just short right back where we got in. If it's relatively weak, I probably shouldn't have gotten out of that one. I'll acknowledge that. It's showing you weakness. Why not take advantage of it? Got wicked out on the way back in Palantir, but there's the wick out. I made that top. I'll get back in at VWAP and give it to the local high. Nvidia is still, it actually wicked VWAP. Yeah, so that's not going to happen. Wicked VWAP right back underneath. Are we really going to, if we do this dance, I'd still take an 850 break. I just hope we can find a trade better than that before that. Give me a break, Mara.
I can't believe we had Nvidia. Or
right. Mara, I need to get into the Mara short, and I don't want to punch a bottom. I'm just going to sit on the offer in the 60s. If it bounces off the evens, I think we have a chance of getting that one. Mara is falling like a rock. Where is Coinbase? Maybe an even dollar break on Coin.
Oh my God.
218 is the low. That's down 8.5% and still going. Like I just reloaded Palantir. Like the things that are giving you the shorts are not, like the easy ones are the ones that are breaking lows right now. Like you're seeing some of these crypto names absolutely flushing. And remember, we were talking about for IBIT, we're close to that 35 level where I'm looking for a wick bottom. So 35 could come in and would have to break the low for that. If it holds 35 even, let's go to the 15-minute and show you guys what I mean. If it does this again, which is the last time it broke this level, I want the reversal play. But it has to break down and show me just a big wick and then play the reverse. So that's what I'm looking for on IBIT. I'll only do that trade on IBIT. I'm not looking to do the same thing on Mara or Coinbase.
All right. We kind of got short Tesla. Let's see if it works. We're bidding there. Okay, there it is. So we're now in the money on this one. So let's see if this one will want to work for us a little bit. We did make some money back here a little bit. We got it. Okay, now we're making some money back, and by a little bit I mean not a little bit. We're making a decent amount back here as AMD starts to come back in a little bit. We talked about there only being 4 positive traders, and I've screwed that up because we gave up AMD and we went red on that name on that move back up. I really thought I liked that. So we'll see if we can get it back right now as here we go. Break 180 finally and get back down. We are really starting to put some damage back in on AMD now. Sure, it's only 50 cents in the money, but we're taking some bids now on that name as it comes back. Apple went up to the upside one more time. So if this continues to rip up, we do have our target there at 175.25 for Apple. I don't know, man. This day could get a lot worse if some of these names start to rip on us. But here goes Tesla again.
We're not going back down.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm short only. So we'll rate here 170. That's VWAP. We just touched out 170.50. We'll average this into 170. And then honestly, if we lose, we lost going long there on Tesla when my idea is long. So to lose short's really going to suck. So we're going to punch out of this at 170.50. Let's not give this one as much room as maybe we did the others. So right now we're going to watch out for that as Nvidia makes a move back up to 865 again.
Yeah, Nvidia is starting to look strong at this moment. Like it holding VWAP here would be huge, but you're getting a series of higher lows into what looks like a flat top break at 865. It gets back above VWAP. And I'm not getting out of a bunch of shorts, but I'm not aggressively looking for shorts if this breaks 865, and I do want a break of that stock. Let's go to Adara at the desk. We've got some news.
Speaking of NVIDIA, we do have some comments coming out from Jensen Huang right now, CEO, speaking to CNBC, saying apparently that the company's R&D budget for its Blackwell platform was roughly $10 billion. So some comments regarding that big announcement re Blackwell that we got yesterday from Jensen Huang's keynote at the GTC conference. So NVDA continuing to be on watch there, guys.
Yeah, it just won't even crack VWAP. We're back into Meta off of, I'm going to show you the level here on the, not the daily, the 15-minute chart. So there is yesterday's bottom. We missed our long. I'll stop to fail on myself for that. Like I had a bid and wasn't aggressive in terms of, like we're sitting on the bid, but when it got down there, I didn't look to see like, hey, you're not getting filled. Punch in when it goes back above 482. So that was a bit of a miss. But now I like you look at previous support, it just wicked it there at 487.70, and so we're back short in the 486 range. So if it takes a fresh high, we're out. If it holds down here and we curl in the futures, and I think Meta can get back down, maybe not to 481. I think that's a bit of a pipe dream.
Here we go.
But some out in front of 485 and then see how far it can work down from there on Meta.
There we go. We getting jiggy with it yet? All right, here we go. Come on, AMD. We should have reloaded it, but we'll just hold on to this and see how far we can go. We just got some 180s. I'm going to bid down there at 179, like 70. Hopefully we can get that fill. If we break through 180, it's all good right now for that one. Tesla's still battling with it, and then Apple. I mean, we're short Apple right here at this price. So, I mean, hopefully the market will dip off of that VWAP and we'll see. Here we go. We'll see a little bit of a downside push right now. All right. We sort of righted the wrong a little bit with AMD by going short and being in the money 50 cents. But the problem is we only have 30% left, which is why we're waiting for a bigger move down. Like we just shorted that. We were waiting for more shares up here. But again, good position, working. Let's respect it and see what happens right now on that one. As you can see there, I mean, Tesla's got juice, and it's just crazy now that we were initially wanting to go wanting to go long on this name, lost on the long, and now we'll give it back, I guess, again for the short, because the long is working out here for Tesla as we continue to go higher on this name. We're dropping nicely though, man. Apple is really starting to pay out right now, as we'll have to go over there and start to look at this one. Nice trade for me on Apple as we reloaded that. We're still bidding 66 here on Apple. We're making back pretty much everything now on that Apple trade. Tesla's fading back in a little bit. Let's bid something here at 170, take a little bit out. That's our average price, 169.90. Here comes a dip down in. Let's start to take some profits on Tesla because, again, this name was not trading the way we thought it would. Tesla downside. Man, we making money back now, boys and girls. Nice move back down into the downside here as we waited out for this move to happen. Finally taking the 50 period. Let's get out of some Apple. And we're starting to put damage on the board here, Neil. Nice move downside on Tesla as that gets us back into the money. 60 cents in the money on Tesla. Now $1. This is the damage that's happening. Now $1.25 in the money on AMD. And 40 cents for Apple is what we're looking for here on AAPL. Man, that was a sweat job.
Yeah, I mean, the market's been basically a sweat job unless you essentially were just holding from the open like those shorts. Some of the longs out the bottom were pretty precipitous. If you make a mistake getting out of a stock at a bad price and you get the opportunity to get back in, it makes sense to do so. Because I'll tell you right now, I trailed out of Intel and it could have been a big sucker's move, but we got back in at exactly the same price that we had got out on. And it's making fresh lows. This stock stinks right now, and it stinks something awful. Meta, okay, Meta's flat. Mara is on Mara right now. It's like, yeah, Meta, Mara. They both begin with an M. That's close enough, right? Why not? We're both in them. 17.5 is the low. I'm going to get a bid out in front of that. And then remember, you have a flat bottom here at 17.15. That's the low from 2 days ago. So before it gets to the evens, want to make sure we're taking profit. Palantir is staying in the pocket here on that reload. It's still above VWAP. Hey, if that makes a fresh high, that's holding VWAP as everything else started to come back down. So Mara working, Meta flat, Intel working to the downside. Nvidia, if you're tracking, did not make a break. So it's still, like, this is a very much inside-ish type of day on, as much as $15 can feel that way on Nvidia. So no 850 break, no 865 breakout to the upside. That's good for the shorts. Remember I said if 865 went, I'd seriously consider how much I wanted to be shorting the market. It didn't go, so we're still short. So for now, that's looking good. I'm not going to look at Coinbase again because I'm just going to get some FOMO. And then Mara, if it bounces off that low, we'll take some out. It did not get to $18 here. I have a lot of dark pool wicks. It held the pre-market low there on Mara, 17.88.
All right, we're now $1.50 in the money right now as we got some diamond hands now on AMD finally, so good trade there. And look, I haven't done this in a minute, so let's do it right now. Hit the like and the damn subscribe. I mean, right now, 875 likes with over 7,400 watching. Hit the like button. I want to look back at this and see like 1,500. Like, let's double this up immediately. Why? You might say, well, because we're here every single day. We've got so many different, you can look at this on your iPhone. You could do it the other way. There's portrait mode. There's Twitch. There's Rumble. There's not Rumble. There's Instagram stories. We're everywhere right now, and man, are we feeling it right now. Let's go. Boom. Nice little move to the downside right now for Apple. Apple just gets us those 59s. Nice play for Apple as we sit there, and man, we ain't going nowhere. We told you about that. If we write something down on the sticky note, that's what we're taking. Nice move right now. AMD starting to go to the downside right now as we start to spin down. 178.50. Let's go, man. Big trade. Another $2 in the money right now for AMD on a reloaded position. We're still here, baby. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and look at that. Thank you so much, man. We're staying late for everybody, man. We're doing the midday lesson there with Neil, Market Madness midday lessons. We've got this show going, 1.2. Thank you so much for that. And we got the recap show going. We've got the podcast going. We've got everything, man. I'm not staying late for no damn reason. It's for everybody. Thank you for the like and the subscribe. And thank you to Adara, who always works so damn hard. But this is $2.50 in the money. Adara, you may not like hot dogs, but the market does. There's a fill down there at 178, man. We put that in there, wondering if we're going to get it. Answer, yes. $2 in the money on a reloaded position that we put on 10 minutes ago. Kill him with kindness, Miss Adara.
IWM forming a little bit of a wedge here, finding a bit of support at that earlier area of resistance, but not too much happening right now for the Russell 2000, slightly down on the day. Lots of small cap runners to talk about today, though, including Syngin, CYN. This one up 20% on a story of a collaboration or deployment with Rivian. This is a self-driving company working with Rivian, so nice look here for CYN. We also have SC Works, WORX. No catalyst on this one, but lots of social media attention, and it does have a float of just over 1 million shares, market cap of 2.28 million. So very small float here for WORX, up over 100% right now, guys. And last but not least, International Paper, IP is the ticker for this one, announcing a new CEO for the company. So nice look up, just about 9% to the upside here for IP.
We don't give investment advice in the show. We're just traders. But if it's not Dunder Mifflin, then I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, they have the best prices.
Thanks, no thanks. It was International Paper. Is that what that was? Yeah. So thanks, but no thanks, International Paper. I said this, and I'm rethinking whether I actually want to go long on Intel. But I did say if it got to $41, this time I would look for the long. And today it doesn't. Oh my goodness. We'll see. It's going to get to 41. It seems like. But there was just a big buyer at 41.5 that did this. So there's your wick down. 41.5 came in and trailed me out. So we shorted at 42.20. We reloaded it when it couldn't get VWAP. We're now out there. Meta's starting to roll back over through VWAP. We got some VWAP. That's like a That's now 4 consecutive holds at 485.5. We're short 486.5. I think if it breaks, it's got room to head to the downside. Mara, as you know, has been tanking. You've been watching it, trying to break 17.5 here. There's a big level at 17.5, and it goes short sell restricted in a few pennies. So I am geared to maybe punch some out if it makes another test of this low without actually holding 10% into the downside. So we're able to get that Intel. We'll power that one up. All the chip names, save Nvidia, have been really breaking down. Nvidia still hasn't broken $850. But that's the good thing with a breakdown trade. You know what? I don't have to be in Nvidia. Apparently, I don't have to be in Nvidia today. But it is underneath 855, or at least it was 2 seconds ago. So under 855, my order goes back in for the breakdown. It's that simple. Because once it's close, I want to be ready. But the shorts are paying off here, and the one we never got, of course, has been Nvidia. Coinbase, if you like it, that's also at the low of the day. I just happened to find a setup in Mara, that's all.
Yeah, I mean,
Coinbase is down almost 10%.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Coinbase and what kind of, I thought that was fraudulent move all the way to the upside on Coinbase. So we did talk a little bit about that, but again, you know, you gotta be in it to comment on it, I guess. All right, so there we go. Apple. The fact is, we talked. The reason why I say that is like we talked about wanting Coinbase, but it just never got to those levels.
Oh,
so it's
really?
well. I got to 228. Yeah, we were looking at 234. So got within a couple bucks. But yeah, no, nice fade on VWAP to the downside. We've already sort of talked about that. As Bitcoin's now at 62.5. Man, not a great opportunity there for many crypto heads today, that's for sure. We did get short Tesla more down here. We're now 20 cents in the money. Let's just take a bid there for Tesla. I was bidding 25s. Okay, there it is. So we get that fill as it comes back down for this name. We're just going to hold on to all the shorts, man. We've got a reloaded position here. Okay, well, now that we've reloaded this, we'll take a bid out on Apple. If we can get a 74, let's just punch out and get some 76s there. All right, now let's cancel our 74 and bid a little bit lower. Let's bid 70 flat on this, and then we're in the 60s, then we're in the 50s, and then hopefully we're a heck of a lot lower. But we need a market to flush down. I don't think we have really any economic numbers coming our way, so not too much to look forward to right now on the day other than just the market doing its own thing. And right now, I don't know, shout out to anybody in the chat that's maybe sitting on their hands right now because I don't know, we were looking at 18,000 before, and then yesterday we had 18.3 up here as being somewhat key, and right now you're at 18.1. So you're really in the middle now of everything. You're in the middle of the range today. You're under VWAP, but above the 50-period moving average. It's not like, for me anyways, it's not a recipe for success unless you're still trading like the same names that you've been trading. So like in AMD, we know the plan of action here. It's a short. We've talked about how disgusting these chip names have been and how people are sleeping on the fact that these names are really getting hit now. Shout out to Kyle. Shout out to some of you in the chat that have been noticing this, man. There's been a nice downside push. I mean, even in a strong name like Meta, you know, like, look, you think this is holding up? It still has a 525 high and you're down to 485. So that's still 40 bucks off the top of 500. So you're still down that 7-8% right now on that name as well. And here we go. Let's see how low we can get on Tesla now. We do have that short back in here at 170.50, and we do have a bid at 169.50. So let's see if we can get a bid down here right now. And hey, let's just take that right now and face slap ourselves out a little bit on a Tesla short, starting to work out. AMD's $2, but you know what's not happening? Apple. Apple seems strong up here right now.
Microsoft is strong.
Yeah, so some of these index names are strong.
Meta's starting to look strong as well. Okay. It might break that 488. Here we go. Someone just asked, are there any longs out there? Well, Meta could be a flat top break at 48. That's where my stop is. I'm short right here at 87 quarters. And that was a reload that we just got. I just feel Microsoft is stronger than Meta. So I'd rather be like the stock that's been long the whole way. I'd rather be looking at that one if I'm taking a breakout at 420. Is 420. I said 420 like right away at the open. It got to 419.69, oddly enough. So 420 and then 419.69. You don't make these stuff up. Those are the actual levels on this stock. So I'm going to get a stop order for a breakout trade on Softy breaking that top. If it takes out yesterday's high, I want to already be in that bad boy. Mara is probably going to bounce from here. It got to that 1740 level. So it's on a bit of a bounce. I don't know if it's a VWAP retracement that we're looking at. We'll play it by ear. If it pops back into VWAP, then we'll take that one back into the short. Palantir, after that initial short, it's just holding on to VWAP. We shorted it, got stopped on the way back. We shorted it again, just missed the bid, and it's trying to stop out the high. Fresh high, we jump out of that trade. I don't want to be fighting Palantir too much. Nvidia, yeah, we'll let you guys know where it goes if it breaks that 850 or the 865. I think Microsoft is a much better bet at this point for a break.
All right. What's up, Kevin Mendoza? You guys want bangers? I mean, this is now $1.30 in the money on Tesla. We're now $3 in the money on AMD, and we'll just wait to see what happens with Apple. I'm just going to sit in these shorts. Like, honestly, I don't have too much else. AMD not working, says Trade Forever. You must be long. I apologize, because the short is now $2.50 in the money. And then Snow. So you talked about Snowflake and AMD, and Snowflake, I told you this is probably. I was looking at this. I do want to buy this name. I want to buy some more Snowflake. I'm not in Snowflake now. We were in it early when we sort of bought Palantir. We had a beautiful run up for Snowflake. We're out of it way before here. We're out of this like a year and plus ago. I'm not even gonna look at the chart because it doesn't matter for now. But let's just go back to what we're trading. All right, nice move down here. And again, we have to take profit when profit lies. We've talked about, being a little bit of a rough day here today. So it's not been a rough day, but at the same time, I just feel like some of these names aren't doing what I thought they would do, and whenever that happens, I don't get happy. But here goes Apple, nice move to the downside. We're 30 cents in the money on Apple, we're $2.50 on AMD, and we're a buck and change on Tesla. I do have a bid on Tesla, 168.60, so I think we can break here on this name. And this is what I mean about not being super happy with everything, because we were long Tesla, lost, and we were short and lost there. We're making the back on the short. We're actually making more money now back than we lost, obviously, as we're multiples in the money here. But maybe we're bouncing off 169. All right, let me put a bid down here, take a fill, and cancel our 168. If we could take a buck 40 right now and get this fill down here, then we should just do that. There it is. We're bidding. There it is. Let's go, man. Let's face slap it out again. That's for you, Mr. Mendoza. There it is right now. $1.40 Tesla.
Mendoza.
The Mendoza line. We do now have $3 in the money right now on AMD. So there it is, man. We're finally starting to print some cash now here today. Did you?
That was Simpsons. That's.
I don't know enough.
It's what's the big guy with the movies? He's like their Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonator or whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. Meta. Look, I had to respect VWAP here. We're gonna go to Darren in a second, but we shorted it again off 488. Let it get to that high and shorted it right in front of the top. But look at the higher lows. So you got to take. You don't have to, but if I see higher lows, then that's trending up when I'm going short. So you take that profit before it gets to our target underneath 486. Now, if it runs the high, we've grabbed some out. Mara's still looking okay, but it's 10:30. Let's see what's going on in crypto.
Yeah.
Hopefully still tanking.
Interesting update here. This report coming from Markets Insider saying that all of the crypto fund flows that we've seen so far this year have surpassed that of the entirety of 2021, which is one of the peak eras for the pandemic bull run for crypto. So interesting look here for those surpassing the previous level at 13.2 billion according to CoinShares data. This was as of yesterday. So nice look here and showing the strength of the Bitcoin phenomena this year so far, although right now Bitcoin very much to the downside, just above that 62,000 area, falling quite steadily off of that 68,000 area we were holding up pretty well at yesterday. Currently here around 62.7 for Bitcoin, down about 6.5% on Binance. Ethereum down about 10%, hanging out at that 3,200 level, just above that. Lots of weakness across the board here for these cryptocurrencies. Solana down 12%, below 200 again. Cardano down 7%. Avalanche down 7%. Dogecoin down about 10%. So weakness across the board here for these cryptocurrencies. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Adara, like I thought we had this idea, like if Cardano's down, we skip it. We've talked
Don't
about
just
this.
ignore it.
Right.
Well, you
so-
shouldn't do
All
that.
right. So yeah.
Shouldn't do that.
So she made a mistake about Cardano. It's not. No, it's down 7%. We'll have to watch out. I mean, some of these names continue to get beat up. We've talked about that, man. I've unstaked more Solana. We'd like to get some of this out below 200. Yeah, you're getting cracked big time. Solana was just up yesterday. We talked about that. What was it, 220 or something yesterday or over the weekend? We really got going on this one, and so there it is right there. Oh, here, let's go to a 7-day chart just to see what that high was. 210, sorry. So we got to 210, a huge pullback into 170, and by huge I mean we're giving back 3 days. Let's see what happens here on some of these crypto pullbacks. And you know what? You're going to get rinsed on some of these plays. You can't celebrate the upside without taking some money out. And that's what we've done there.
True.
We've talked about that, and we're doing that right now on all of the stuff that we're trading.
If you never actually sell something, you don't actually make any money on it unless it pays you a dividend.
Right.
It is what it is.
Which is why, actually, we talked about this before, which is why I staked. I mean, I got 5 free SOL just by staking. So 5 times 200, it's $1,000 just by sitting it there. That's a dividend.
Yeah, staking is a dividend, yeah.
I mean, it's not really, but it's paying like it. So
Effectively, it's the same
just
principle.
Yep. Yeah, you can't treat it like tax because you're going to have to keep it as capital gains. But tax man cometh always. So deal with that your damn self. All right. So 174.60 right there. I am very scared of doing my taxes. I don't even want to do them. But here we go. Apple's making that move back up. We did get out. It's just, and I just tweeted it out. Like Apple, we did have it as a 175 short. It's been giving you the 175 short, but it's not giving you anything else. That's the problem. It's like it's not dipping in. It's dipping into 60s and everything like that. But this is how I lose. I already know how I lose. It's like I wait for a bigger move that doesn't happen, and then once it goes to the upside, then I'm getting out of everything, right? So not a good trade there if that's your strategy, and it's not really paying off right now, Apple. So we need this to dip in. I do have some more bids. We're bidding some 65s again, then some 55s. Let's see what happens here with Apple. I'm still in the trade, and I still like it, and I'll short more. But for now, we got to wait for Apple to do something. What's up, A?
Kohl's, KSS, looking really nice this morning, just breaking out of that previous area of resistance, announcing increase to their home section by about 40%. It is worth noting, though, with KSS, there is a 25% short float, so that could be the real story here. Keep an eye on Kohl's, guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously watch out with a lot of the retailish type of names because of that. When you have sympathy going to the upside, firms that might be short, like a swath of retail names, if too many of them start to go, you get squeezes. Mara, look at this wipeout bottom candle. We're able to get a 1740 bid. Remember, this is SSR. So it went 10% down. This was essentially like an SSR bounce. So if it breaks this lower high at 1775, I'm out. And I'll hunt for another trade just because it went short sell restricted. That's the entire reason that I'd be jumping out of that trade. Look at VWAP holding on Meta. I think, all right.
I think I can.
I should always, it's like execute first. Maybe need to cross the spread a little bit there. So I'm getting out of Mara. Now the reason why is we've reclaimed 18.1, Meta. We've reclaimed 18.1 after a successive higher lows. I think getting back into the short off 488 or simply looking for the short elsewhere is going to make some sense. The other thing that is happening is Nvidia screaming to the upside. So I might end up being wrong about that, but I'd rather take that money, put it into the pocket, and if we get trapped in a reversal short, like I can short Intel again, I'm in Palantir, I'm still in Mar, which I liked better than Meta anyways. And of course, as I say that, Nvidia goes to force 864. Oh, I actually did. I had this breaking 865, but I got some dark pool wicks in there, so I don't know how much I trust that. It could not have broken 865, could it? I guess it did, and like 866 was a high. So it was breaking that top, and I said I wanted to cover some shorts. I was able to get profits on Meta when Nvidia made that move, but that might have been the wrong call, because Nvidia is right back underneath 865. Oh my goodness, that stock. Oh, by the way, Intel, still making fresh lows. This is screaming, if it gets to VWAP, just try to take a retrace, the way this is trending into the downside. This is a lot. It's only down 2.8%, but the trend of it is just so clean. What a dog that thing is.
All right. I'm going to
go
try to short Nvidia at 868. I mean, we just stopped there. Basically, that was 866. This high right here is 869. I just kind of want to short into here against 870. So let's just wait to see if I mean, it's tanking. It's not, sorry.
What's that high?
Which one?
No, the lower high. I can't tell.
I don't know. The lower high, this?
That one, yeah.
Yeah, 6630, 6650. Okay, so that's something there. Yeah, I'm going to try to go short into 868, which is just, I mean, we could go 869. I want to give this to 870 break. Maybe that's 870.50 right there. So let me just change that a little bit here. 870.51. If it does pop into that, we'll get out. Okay, so we talked about what's going to happen to Apple. Look, Apple just popped huge through 175. So we're going to get out here if it does take this out. 175.31. It looks like it's trying to go higher. We talked about this as being our stop from the whole time. So we're going to take a 30-cent hit here. We could only get 30 cents maximum on the downside. So here it comes. You know, again, I kind of feel, I don't really feel any ways about it because we had talked about this name not really doing anything and on a move higher. This is not surprising me at all. It's just we probably should have flipped over to the long when we realized this. So that's okay. All right, Tesla, we did take out profit on Tesla. We're back in it right now. So 171. Let's see what happens with Tesla. We're short right now at 170.70. And this is what I mean about this day not being great. It's like trades will go in the money for us multiple dollars and then it'll just come right back up. So be careful here. And I guess we're about to get short into Nvidia in a minute maybe because 864.
That's a big maybe.
So that's still going down. So Apple going higher, Tesla going higher, Nvidia going lower. Go figure.
Yeah, it doesn't have to make sense, especially with Nvidia today, but it just, your trades have to make dollars for a really bad pun. I had to clean up some orders, I just realized. I just really got to clean up some orders. I had some AMD way out of the market. Mara, before we go to sector watch just very quickly, Mara did take out that local high, so I'm getting out of this because of the SSR bounce. It went 10% down, and then this is the bounce. Usually that, if it gets to VWAP, that's 18. I might look for a reshort there. Let's go to Adara now. It is sector watch time.
Just be aware right now, CNBC talking about DIS, Disney, with regards to that backing from George Lucas, the single largest individual shareholder of the company, over the Nelson Peltz and Trian proxy fight. So just a note there on Disney. Disney and the consumer service sector pretty flat along with a lot of the sectors today. Health technology, finance, retail trade a little bit stronger. Home Depot did get an upgrade today, so a little bit of strength in that area, as did Lowe's. Retail trade a little bit stronger here. Utilities, energy, minerals, and health services all have quite a few green names, as does consumer non-durables, but definitely a lot of weaker or flat sectors here as well. Commercial services pretty flat. Consumer durables, Tesla leading this one a bit to the downside here. And of course, we do have our tech-related sectors. Some weakness here in tech services, but electronic technology, absolutely worth discussing. Nvidia, Intel, and AMD leading all of these chip names to the downside. We do have that GTC conference for Nvidia on watch all week, so this sector definitely will continue to be in discussion, guys.
Thank you very much there, Dare. Oh, Softy so close to that 420, but these breaks have not been happening just yet. If there's any, this market is now screaming. Intel can't even go more than 10 cents up. You got to be kidding me.
The chip names are the ones getting beat up here.
It is 100%. Oh my goodness.
You got stopped out of Apple.
ARM. We totally forgot about ARM's at VWAP as well. So if Intel's not getting to VWAP, ARM is stair-step down, and that is at VWAP. And I haven't even looked at ARM today, but down 5% because it's a chip name.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, probably it's, whatever. It's a lot of things that are down that are not chip names, but stair step to the downside. I was looking for VWAP or traces. That's 123.5. So we've been shorting this one. We did this yesterday on ARM. I don't know why I didn't look at it already today. See that move? Once it failed a break early and then trended down later in the afternoon, it's a couple of times off VWAP into some lows. Well, one fail off VWAP. If it does it a second time, then great. The market is looking like it wants to press higher. Anything that's putting in lower highs, I think is good for the short because it's showing you it's still within that trend. Nvidia is not setting up even dollar breakouts. So I haven't taken a single trade on this stock. But 870 long. That's so stupid because if you had just gone long off the 850 level, but it is what it is. I mean, it's a flat top break if it breaks 870, but it's a breakout trade. Like, it breaks that, I'm getting in, and it better work right away. Otherwise, you know what? Like, I'm getting out of Dodge very quickly. So it's got to be an 870 break. That's yesterday's low. If it gets back through there, I'll look for the scalp trade. That's my style. I scalp breakout trades, look for those $5 moves. First push, then the $5 mark, and in this particular case, if it gets to 890, that's a hard out in front of 890. But it has to break 870 first. There hasn't been a single breakout trade or breakdown trade for me yet in this stock. As crazy as Nvidia's been.
Yeah, we're in Nvidia right now, and it's not doing a whole heck of a lot, but we talked about taking that 68 short. And here it goes, man. We are going to get out if it breaks above 870, as Neil was just mentioning here. Worth the shot, $2. We just put a bid down there at 866. Let's see if it fades out again. We were short at 868 flat, but this name is moving multiple dollars at a time, so you got to give it a little bit of room. We talked about where our stop is here on Nvidia, so let's let it breathe just a little bit. All right, so we talked about the fail, so let's do that again right there, because Apple took out that eye. Look, we got out. I don't know. You know, now it's come back in. What are you supposed to do? All right, Tesla. We're short Tesla right now, but just right here, off of 171. We're bidding some low targets here. We're just bidding one at 70, 170, 70. Our out's 171.50. Looks like that could get tested here as the market takes VWAP and starts to go back up to the upside. So, yeah, we're in a bunch of shorts here as the market now finally taking VWAP. The reason why we're in these shorts, we just thought the market could fade off of here. Remember how I said about 30 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago that, you know, credit to anybody that's probably sitting on their hands? Not a bad strategy here as the market tries to figure itself out. So, it's 10:44. There's going to be lots of trading available today, man. I mean, the volume's not dying on Nvidia. The volume's not dying on Tesla or Apple or anywhere like that. So here we go. Let's see what happens with Nvidia trying to break back down below now.
So BTC's making a move up, but
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
look, you saw the way those things fell. I'm not in a rush to short those on the way back up. I'm talking about like Mara and Coinbase or any of that stuff. I think you give it a little bit of more room to calm down. Like the open trades have already happened. Microsoft broke the 420 level, so there's your local high in there, 419.5. Like to me, that working right away. I want to break out at this time of day to work right away. It's not 9:30. This is like almost 11 o'clock. So I'm only giving it that 50 cents. On an open trade, a little bit different. You're taking highs at 11 o'clock, which is just a different beast. But if Coinbase gets to VWAP, I'll stop saying when. Maybe it can't even get there. I'm looking for that curl off VWAP. Mara, the only difference between these and like Bitcoin is you have to work off of the SSR fact as well. So these are short sell restricted. You can get better bounces off of those, but as they get back into VWAP, I'm still looking to fade them. Intel doesn't want to even sniff VWAP all morning. Although, okay, that's not true. Like it's kind of gone close, but it just tagged 74s. I just reshorted that at 69s because why not? And it was in front of 70. It's like the third time I've had a price of 69 today. So I'm shorting back into Intel on VWAP. It's just the same trade that we've done. This is now the third time on the same pattern for Intel. If it loses, eventually it was going to have to make some kind of a move up, you'd think.
All right, we took $1 on Nvidia of a third of it. We were going to wait for 866, but it's just bouncing around right now. So we'll take out $1 there, and then we'll just wait for lower. I mean, let's hope it gets lower for us. I mean, we still have that 870 break. If it breaks, we'll be down a little bit because we'll lose $2 on 2/3, but make $1 on a third. So the math is going to work out not in our favor if it does break above 870. My next bid is down here at 860. So let's see if we get going. Actually, now that I see it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out once it gets down there. But there it is. It's now $2 in the money. We'll see if we can have some diamond hands on Nvidia as it's trying to work its way back down. Here it goes. Let's see if it takes 866. So looks like it wants to. There you go. You could get the bid right now if you wanted. It's pushing that bid at 866.10. So that was a trade that we were normally waiting for, but we did cash it out $1 earlier. Let's see if we could fade even lower here on Nvidia. So that's going to be a trade for us. And I just think that you should, no matter what, make sure you're watching the Midday show. They're going to be trading Nvidia and Tesla and all that. What's the topic today? Today we're talking about support and resistance pullbacks from Sharif. So that should be fun. Pay attention to that. So right now, the only shorts we have on are AMD and Nvidia. That's it. Tesla does break a little bit higher there. We get out, but basically for flat, it does touch as high as 171.50. We got out on like a 171 break, so that's where we were short. Let's see if we can maybe get back into the short. But we've already got short Nvidia, and I like that trade. We're short Nvidia and we're short AMD. The shorts might not be that great. You're above VWAP right now, and if we could take this level, man, we got to try to find some longs. The one only
Why didn't I flip Meta?
We were only long one time here today. The only trade that we thought about going long was right here, and Amazon's kind of just been a flat. We were able to get a little bit before it broke higher, but right now Amazon, maybe a break of 175.50 or so could get that going. That's 175.60, so you know that could be a long if you're looking for it, but right now we're back in the money, $1 on AMD, sorry, $2 on AMD and $1 in Nvidia, but looking for these names to break lower. I'm happy just sitting here in them, guys.
Yeah, I didn't reverse on Meta. I had to ask myself when it goes like this, like that flat top break was pretty much like a clean dollar win. We got away from this because of what, honestly, like Nvidia was taking 865 in that moment. I'm like, okay, if Nvidia's breaking that level, I don't want to be fighting anything short. So we just got out in front of VWAP and look at it hold. Every single time I was covering short for a win, that was actually a really good place to be buying the dip. On Meta. Nvidia, if it takes it, I'll still take an 870 break, but it has to break 870. Microsoft is still hanging out at that top after breaking the high, just barely. If it takes out the high, yesterday's top is 470.70. That's a good force, or 420.70. Don't know why I don't have an order there. Usually I put one in front of that resistance spot. I'm not stopped out of Microsoft. I was saying my stop is down here. That local bottom was like 419.50. I'm just underneath that for a stop level. Someone said the bids are stacked on Tesla.
Yeah.
You know, Tesla, I said I wanted above 72s for a long. I didn't even realize it got up here back to 71. So if this is breaking 72s and holding a bit over there, like that, I like that long, but it's going to be Nvidia right now at that 870 level. So every single time I have stared at a breakout or breakdown on Nvidia today, it has been the absolute perfect time to go in the other direction. There has not been a single break of the key levels that I wanted. And that's 850 like thrice. Will it be 870 as well as we go to, there it broke.
Yeah, Nvidia finally broke.
All right, come on, actually do something. It's not going the first dollar. Usually it goes that first dollar very quickly. Okay, never mind. It did.
It went a dollar.
That was a bit of a slow fill. I did get 71.70 there. So it did go $1.50 right away. If it gets to 8.75, to me that's the next level up. But that's not as good a break as we've seen before on Nvidia. The last 2 days, when I've been taking breaks on Nvidia, like it would already be at 72, 73, not retesting back underneath 870. So I'm going to tighten this to 50s on my stop and not give it all the way back down. I just feel like that's not nearly as strong as it's been before. So, you know, I'm not believing that long as much as I've liked some of the other ones before. We were able to get that $1.50, but then took out the rest for like a 50-cent hit. Like the last 4 or 5 times I've been long that stock on a breakout like that, like when it gives you the $1.50, it's not pulling back underneath. Like that second or third test, it's like right back and snapping up, and it's not even holding the 870. So I might look to find something that I can reload for a short, which I think is going to be Intel at VWAP as we go to Money Talks.
Another day of upside for the DXY here. Actually, pretty strong movement here. We had this wick up into 104, currently trading just below it around 103.90. We did get some economic data earlier today with regards to housing. Housing starts for February higher than expected, 1.521 million versus 1.43 million expected. Building permits for February also coming in a bit higher than expected, so 1.518 million versus 1.5 million expected. Building permits month over month up about 1.9%. So nice look across the board for these housing numbers. But of course, the big economic data that we're looking for is coming tomorrow at 2 p.m. with that Fed rate decision. The Fed began their policy meeting today. Then tomorrow at 2 p.m. we will get the decision and some comments from Fed Chair Powell after the decision comes out. So definitely stay tuned for that data. And then Thursday and Friday, a little bit of Fed speak as well. So definitely more data coming down the pipeline for the DXY. We also have the JPY to the USD relationship up here. This one was mentioned earlier as well. But JPY very much to the downside for the USD after the Bank of Japan announced its first rate hike in 17 years. So Big move down here for the JPY on that news, guys.
Oh, man. I mean, how frustrating is that? Both of us will be negative on Nvidia for different reasons. Like, I'm short, he's long, basically at the same price, and we both lose. That's how tough it is.
Mine's a flat trade.
No, but I mean, we're P&L both negative
but
on it. It's still, I mean, mine's pretty much flat as well, but it's still a negative trade there on Nvidia. That's so crazy that we can both have the same opposite prices and not make money on them. Okay, there it goes. And now, of course, it tanks, like as if. That's just frustrating. It's why we're still sort of holding on to AMD. This name has been so much easier to trade. Not historically, I don't think. I mean, I'm up way more on AMD in my lifetime than Nvidia. But I mean, that's frustrating because look what's happening now. We had a good position short, literally at 870, man. And there it is, 867. So again, you know, ifs and buts, candies and nuts, but nice move downside right there for that name. Frustrating, needless to say, on that name.
I gotta admit, like I'm actually not frustrated there because yesterday I took a similar breakout on Nvidia and the amount was the same amount of shares and the amount I'm down is 1/10 of what I made yesterday, but that's only because it immediately didn't look as strong. If I had kept the risk as it was before, then I would have given back like a third to 40% of that breakout.
Yeah.
But like it flat out did not look good. If you were watching the bid above 870, it just didn't look good. Like usually when this stock is screaming through a breakout level, like you know Nvidia is tearing it up. You can just see it, like the tape is like every single dip, it's like the tape just levitates 50 cents every time it moves down a little bit. That was not happening there on Nvidia. So I got away from it. I'm still in Microsoft. That's very slowly grinding higher. I mean, that is a slow grind off of a breakout on Microsoft. So the first dollar is literally almost painful to watch there. We only have 5 minutes before we go to the midday learning to trade, but I do want to come back over to some crypto names because Mara didn't quite get to VWAP. We like a VWAP chase. Not liked, I still do like it, but it didn't quite get to that $18 level. I wanted this to press a little bit harder into this level before I got short. You're not always going to get a gift of a wick like this to get into a short trade. Sometimes you just gotta have to sit on the offer in a consolidation level. So that's what I'm gonna do in front of VWAP here. Start at the 80s and see if we can't work our way back into that one. So Microsoft going up. I'm preferring Mara over Coinbase, but I don't think these charts look almost identical at this point, so I think you can work in any one of those two. Oh yeah, Tesla. Before we leave you guys, 172 on Tesla. If the market takes out highs, when Softy's going, I would suspect maybe Amazon's still strong. So if you take out these, they're not really the overnight highs. We'll call it the opening range top, 18.15. If we get there and we're breaking 172s on Tesla, I'm taking that long on Tesla. But for now, the only long I've got after getting out of Nvidia, as you can see, Nvidia's still underneath 870. So whatever.
Yeah, it's a good.
Like Microsoft is strong. Amazon, I'm double checking on that one. Okay, that's not breaking highs. What else is taking out the tops right now? Probably Meta. Nope, Meta's not taking out the highs either. So what is pressing the highs other than Microsoft? I'm not seeing it out of the big cap tech names. Meta, I'd like VWAP here because look how gorgeous VWAP has been for longs, even though I was just covering shorts into it.
Yeah, I'm checking right now. Roblox is high. Some of the energy names are high.
Didn't that tank 7.5% yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, I didn't even find out why. It's up 1% today. Amazon's at 175.20. But I was thinking about just going Microsoft long, to be honest with you. I mean, but we don't need to do anything. Like, I just keep saying this. It's like, I know we're breaking here. I almost feel like shorting this. We're down on the day, but we're above VWAP. I'm still mad about that Nvidia because that could have just turned the whole day around there if we just didn't get out at 870, but it did break. All right, we're $2 in the money here for AMD, so at least that's still holding out hope for that one. And we're just gonna wait. Oh, let's check out Alibaba. That was another trade that we had down to 72 bucks. Didn't get there, not even close, man. 72.80 for that one. So we'll figure out on that. Maybe we could short the NASDAQ if we really wanted to. Short the Qs or the triple Qs. Or TQ we could go with as well. Microsoft short 421 doesn't look horrible. That was the high that was the high yesterday. Okay, now we're starting to, damn you, Nvidia, honestly. This is why we talk about 870, that's okay. There's the break on Nvidia. Now you're down to 865. Remember we were bidding 866? So that's the risk to reward that I'm talking about. We'll lose $1, try to get 5, but there's the play down. I hope you guys held it. We did not. So with that kind of talk, I don't have anything. We also don't have lunch today yet. I don't have that out. So
there is lunch. We just don't have, we don't know what it is.
there's lunch every day. Yeah, I don't have we do not have this today. If I get it within the next couple minutes, we'll run that for you. You're welcome, Ryan, man. It was a great show, that's for sure. But unfortunately, we're just in a $3 winner with AMD, and we don't have the big guy. We should have this. We don't. It's Nvidia. What can you do? We should have also shorted Rivian, by the way, when we were talking about it, up there at 1150. Went right back into that pre-market level. Not 1150, this level here, 1125, into that level of 1135. I guess it wasn't 1150. 1150 is that pre-market high.
But this could still be a breakdown.
Right there was good, man. And then $3 in the money for AMD. So, yeah, join us back here. Hopefully a few more winners than right now, and hopefully we can do that. But it's going to be a good day, but just not a great day. We'll end the day red, you know, and not a trophy day here. We'll see if we can lift it in the afternoon. But yeah, not too great for me today on all of that. But hey, we can still make it back. We're still in the pocket for our average day here, like I said. So not too bad. What happened to shorting the pops?
Depends on the stock.
We tried, man. We tried to short Apple. We tried to short Nvidia. I mean, look, we shorted the Nvidia pop. We just got stopped. So, unfortunately, Kyle, you know, we can win a lot, and we're still fine. But we're not going to win all the time. But we'll be back. We'll be back.
Best shirt, dots or lines?
What am I wearing? Dots?
It's because
lines.
we're wearing the same color shirt, and okay, that's what it is. Well, so what am I supposed?
I voted lines.
Oh, you did? I'm voting for dots then.
There
I
you
was
go.
going to vote for myself, but then I actually don't. They're both nice shirts. I actually own. It's not that exact shirt, but suffice to say, I'm pretty sure I have a shirt that's almost identical.
Yeah, this one's pretty badass because it also has
almost
like
identical to that.
cuff stuff, so you can do like, you know, roll these up, all that kind of stuff. This is a pretty badass shirt.
It's about to hit 11. No, but you can still short pops like Mara VWAP, Coinbase
Oh my God,
VWAP.
Nvidia.
Coinbase almost at VWAP. I've reloaded Intel at VWAP. So I think there's still some things which are trending back into the downside, but other things just broke out some highs in there. So look, it's going to be a fun one. It's day one. The Fed meeting is 2 days long. Obviously, you're going to get the decision tomorrow, but the Nvidia event is giving you volatility. Crypto is giving you volatility, and we're going to get a lesson on some. I think it's essentially it's like dip buying, I guess, in some ways. But get your learn on with Sharif and Adara and some trades as well. I'm going to make a guess that maybe one of those small caps that we haven't talked about at all this morning will be on tap for you in the midday with Sharif.
And you would be right, Neil. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif, and we're gonna wait for everyone to migrate on over from the other stream. And today, Adara, I do have the chat loaded up, so we'll be able to do the show. We already have Chase Bands, and we got one of the OGs in the chat, the Crazy Stitch Lady. We got Mark Sniper. We even have Adara in the chat, believe it or not. Hold my beer. Yes, I see you, Bob Dub. You are number 5. We got Charon. We got Hamster. Hold my beer again. Sofa Monster. I see you, sir. Gary B. Pillsbury. Xing. Tanner Braun. We got Sebastian. Matt Huggins. Mateus Lane. Big Kyle Burdett. He likes your outfit, by the way.
Thank you.
Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Alvin. Ronaldo. ND Trade. Sam Chung. We got Aryan. We got Kanye East. Dan, the man, Emmons, putting his levels there for the future in the chat. Check that out. We got Adam DeLuce. We got Ragu. We got Naps. Jonathan Can I? Sorry, hope I didn't mean to butcher your name. We got Ryan, Bright Awakening, Henry Chung. We got the Gauntlet. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine Tuesday?
Not too bad, not too bad. I got better sleep, and we're involved in some trades. We'll be talking about that, but I do see a whole lot of lines, and someone was very proud of herself for having drawn the correct lines. And so you were bang on with some of the charting today.
Thank you. Yeah, I drew these. Sometimes what I'll do is right before I go in the big desk, I'll get my P-Pro 8 open, and then if I see any charts I like on my side chart, I will start drawing lines on them and see how they go when we leave the pre-market. Actually, these Nvidia lines are not that off. We had, this is just kind of that earlier area that we had a little bit of a trough at 877, but some of these later ones ended up really coming to fruition. We had a little bit of a dance there at 866 around when we had that fall where Sean was cursing Nvidia's name, which honestly pretty relatable. Sharif and I were both saying that as well.
Yeah.
Then we have this other line that ends up kind of being around where the 9 EMA is at 865. So obviously they're not all usable or perfect, but they kind of give me some levels, and I'm pretty pleased as punch that these levels from the pre-market from before 9:30 ended up mostly coming to fruition or being of some value to me as we head into the market. No trades as of yet, just seeing what's out there. Gonna probably be visiting the Cybertruck, see how that one's going.
Yeah.
What about you? What are you looking at?
I'm in Apple right now, long 94s. It's like the fourth trade on Apple. Most of them have been profitable, but excuse me, I don't know what's going on in my voice, but we're obviously getting some sort of resistance at whole dollar level right now. I'm talking about 175. Seems to be an issue, hidden seller or an iceberg there, because there's just not enough size on the book to warrant holding up with the amount of volume that's coming in. So we'll pack our patience and see what we get here on AAPL. It's been a decent couple of days after that new collaboration with Google and Apple going to work together to incorporate Gemini, their generative AI, into the next iPhone. We'll have to see what that iteration looks like IRL. But yeah, let's leave that. I've already got my stop in place, and I'm looking here at the 10 EMA on the 5 holding for Apple. That's what prompted me to get into this. And there's also a hammer candle that dipped us aggressively down into that $0.50 area. I was already long 77s, and I wet my beak on the approach to 75, and there goes 75 to the high side. We're gonna get some out here at 15s and let this one run into the north side here. 75 goes on AAPL. HOD right now, though, on AAPL is 37. So some way still 17s ain't gonna cut it. Let's see if we can make it up into the $0.50 level on Apple. Sorry, I digress because I had to take profit there. But this was the hammer candle that really got me looking at Apple here. Look at that aggressive dip holding up right at the 20. But look at the closing print above the 10. The buyers were like, no, you don't. You're not going nowhere, bro. Up you go. And so that is typically, I'm just being facetious, obviously, but that is essentially what a hammer candle is showing you, the exuberance of buyers overwhelming sellers. And it's really nice when it holds up at a key level, either a moving average or a price. So that's where we're at right now on AAPL. And we're about 5 pennies off HOD. That was quick. So now we're nicely in the money on this bad boy, about 40 pennies. Let's see if we can get into that $0.50 area on Apple. For whatever reason, 33 is acting as a level of support, the 1/3 area. We'll see what we get. But today, the lesson. Yeah, because this is what the show is called. It's called How to Trade. We're talking about support and resistance pullbacks, guys. We are talking about pullbacks all week. And today, I think this is one of my favorite lessons because it's really something I do believe in, support and resistance and them flipping back and forth. So let's talk a little bit about this lesson right now. Oops. Sorry about that. Just had to load up my... So the basics... The basics of pullback trading is great. That's what we talked about yesterday. We gave you like the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s of pullback trading. That's fine. But what if you could add an extra layer of confidence? Question mark. Support and resistance do just that, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So let's build on some of the basics that we talked about yesterday. We already know pullbacks are essentially temporary dips or rises, in the case of a short, against the prevailing trend. Support and resistance zones are price levels where the price has bounced previously. Most of us know that. Imagine invisible lines on a chart. Support stops the price from falling too much. Resistance stops the price from rising too much. So let's just get that out of the way for anybody who missed the lesson or doesn't know what support and resistance is from yesterday. So identifying the sweet spot. This is super important. The magic happens when a pullback coincides with a support or resistance level. Here's how to spot them, all right? Number one, look for a trend. And we're going to be talking about the long in this case, so we're going to be talking about an upward trend. So look for an uptrend. You're looking for higher highs and higher lows, okay? Look for the troughs to be higher than the previous trough and the crest to be higher than the previous crest. Okay, that's what you're looking for there. All right, then identify what you believe to be a previous support level where the price has bounced before. That could be a level that, you know, is at the whole dollar level. It could be a level that was touched multiple times, but in a random area. Go and do your homework, whether on the 15-minute or the hour or the 4-hour, find where that support level is, okay? And then if you're going to look for a short, you're looking obviously for a downtrend, right? So similar to uptrends, you're looking for lower highs and lower lows, find the previous resistance level. So now to the high side where the price could not ascend above and actually reject it off that level. I'll be showing you examples of both of these in a second. And thank you for adding those, Adara. And then the pullback arrives. So you've ID'd, you found the trend, you found either support or resistance based upon whether you're going long or short. Now you want to wait for the pullback, the actual pullback to arrive. So now watch for a price retracement in the current trend. Does it reach the identified support or resistance level that you ID'd? If it did, well then bingo. That's the support and resistance pullback, okay? And that's where you're going to be looking to get in. So here's a great one for support. So look, the trend line, and what you're looking for here is consecutively higher highs and higher lows, and then you're waiting for that low to come in. So look at this area, for example, over here, just below 35. I don't even know what this is, but look where we come right back down to. So yes, it holds up at the trend line, but it also holds up at a key price action area right here, okay? So that's what you're looking for. And then here is an example of a downtrend line, exactly what we were looking for, lower highs, lower lows. The retracement comes back into these areas where we rejected off in the past. So that's what we're looking for, identify areas of support and resistance. There's also obviously a confirmation advantage, which comes with using support and resistance for your pullback trades. So support and resistance add a layer of confidence, at least they do for me, because they've acted as historical turning points in the past, right? The pullback reaching these levels suggests the trend might resume after a short pop. Look for support in an uptrend, that is, and resistance in a downtrend around moving averages as well. Very important. Trading above or below these levels can further confirm the strength of a trend. If one of these levels moves away from the support or resistance level or vice versa, it can warn of a potential reversal. Picture coming up right here. So here's what we're talking about. We got the higher highs. We got the higher lows. But then, it had always been holding up at the 15 EMA, and then it gives up the ghost here on the 50 EMA, and then look what we get. We get an actual retracement. What's up, Katina Man? What's going on? Oh, okay. The Katina Man is short Tesla, baby. So if you're following with the Katina Man trade, be made aware, short Tesla, and keep your eye on More Trader TV. The Katina Man's and the Neil's trades are on that channel as well, in case you don't know about More Trader TV. So great example here, Adara. Thank you for pointing this one out. And then let's talk about entering and exiting the trade. It's all great. It's all gravy to figure out where the support and resistance lies in a pullback, but we got to figure out how to weasel our way into the trade, as I always say. So if you're going long, you're entering a long position, which is a buy, obviously, at the support level in an uptrend pullback. So you're trying to ID the level first and foremost, and then you're going to pack your patience, sit on your hands, as like Katina Man said this morning, and wait for that level to come in. Have a resting order if you don't want to monitor watch the entire time, and wait for that level to come in before you take the long. Contrapositive is true for the going short. You're entering a short position, which is a sell, obviously, at the resistance level that you've previously ID'd during the downtrend pullback. So you're going to pack your patience, wait for that level to come in before getting long. Now, there's umpteen amount of ways to weasel your way into this. You can could basically get in a quarter of the position at your area and then look to get in the majority of the position at the pullback area. That way, if it doesn't go without you entirely, you get a quarter of a position. You can figure out any other way using this method that works better for your style of trading. Okay, to me, I sometimes go either way. Like I'll get a quarter position where the current price action is, and I'll put 75% of the position at my pullback area, the support and resistance zone. That way, if it goes, I get a piece of the action. I don't sit there on the sideline watching. That doesn't work for you. If you want 100% at that level, have at it, baby. I mean, it makes no difference to me as long as it works for you. So we talked about going long. We talked about going short. Now we're going to talk about exiting. So exit when the price breaks above a key resistance level for the uptrends, for the longs, or breaks down below support for the downtrend in the case of a short. So one thing I negated to mention was in addition to identifying those key areas of the support for the pullback, you're going to have to identify key areas of resistance from which to take profit, right? Because if it comes into that level, there's a greater chance than another. Okay, so what I'm saying is if the price action comes into that resistance level, there's a better chance that it reverses off that level than any other level which isn't resistance. That's what I'm trying to say very uneloquently, okay? And here is a pro tip for you guys with respect to divergence, and I used a little tidbit from the OBE, the Knobs. Exactly. For extra sauce, you look for divergence. Now, you know, Adair and I have been talking a lot about RSI price action divergence, MACD price action divergence. That's what we're going to be talking about here. So combine divergence with your key indicator from a technical indicator like RSI, for example, for a stronger confirmation. So you're looking for, in the case of a long, you're looking for bullish divergence. What is that? You're looking for bullish divergence on an uptrend where the indicator rises, but the price is falling. So you see the RSI making higher highs, but you may not be necessarily getting higher highs in the price action. That's a leading indicator, and it could indicate that the price is really going to break up here, especially if you're getting divergence from the RSI, making higher highs and higher lows, and the price is going to the downside, okay, not making higher highs. The opposite is true for your short. Bearish divergence in a downtrend pullback suggests a potential selling opportunity. And I'll show you examples of that in a second. So if the price is making higher highs, but the RSI is making lower highs, that's a bearish divergence, and that may be time to really look to get in nicely there. So keep your eye on those. Perfect examples there, Dare, thank you. Here is bullish divergence where the price is making higher highs and the RSI not so much. And the opposite is true in this case where we're making lower highs and the RSI not so much there. But remember, guys, support and resistance are definitely not foolproof. Anybody who day trades knows that. Prices can break through them, absolutely, and sometimes does. We call these fake outs. And always use stop losses to manage risk. Can't stress that enough. Yesterday I used a stop loss on Apple and it didn't work, so sometimes you need to be monitor watching as well. And here's a little just, kind of way to wrap your mind around support and resistance. Imagine the support or resistance levels are these magnets. A pullback towards them is like the price being drawn back in potentially for continuation of the trend. With support and resistance pullbacks, you can trade with a bit more confidence, and I hope that is what we helped you do today by knowing exactly what's up there.
Yeah, no, I think that's certainly really key, the support and resistance. And that's one of the first things as well that I kind of learned through being on the midday, is the whole idea of higher highs and higher lows, or lower highs and lower lows, seeing this pattern where we have either a trend line or if you're playing off an EMA or a defined level, and just kind of waiting to see a continuation of that. If you move out of that, maybe we have a bit of a reversal on the horizon, or just something to watch out for, right? There was a stock I was looking at, was it AMD? That earlier was a good example. Yeah, I think it was AMD. AMD here, throughout the day has been a really nice example, with a couple exceptions here right into the open, of just, respecting this 9 EMA as a point of resistance, right? So if we do curl above that, then maybe it changes. But right now, it's kind of just continuing to blissfully dance below the 9 EMA. Also, how is this name down 6.5%? wow. But yeah, that's just kind of one example, right? We love the wild examples here on how to trade, believe you me. So yeah, that is the AMD is, I think, a fun example of that, just dancing around the 9 EMA. And that's also the reason I got in on the short. We did have a slightly higher low here, which made me a bit nervous, so that's why I wanted to get out entirely by 178. Took the last of my position at 78.10, took some of it out here around 78.27. So, but like, you know, an actual in the wild example of me shorting because we came into resistance at that 9 EMA. I waited to see that resistance hold, and then I got in. So yeah, I think like, it can, obviously you want to use confluence, you want to have a lot of other factors involved, and you want to make sure you're planning your trades, especially in this case with this AMD situation, knowing that I had the higher low, I really had to plan that accordingly, but at least my entry point was based at least partially on this rejection of the 9 EMA. Also, I'm still in Tesla. We're trying to get out. I said I'm still, but I don't even think I talked through that trade. I got involved in the Tesla long because the goal, I missed the dip buy here. The dip buy would have been off the 9 EMA. Can you tell this is a level I like? No, I'm joking. But that was going to be the dip buy opportunity. And I said, you know, we'll wait and see if we dip into it. If we dip properly, we add. If we dip below, I dip out of the trade. But no, so I got involved at 171, took out some of it at 171.20, which was that earlier line that I drew because we had some support there. Trying to take everything out around this 170, 160 area. We'll see if we get it. If we keep bouncing back at that 171 area, probably add some shares. We'll see. It'd be a planned DCA. But right now, my only plan is to hopefully watch this Roadster go from 0 to 100 to the upside. Real quick. Shout out to Drake. How is Apple going?
It's doing like nothing, Adara. It's definitely having trouble breaking and holding above 175. We had a couple of breaks. The high one here comes into 37s. The one right below it comes into 35s. We keep getting to that 75 area. Look how long this consolidation has been now at 175. Again, you get these perfunctory breaks, and then you get the price action pulling the price below 175. So I think, if we don't get a break and hold above 175, this looks like a double top that may be brewing in the works here. The only thing that really is showing me a different view is the consecutively higher lows with that 175 acting as that resistance level. It's not a strict resistance level in the sense that it's broken. Yes, we've been above 175, but the magnetic effect pulling Apple back into 175 is unquestionable because it's exactly what it's been doing all day here, and it's doing that as we speak right now. So trying to pack my patience, see if we can ride this into a higher day. It is also sticking to the 10 EMA, so that magnetism that we've talked about in the past with the price action and some of these moving averages coming into play right now on AAPL. You're looking at all the closing prints above the 10 EMA for now, because this candle has me worried. We already had a doji, which is a candle of indecision, and now we're getting kind of a second doji over here, all after what could be a possible double top and definitely resistance at 175. So, the share size that I have right now, and it allows me to hang out and find out. I used to say that all the time. Remember on my morning videos?
Oh, hang out and find out. Hang out and find out.
Ram always didn't like those. She's like, no, I like
She's
them.
denied. She's like, I never said that.
I know. I'm just putting words in her mouth. But yeah, 175 acting as a level. We'll see exactly what we get with Apple on later today. Now, the other trade I'm looking at is Google. So kind of moving opposite to one another, Google was up big yesterday on that collaboration with Apple. But look at this. Every single time subsequent to 935, any move into the 20 EMA, which is the yellow solid line on my chart, has been sold off. All the while, we're kind of accumulating in front of this 146 or thereabouts flat bottom break. It could be an FBB, baby, today. We could get an FBB, right? We got BPI behind us, and we know we have FBB right here, flat bottom break, right? BPI is Big Patty Ice, for anybody that's wondering. He sits right there. Patty, say hi to the people. There he is, baby. So that's what we're looking for here. A lot of weakness on Google. And, if you don't want to wait for that flat bottom break to come in, what you could be doing is setting up dip shorts at the 20 period, right? Maybe with your out above the 50 period. Because let me tell you, the one time it broke the 20 period right over here at 10:30, that wick didn't make it into the 50 period. And now the 50 period is farther north than it was at 10:30. So Google could be an interesting short here unless we really find a solid area of support at 146. So we'll keep eyes on GOOGL, maybe set up a dip trade or two. Apple now above 175. I'm not taking anything out there. I'm just going to leave that. But I happen to absolutely love the idea that Adara is in there. Are you still holding Tesla?
No, I got
your
out
beak?
because
Okay.
we were really struggling at the tape.
I was just going to big you up on this trade. And the reason I liked it because, well, look at this consolidation area in your pivots that we had all morning. I know you charted that. I know you charted it. And then we got right back into that area after bouncing off, yes, you guessed it, or support level 1 on pivots. So I do like this area. And if we continue to print, maybe above the 200 period, which is the blue solid line on my chart, maybe we'll be interested in a Tesla long here. But that was a nice recovery off the bottom, especially getting above 170. How's that NVIDIA trade doing, Adara?
I'm actually pretty happy with it. Yesterday, Nvidia chewed me out, spit me up, stole from me, whatever dramatic phrase you want to use. I had a really bad day with Nvidia yesterday, but I don't want to hold grudges against stocks, right? As much as Amazon and I do not get along, I'll still try to trade her if something comes up. You know what I mean? With this Nvidia, I was noticing these are these lines that I drew earlier today, and I noticed, you know, I don't know if it's kismet or what's happening here, but every time we get to one of these lines, we see a little bit of a pullback, and we have a little bit of a bottom here at that 464.50-esque area. We're having a little bit of a hard time getting it now, mind you, but I have a really small share size, smallest position I can take, really just trying to get out at the bottom of this area. I got to get everything out there. I really don't have enough to even kind of parse out. I was going to say parse out blame, but that doesn't make sense. Parse out my shares. No beak wetters. The beak will be dry until we get to that area. Although the scalpulating is kind of telling me we may have to get out around 865s. And honestly, I'd be pleased as punch with that. I'll take like $1 in the sim. You know what I mean? I am in the sim as I continue to learn every day, though. As I was saying to Sharif, if I do feel a little bit more comfortable with my trading heading into the end of this week, I think maybe we will try to enter the real world. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Big steps, baby.
Yeah,
I mean,
got to take baby steps into the big steps. But yeah, that's the Nvidia scalp. We're holding up really well around 866, so I have no issue. We're trying to come towards that now. So, you know, we'll have to see if we stay in or out, Nvidia. If we break above that earlier area, that would be a higher high, which means I have to say bye-bye.
Hola.
Hola or adios.
Yes,
How are you doing?
Good. I mean, we're below 175 now, but I mean, I'm not surprised because we just finished talking about how 175 is a resistance level. So just because you get 5-10 pennies above it doesn't mean you've cleared the level. All right, let's go and have a look at these small cap gappers. And sadly, I didn't set them up today because the chart was taking awfully long to load up. So let's pull up WORX. That's the one probably a lot of people had eyes on. I'll show you. I'll show you this one in a second. But right now, for me, if you believe in the rules that these are not my rules, by the way, for small cap gapper trading. I took them from somebody.
They're not yours?
No, of course not.
Oh my gosh, I thought they were like your patented rules.
No.
Oh,
That's not. I'm not going to pretend like they are. I took them from somebody, and so essentially, what the rules are for small cap gapper trading: definable pre-market high. What's up, Katina man? This is more important. Okay. He's short Tesla still. Katina man is short Tesla. So with respect to small cap trading, definable pre-market high, breaking above the pre-market high after the bell, and trading above the volume weighted average price. We have 2 check marks there. We're missing a third, but we could get it quite soon. The volume weighted average price, 341. Now this is printing 343. The fact that it dipped below VWAP is not that big of a deal. It doesn't end the discussion. It just has to reclaim it on a closing basis. So let's watch this one. WORX, let's give you the details on that. Wow. $4 million market cap. AMD's on the way down, says a Katina man. And it's about 7%, man. 6.85%. I'm talking. The Katina man is short 185 on AMD, and now we just printed 177, guys, 36. So that's a hell of a trade, bro. Great trade on AMD, and that's selling big. I'm assuming in sympathy with AMD after the after the Nvidia conference yesterday, and Jensen dropping hotlines on the keynote. We'll get more into that later as the trading slows down, but. With respect to WORX, Ram, this one's going to have to get above 350, ideally that 360 area because of this wick, before we start trading it. It is a $4 million market cap. The float is 1 million shares, a little bit over 1,050,000 shares. So very small. Keep in mind that this is, I believe it is a former runner. Let me double check that on the daily. Yes, it is a former runner. You can see by these huge outsized wicks. We had big boy days back last June. We had more big boy days in September and multiple ones earlier this month, actually, over here. These were decent days. So WORX, we'll keep eyes on that. Then this one is a holdover from yesterday. LICY. What is this one all about? It is called Li-Cycle Holdings. It is a $325 million market cap, much larger than WORX. The float also exorbitantly larger than WORX, 130 million share float. We are above the pre-market high. We are above VWAP. We are even well above yesterday's price action and even the high of yesterday, which was a quick wick into 130. We're well above that. This is a great looking name. I feel it might be a little extended. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green 5-minute candles in a row. We are getting away from that 7 EMA. So when these 10 EMA, when these small cap gappers really start, leaving the 10 EMA behind, I feel it gets too extended and we need to pull back to trade this. But LICY looking awfully good at day's highs as we speak. This one a runner from yesterday. And let me just have a look at some other small cap gappers here. We also have FUSN, but that's, it's given its first couple of letters to a lot of traders today because I believe this one is a buyout.
Took me a second. That was a really good one.
Yeah. Yeah, that is rude. My bad. This is a buyout, guys. So unless you know how to trade buyouts and you want to get into a buyout trade, leave this one alone. It's a sideways move. We'll keep eyes on some of these other names there.
Yeah, no, this is, Fusion certainly getting infused with that buyout opportunity or chit chats. But yeah, that nice look there. Nvidia, I guess, decides that there's no life without Winzy because right now it's at 869 and we got there from that 864 bottom. So that's a massive $5 move up. As I said, I was kind of watching these lower highs, lower lows. We got to 864, we got slightly below, and then we flew back up. I did get out of this. I know I said I was going to be waiting for 864.40-esque with the opportunity to do some scalpulating. We did do some scalpulating at 865, so we took approximately $1 in the SIM on this guy. But yeah, this Nvidia move up because I was, I had my fingers at the ready. I said, if we pause at 866 again, why not try this again? Very happy I didn't. This is, patience and that's the one thing that I've really learned with range trading and why I'm trying to get more proficient in it because it really does teach you can't stick to an idea if the idea is not working anymore.
Bang.
It'll give you a couple times, it'll give you a couple, goes around the merry-go-round or the Ferris wheel or what have you. And then it's like, no, that range is over. You got to move on. These lower highs and lower lows are really something on Nvidia, but we're still failing that earlier level of 870-esque. Also, Tesla continues to be fascinating. I did jump out of that trade, but it's interesting too that you said this consolidation we had pre-market that I was charting was also on the pivots. Because I've said this before, I feel like it's interesting how sometimes these levels that I'll chart, I'll be like, oh, this, I like this level, and then you're like, oh, it's the pivot. So it is interesting. The pivots aren't always going to come into play, but I have noticed there's a lot of confluence between levels, even just like on my little baby levels that I'm charting. And you'll be like, oh, that's a pivot. So I think that's kind of interesting. I don't have anything on Tesla right now, but this 9 EMA bounce, we talked about support and resistance. I think there's a Scotia support here at that 9 E to the M to the A. IBM, says the Stitch Lady. So let's take a look at IBM. It is on the NY Adara. Come on. But yeah, so let's look at IBM. This is an interesting one. Spread is about 3 cents. IBM I found to be incredibly spready at times. IBM continuing to push to the upside here. Really strong volume. These gorgeous 5-minute candles. Let's take a look at I to the B to the M. Is there any news? Not seeing anything. They got a price target increase last week. I know they announced some jobs cuts last week in communications and marketing, but nothing I'm seeing today. Really strong volume. We're still below a milli on IBM. We're at about 850,000 shares, but that reminds me, another name with a kind of similar ticker, IWM. which is one that I trade occasionally. It has recently had a regular recurring space on my side charts. I would say it's there semi-frequently. We're trying to break even here. Oh, and this has been a really nice long opportunity. Like I said, though, with these ETFs, I'm trying to be less reliant on the charts and more reliant on what's happening in the book. So if I see a level I like on the book, I'll watch the chart when we get, or if I see a level I like on the chart, I'll watch the book as we get there. And that was how I was able to kind of scalp this guy yesterday. But I don't see anything yet. Higher highs, higher lows. I need to wait for that opportunity. Ahmed Anwar, thank you so much for the 729 super chat. AED. UA is my only long-term coin, my choice today. Yeah, let's look at UA, Under Armour. Let's see how they're doing. Are they all suited up for battle, Under Armour? I mean, I know it's a long-term play, so it's a little bit different, but yeah, I mean, honestly, kind of a stutter step to the upside. We have about 1 million shares, nothing too shabby, but let's take a look at that coin. This is more just out of curiosity because I haven't looked at that chart in a while. Let's look at Coinbase, see what kind of basis we have on coin. Oh, this is an interesting look because you had that really beautiful short. You had that bottoming tail candle saying, sellers. Time might be over, right at that 217, swoop to the upside. From there, swoop, there it is. But the area that I will be thinking will be a little bit interesting will be this 225.39, hyper specific, but look where we had that base earlier. Right, I think, like I said, these guys do tend to respect Mother Bitcoin that more than they respect any kind of chart patterns. But we're going to have to see what we do here because that was, I think, a big area of support. And as we know here, we just talked about it today, support and resistance are finicky creatures we do need to be aware of. No trades for me right now. Nvidia breaking above 870s.
You want to look
Meta
at Disney?
Looking kind of nice.
Because
Disney?
Nick,
Let's do it.
Disney's up and to the right.
Let's do Disney. Yeah, I know Disney we were talking about earlier because single largest individual shareholder, George Lucas of Star Wars fame, basically saying that he stands by Disney and Bob Iger in their proxy war with Brooklyn Beckham's father-in-law, Nelson Peltz.
Did you see what he said too? He's like, magic is not made by amateurs. Basically calling the Peltzy an amateur. You know, I mean, that's a shot right there. Geez, tell us how you really feel, George.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you could take Disney and Disney Star Wars to the Jar Jar Banks right now because this is a nice move up here off that 9 EMA. We're up, 0.5% on the day. This is a really nice look. Volume, it's Disney, so the volume is definitely nothing to sneeze at there. About 2.77 million shares, so nice look. I don't really have an entry on this, but it does look like if you kind of have these pullbacks into the 9 EMA, there seem to be some opportunities. Right now, though, if you're looking at the 5-minute chart, there has not been a pullback to be found since we began the midday or the how to trade at 11. So what a look. And Neil Roberts saying he almost choked on a piece of pineapple just now. So there we go. But yeah, so that, just trying to kind of a little bit of puns there. But yeah, George Lucas bringing Disney some strength there, taking their lightsabers to battle into the Nelson Peltz ongoing saga. What are you looking at? Oh, I see Google.
I'm Google short because it came into the 20 period. Now, I have to be careful with this. Why? Because the market's pumping. We broke through 18,150, 50-point level. We're also getting a little heavier on the green volume here for GOOGL. So I'm not going to just take it out willy-nilly. If it makes a new high above a key crest, or a crest, then I'm out. Simple as that. So got in initially at the 7 EMA, added at the 20. My line in the sand is the break above 75. So this one continues about 10 pennies higher, which it looks like it's going to right now because it looks like Google is in a bit of a micro pump here for whatever reason. We'll get this out. So I'm going to put my stop at that 146.76. That's going to be my line, 10 pennies right now from where we're at. Otherwise, it's going to have to break down and reject the 20 period, which it had been doing essentially all morning. So the fact that it's not right now is an outlying event, but you can't blame me for getting in a trade based upon what I've seen so far on the day. So if the market rejects off here, I think Google will come down, but that's not guaranteed. So keeping my eye on GOOGL, looking for that 20 EMA rejection on the 5. We'll see what we get. Some people talking about NVIDIA and the volume that's coming in on NVIDIA, and they would not be wrong. Absolutely accurate on this. Let's look at a little bit here at the 5 minutes. So we had declining volume all morning, and then boom, these two candles come in. I'm talking about volume candles, sorry. Come in and make obvious new highs from the previous red and green candles, and that took NVIDIA above 870, where it had actually found resistance prior to that at around 1045.11. But now looking to break above that level, and it looks like it's on its way into 875 or thereabouts, which is where the 200 period is hanging out on the 5. But to go green on the day, it's about $6 off green, which is like 60 pennies on a $10 name. I have no idea what the equivalency is. I'm just making statements. That's the IB high, 877.76. That takes us into high day territory. But to go green on the day, excuse me, I misspoke, 884.60. So quite a ways away, which is right below pivots. So pivots is hanging out at 885.40. Go green, 884.60. So we'll see whether or not NVIDIA can continue to pump. Decent hold here. I don't want to call this a double bottom, but it does kind of look like a double bottom. I got in an NVDL trade because of these wick shimmy dance levels at 850. Let me show you exactly the trade I'm talking about right now. But before I do, let me just explain to you why I got on this trade. So remember how we talk about the future wick shimmy dance? So say we're retracing down into 18,000. If we were to see these candles at 18,000, that to me would be a long. Why? Because we keep dipping down and then there's aggressive buying, pushing the price right back up. And you don't see it on 1, 2, or 3 candles. You see it on multiples over here. So every time, we got closer to that 850 area, people were buying this bad boy back up. And if I was to see this kind of look on the future, we'd be getting long. But let me show you the trade on NVDL, which I got into because of that. So there it is over here. That's the kind of the wick shimmy dance we were doing. Got long at 37.60, and we wet our beak through the break of 38.05. Yeah, that was a lot earlier than the show. So that was the trade on NVDL, which is a trade on NVDA, I guess.
Oh, nice.
So
It's a nice look.
it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
The beaks were wet.
The beaks were wetted, Dara. That is true. All right, GOOGL coming back down. Yes, baby. Let's wet our beak for a little profit over here. Let's see if we can make it back more down, Adara.
I am pleased as punch for you.
Thank you.
That trade should have you tickled pink. It is a very nice look. Yeah, someone last week was saying, why don't we say tickled pink? So, we can.
I have no problem saying tickled.
We love phrases here on how to trade. I know that is probably shocking, but we do. All jokes aside, congrats to that on that Google trade.
Thank you.
I got involved at AMD. I started this AM dance with AM Danger because we had this area earlier that 179.20, we had a skosh of a wick to the upside that we couldn't fulfill. That was going to be my stop on that AMD short I had earlier. We never got there. Then I get involved here in this short, and basically what I was noticing was that we were actually maybe starting to flip to support in 179. So I said, Adara, let's get some of those shares out in the 10-cent club. And, just kind of leave there also because I was like, we kind of moved above that 9 EMA as resistance. We're talking about resistance support today. How much of a hypocrite would I be had I not done that? Then I was like, if we continue to reject, you can just get back in when you see that continued failure of 179.30, right? So in the end, I didn't have that opportunity. We fell nicely. We got some of the profit out. I'm noticing some stagnance around 65. We're kind of struggling on the book, so we're going to get out there. Scalpulation is really when I have a plan. I do like this getting out of the 9 EMA area if we bounce off that because I think that could be support. But I'm also always willing to finagle my way out of a trade if the trade tells me, Dara, we're not going to go where you thought we were. And that's why I decided to get out at 65s. So please just punch on that. Continuing to trade AMD. This has become one of my favorite names lately.
I like
don't
it.
know really why that kind of came to fruition, but I've noticed it's had kind of a regular place on my side chart. And speaking of my side chart, another name that I haven't looked at in a while, volume right now, and this is bad, but let's take a look at Eli Lilly just because I'm curious, and then we can look at Novo, which I find if you want to trade Eli Lilly, sometimes Novo Nordisk can give you a little bit more oomph, and because it's not a $700+ name, the volume is often a little bit spicier. Right now, Eli Lilly kind of chopping and churning, not too much, especially with that volume. So we will keep it on the side chart, but we will not be considering it right now. Novo Nordisk, though, let's see what you're doing. This one, ooh, This one's down on the day, maybe a little bit of support around these 130, 120 areas. You know, Sharif jokes sometimes that I'm a bit of a GLP-1 trader. I do like trading these GLP-1s for whatever reason, and I think it's because as well, we're talking about volatility in certain times for different markets, and I think we certainly had a lot of volatility in these names around when I started trading, which is when we started getting those approvals for Zepbound and the weight loss drugs and everything, right? So that's why I really, I think because I became introduced to them in that way, that's when I started kind of getting interested. But all of that aside, I think Novo Nordisk could be interesting if we get up here. We do have volume over a milli, and that's what I need to see in Lilly before I get involved in that. Yeah, I don't have much now though that I'm out of that AMD. If AMD keeps doing some rangy stuff around those levels, I'll keep dancing.
I like it. All right, let's take some more profit if we can on GOOGL. If we get the print there, we'll have to wait, pack our patience, see if we get that print. It's doing the dance right now with 39s, 40s, or thereabouts. Yeah, but I don't know. It's interesting here why Google's weakness is coming in on the day, yet Apple is kind of the opposite charts here for whatever reason. So we'll keep eyes on that. All right, let's see what else is going on. Softy, you heard, I think the big kahunas today were talking about the strength of Softy. And I'd never heard of a headline today. Did you hear anything Softy headline related?
No.
I don't either. And I'm looking at my blotter, nothing coming in, but Softy up and to the right. On the day above yesterday's high, breaking through resistance level 1 on pivots, 421.67 HOD at the moment. And, you know, it's been a fantastic trade for anybody who's wanted to take this on a dip trade, a pullback trade, on the 10 EMA. You get the initial pullback, 1020. You even got one, maybe even 1030 over here. Then you get an actual touch, 1120. And now we're touching right now. So there is, now I was going to make a dumb joke, but I'm just going to leave that. We're touching that, we just touched actually, sorry, not touching. We touched 420.60 was a touch at the EMA. We're above that right now, 76. Let's see if we can continue to hold the 10-period moving average for Microsoft. It's been a decent day for Softy today with really no headline. Raghu, Sharif, Adara. What market driving keywords should we be listening for when Powell gives his speech? Higher for longer. No, I'm kidding because we joke about that all the time because the point is, you know, we were anticipating being in an elevated interest rate environment going into this year, but then we got the dot plot, remember, in the later stages of 2023, which kind of put the whole idea that we'd be, you know, higher for longer, maybe in question because we're forecasting 3 cuts. Then the market, for whatever reason, extended that 3 to 6 and whatever. So what I'd be listening for is whether he says higher for longer. He's going to say data dependent. He's going to say all the keywords that he's been saying for the past 2 years. Really, what would I be listening for Jerome Powell? I think what I would really be looking for, not even listening for, I want to see the dot plot tomorrow. So we get a new dot plot tomorrow, and the dot plot changed everything last time. In case you're wondering why the NASDAQ has been up and to the right lately, a lot of it has to do with the interest rate forecast by the FOMC members last time around. Not last time around, the December meeting? It was.
Yeah, it was the December meeting. That was the one, the dot plot heard around the world. Yeah.
I like that. The dot plot heard around the world, or seen around the world, because you gotta look at the dot plot. That's a good call. Anyway, so that's what I'd be looking for. To be honest with you, I wouldn't really be looking or listening to anything specifically that he says. He's an expert at this now. You know what I mean? Looking how to weasel his way out of questions. Big Kyle Purdett. Jay Powell, inflation is transient. Yes.
Yeah, he says that
or transitory. He said transitory, but transient's a synonym, so it's all good there. Picky Eater, JP saying price hike for a swing. Okay. Look, man, I'm an XLF, so you're not going to tell me that, obviously I love JP Morgan. I think they're a monster. You heard the Katina man talk about JP Morgan in the same fashion. Josh Brown was posting on his Instagram JP Morgan's new building in Midtown Manhattan, and it's supposed to look ridiculous. It's like energy efficient. Look, man, I think JP Morgan, whatever you make of them, they're big time. Dan the Man Emmons, 18,068 to 18,368, range mentioned yesterday and today. The rally off the lows at the start of RTH Open has us about 33% back up. Sounds good. Great analysis there, Dan. Thank you very much for putting that in. Dan the Man Emmons, keep your eye on the stuff that he posts there. Big Adam DeLuce, good afternoon. I guess, is that what you're listening to for Jerome Powell tomorrow, or are you just... Oh, okay, I gotcha. It's all good. Jerome Powell, my bad. I thought it was JP Morgan, my bad. Thanks, Ram, for that. So Picky Eater meant JP, as in Jerome Powell, not JP Morgan. Because you said swing, so I thought you were talking about trading JP Morgan.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you can't really blame me for thinking that. All good. Nick Dubb, could you give me a little help on my swing off 43 entry for MLTX? It sets up like KRYS, which has made a huge breakout off a flat top. So I can look at MLTX for you. Let's bring in the side chart and have a look at MLTX. The Chilean Nightmare sent me something. I have to look at it. MLTX. Let me look at this first. Okay, I have no idea what this company is. What's your price? 43 entry. Oh, so you're like well in the money. You're $6 in the money here,
Nice.
dude. Yeah, it's not bad. Let's look at the daily and have a look at MLTX for Nick Dubb. MLTX, here we go. And okay, so obviously a bit of a range-bound trade here, Nick. 65 definitely to the high side. There's no question in my mind about that. That takes us all the way back to essentially June of last year. 65 has been a level. Now, for the most part, too, we had that 50 area as a level. Okay? But we gave up the ghost a couple of times. For the most part, I want to say it was a $15 range, but we gave up the ghost here in November. I can almost tell you for certain that that was a earnings day, this November 6th day, just based on the volume and based on the price action. It was likely an earnings, and the way that it got bought up subsequent to that. We always see that with earnings. Look at PanW in case you're looking for an example. Big sell-off, then a buy-up after earnings. So 50 seems to be support previous. Now, kind of acting as resistance. So previously 50 was kind of the area that we bounced off. But since we gave up the ghost, I want to say around right here, March 1st maybe, give or take, now 50 acting as resistance. So what I'd look for, Nick, is a break and a hold above that $50 area on a closing basis. And if you really want to get gangster with it, look for 3 straight days to close above 50. That would give me a lot more confidence. And then if you're going to get above 50 and hold above 50, you know, history suggests that you do range at some point into 65, and that's plenty of money. You're long 43, right? So 65, that's a $23 winner. I mean, chapeau to you, like hats off.
I like that, chapeau.
Yeah, my old man always says that, man. Don't get me started, because I'm working with my old man a lot because of the the thing, right?
He speaks French.
Yeah, and he has so many French sayings too. It's so funny. But yeah, this is a fantastic look, Nick Dubb. If you can break and hold above 50, that's the key. You got to hold above 50, and then I think you may be able to see 65 there. So I hope you the best, man. Hampton's Trader. Sorry, Adira, I know that I've been talking for a long time,
okay.
but
No
just a couple of tags. Hampton's Trader. I have a question about the NQ. Why is it that when new contracts is in place, the price is about 200 points higher? That's a very good question. That was covered in the book by John J. Murphy, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. He has an entire chapter there about contracts rolling over and the math that's included or that's done in the rollover process. I'm not smart enough to be able to repeat it to you, but it's there. The information is there if you want to go look. John J. Murphy's book is all over online. He has an entire chapter about contract rollover and the math that is done to roll from the March contract to the June contract. Again, not smart enough to tell you, but I'm sure you can figure it out yourself. Adam DeLuce, if JP says good afternoon, markets go higher. If not, we pull back with a higher for a longer monetary policy. I love it, man. Shout out to you. I will be listing for good afternoon tomorrow as Papa Powell will be dropping hotlines at 2:30.
Indeed, he will, as he is wont to do. It's what he does. He drops the hot lines. Also, you know what is not dropping hot lines? I don't have a good transition for this. I'm in this Apple short. It is a nail biter. Someone was saying Apple's about to tip to the upside. I think so too. But when I entered because look at this beautiful semi-range we have going on here. We had that area of resistance earlier, that 174.80. Then it became support. I was like, ooh, I see something. I like something. Then we come into the top of that 175.30. I got involved. I thought I was getting involved in the back end when we were kind of at that red candle here, rejecting. I got involved at 175.21. I thought, oh, kind of reputable position. Then I noticed we can't get below that 175.14, which is why I drew a line there at that highly specific price point. Because also, look, it's where we had a little bit of a chop and churn on that way down. So I think that's kind of a nice look. What I have noticed, though, my out is going to be decisive break, or my stop, sorry. Decisive break above 175.30. We can't really do that right now. We get to 175.31 and then we come back down. So every time I'm about to leave, Apple's like, no, we're not Tim Cooking yet. Stay. So I'm like, okay, Apple, I'll be nice. I'm not reloading. I'm not adding into this, even though, of course, my point of entry is like, the 175.20. But right now, I really need to keep it stay down to the downside at that 175.30. I don't disagree, though, with the people saying that this could be a long, and I say that because, look, we do kind of have a bit of a flag situation, right, in this kind of chop and turn to the upside. However, we're risking about 10 pennies here, so as long as it doesn't break above that 175.30, I have no reason to leave. I see you have a very entertaining meme loaded up here, though.
The Chilean Nightmare. Well, the entire production team is undefeated. We always mention that. What's up, Katina, man? What's going on? Short 874, I'm assuming it's NVDA, obviously. And the Katina man now is, just a measly $7 in the money. He's going to do the walk and talk. He's going to hit the floss. The Katina man is printing over there. He's walking in. He's walking out, taking trades. There he is. Walk and talk time? I always want one, bro, and I listen to them every day. Yeah. So walk and talk time, baby. All right, here's the meme, Ram. Interest rates will be higher for longer. Interest rates will be higher for longer. Interest rates will be higher for longer. Rate cuts by the end of the year. Attaboy, Joey. Let's go, bro. Matt LeBlanc, undefeated. And that's really all I have to say about that.
Oh yeah, that's one of the first episodes of Friends I ever saw.
Oh yeah?
Actually, I think maybe the first episode of Friends I saw. So remember that Je m'appelle Claude, blah blah blah. So that's kind of what that's a reference to. Is like he can say the pieces separately, but when he has to say it together, he can't. And that's like it's pretty funny. But yeah. So pardon.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. So Apple, maybe we'll have to take a cool 4 pennies on this. I think we're gonna have to do. Oh, never mind. We're keeping dropping lower. Okay, Apple, do your thing, 21. We're gonna get my regular, originally planned beak wetter ready to go for some of that position at 175s. Cal Burdett also mentioning the range that I had my eyes on earlier, and that is AM Dizzle, as you sometimes call it, or AMD, another Sharifism for this one here. But look, we do have this support at 178. I'm going to watch and wait for it to hold a little bit better because sometimes I've noticed it'll kind of take you down to 177.60s. But yeah, I want to kind of also extricate myself from Apple. But this AMD short, I've mostly taken it short, but this range has been incredibly fun. So thank you very much, Kyle Burdett, for reminding me of this one. I need to keep an eye on this. Also, yeah, thank you, people, for the hair and outfit shout-outs in the chat. Much appreciated. Also, someone was mentioning here, too, telling me about VRTX. Kevy, yeah, thank you so much. Do you ever look at VKTX? It's in the same space as Lilly and Novo. I actually have traded VKTX. Remember, you and I were both fighting with Viking Therapeutics that first day it ran up because it got into a nice range. Today, this is actually a really nice look. Better volume than Novo last time I looked at it, and certainly better volume than Lilly. Thank you for pointing this one out to me, Kevy, because I did trade this the one time and then kind of it fell off my radar. But the spread on this is about 14 pennies, so certainly less iffy than Lilly, and honestly, sometimes less iffy than Meta's and Nvidia's. So can't complain here. Sharif and I have talked ad nauseum lately about how bad Meta's spread has gotten. Like, bless you. It's like you can start calling it spreada now. So yeah, I think this VKTX, this is a nice bounce off the 90 MA. This slightly lower high concerns me a little bit, so I want to wait and see what we do here. But if there's some dip buy opportunities, we talked about finding support and resistance levels. This to me is a nice support level. So if it continues to hold up, don't mind if I do. We might have to fight with the Viking. Right now, though, we're waiting for that Apple beak wetter to get dunked in the water here. I think he said this, so 175.01s, and it got to 175.02 and decided to bounce. Okay, do your thing, 21, I guess. But yeah, I chose this level too because A, it's around that whole dollar level, and B, we had some chop and churn around this earlier, so I thought that could be an interesting level to get some out.
Did you see the guy online that brings Drake's security guard at his house a coffee every morning?
No.
It's hilarious because like, okay. All right, so Drake, he has security outside his house, right? Which, I mean, that's normal. Yeah. I told you, like at a Friday and Saturday night outside his house, it's like a club.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of like normal for Drake to have like lots of, pageantry and stuff outside his house. But there's a guy who's always outside in the cold, and the reason I'm talking about this is because you brought 21 into this, that's his song, right?
Yeah.
And there's a guy who's outside in the cold, and this guy drives by Drake's house every day, so he started bringing him coffee every day.
That's amazing.
And now it's like a running gag between this guy and the guy who brings him coffee. Guys, out of Google, please, this dang punch on this trade. I stayed with my plan on this one. It was a rejection of the 20 period on the 5. There we just wet our beacon right now through the break of 146.25. We had originally gotten short at 39s. We added at 58s, and now we just printed on 25. So I'm very happy about this trade. Look, it's not a big money maker. That's for dang sure, but it's about just getting the reps in and not getting rinsed like I have been on a multi-day basis as of late. No, that's not a fair statement. I didn't even get rinsed yesterday. I ended up day green, but I just gave back so much of what I had made, so I was kind of frustrated. But there we go. Google seems to be like a Nadera Panera trade right here, baby, where it's just kind of ranging. But Adara, it was making lower highs, and that's what prompted me to get short off that 20 period, which is the yellow line. So we'll see if Google can end up giving the ghost at 146 because it's been holding up 146 pre-market or after the bell. It doesn't really matter. Look at these holds here. This is at 7:30 a.m. with like no volume, but the fact of the matter is there was a buyer sitting there at 146 in the pre. So we'll have to wait and see if we can break through that level. Google down 0.92% on the day. Definitely a little worse off than the NQ, which is the NQ is down 0.5%. So Google outperforming the NQ, not in a way that you'd like though. All right, in the exact same way that Google is kind of like a hockey stick pattern where it's down and to the right, Amazon is an upside down hockey stick. So we're getting another possible range trade here on AMZN, but in a completely opposite way. So where are we bouncing off here? I'm asking myself out loud. So we do have some 20 period touches, but I got to tell you, the level that I like better than the moving averages here is pivots, and that's the green dotted line on my chart, not the solid line, the dotted line. And so we've been bouncing off this 175, which is also pivot point. So you get the 175 and pivots. There's confluence between the two. That's what you like, or that's what I like for a range play long. Now I can use 175 to the downside as my support. So in the same way that I tried to take Google in that way, I'm going to try to weasel my way into an AMZN trade here. It hasn't made its way down to the volume weighted average price, so I don't want to use VWAP right now, but if VWAP gets into 175, it adds that extra layer of confidence, in my humble opinion, to get a nice dip trade at the whole dollar level. As soon as I'm done yapping here, I will be going on to AMZN's and looking to put in a dip trade at that 175 level. All right, let's have a look at some other stuff here. Anything to my liking at the moment? Not really, except the future. The future is trying to break above 150 again, so we'll have to wait and see what we get there. Wow, what a move back up on Google. For now, I have bottom wick, so that may not be the case the rest of the day, but please just punch about this trade there.
Yeah, this has been a really exciting day. We did get out of the Apple. We also got back into AMD. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. We were chatting about this trade. I'd only taken this range short earlier today, and that's why I was really hesitant to take it long. I didn't get a great point of entry either. 178.20 was A, I was kind of impatient, and B, I saw the move and was like, jump in, Adara. If we keep these bounces off that 178, I'll add some more at that level. Hence why I took out some of the position, because I wanted to, give myself a little bit of profit, just a slightly, dampen the beak a little bit. But I will be saving a piece here. I'm going to be out entirely by 179.30 because that resistance earlier. However, I'll be watching to see what we do at 179. If we struggle with 179, I'll take my profits there. I am not picky. However, we did get out of Apple, and I want to chat about that for a second as well, because basically what I was noticing is I was happy we got some of this 175 area out. Then I got out here because I was noticing we weirdly had some support at 175.14 of all places. So we came back into that, we eclipsed that. I said, buy Adara, you're getting out. Well, I said buy Apple. I'm still here, and I am me. So that didn't really make sense. But yeah, this 175.15 to 175.10 range, maybe if I take it with some shares, that could be a little interesting. I'm gonna have to spend way more time staring at that though before I decide to get entangled in that. Right now though, AMD requiring all of my attention, this AM dance with AM danger. And also, thank you so much. We have 2 super chats. Sudakar, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Sharif and Adara, Morning Stars, Neil and Sean, you're doing a great job. Keep rocking. Thank you so much. Yeah, shout out to everybody on your team as well. Brendan killing it. Fabian and Ramin, Mark, Rob, Randy, everybody of the guys in the back. I always sound like I'm giving an Oscar speech, but yeah, we just have a really fun team over here.
Absolutely. And also big Kyle Burdett. Sharif, spend the money for homegrown chicken and homemade jerk marinade cooked on charcoal. All right, bro, that's a whole lot of talking right there, baby. We're going to spend the money one more time for you, big Kyle Burdett, because I do like the money spinning thing, and I did harass Sean, that is documented, to spend the money when I was a viewer on the show. Shout out to you, my man. What did Ram say?
She wants the chicken that Kyle's talking about.
Yeah, she's like, I'm serious. She's like, definitely wants it. Marinade, my man. Sorry, marinade. Yes. I know. I get excited around here. Sometimes I'm reading a little too quick. I gotcha. He's marinating that chicken, and Ram wants some of that chicken. So that's all that we're saying about that. Let's flip back, though, and have a look at Meta. I mean, you heard Neil talk this morning about that 487 flat top on META, and he could not have been more accurate about that, my friends. Look at the incrementally higher lows, and then you have that flat top, and the flat top, the thing about it is, it's hanging out at support level 1 on pivots. So it's nice when that comes into play. And then the thing about it is, once it breaks 487.5, in this case, on a closing basis, it now uses it as support. So look at the closing print over here at 1045. Once it closed above 487.50, it didn't look back. And it started using it as a level of support. So resistance in this case, as we typically talk about, flips to support. So let's see what we get right now when we get into pivots, because that's hanging out at generally that 493 area, 493. It's also an area that we did a bit of a consolidation dance, in the pre, from around, say, 7 a.m. to that big boy Huadunk that we got right before the bell there at 9:25. So 493 or thereabouts going to be an interesting area for me with respect to resistance. But we also have this area over here. Yeah, but we're already past that area. That's fine. So we'll see what we get on Meta. Meta, nice recovery, V-shaped recovery off the bottom there at 481.28, and now we're $10 higher than that at 491.18. We'll talk about that and many other things when we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Today, your lesson of the day is going to be about mental agility. So if you're not sure what that term is all about, it's being about versatile trader. So you ever wondered why LeBron is like the second greatest player of all time, or what made Michael Jordan great, what makes some of the biggest stars that you've seen on stage? What's fantastic about them is a good actor is good in every single kind of role. LeBron can beat you with a step back three. He can take it to the dish. He can pass. He can play defense. Able to do many things because you don't know what the game is going to throw at you. So the best are always able to roll with whatever situation it would be. If you're a UFC person, you've got to be able to handle multiple styles. It's all well and good to be good at grappling, but if you got to stand toe-to-toe against somebody, you can find yourself in trouble if you don't have that versatility. What it means for trading is there is nothing wrong with having a good idea. Good ideas, good levels, good setups, and all that good stuff. But if you don't have the ability to get away from them when the market's telling you something else, then you are limiting yourself. You could do really well at one thing in trading. There's nothing wrong with that. But there are days where the ability to switch it up, the ability to flip your perception, the ability to look for a different style of entry than maybe what you're accustomed to is going to save you or make you some money. So, a lot of times we start with an idea of how things are going to go, and you want to have that bias, but some suggestions for how you can get away from that and maybe take advantage of being a little bit more mentally agile. So I'm going to start off here. I mean, you can see Mars down 4.5%. Anyone at the time of taping and looking at this, let's be real. Bitcoin had a big pullback. It got to like 63,000. You were gapping down on Mars when I sat down in the pre-market, and you were down about $1.60 or so, and you were essentially just looking for fade trades. Now, obviously, what ended up happening was a fail breakout at the open. I'm looking for opportunity to short. As you can see by the line I drew here, I was looking for a short to pop into 19 even. So that's very, very specific. Like I thought if we retested higher, you get from here into this range, and that's where I wanted to be shorting into. I've seen rip face moves and like that, and that was my anticipation of what could happen. It starts going at the open. It's like, okay, we're starting to get in that range. Just before it enters the area that I want to get into the short, it curls and flushes. So this is the first step of being mentally agile. If you're looking for a short, and I like that setup getting into this 19 area, and it doesn't get there, well, I can sit on my hands and twiddle my thumbs if I want to. There's nothing wrong with that. Let that perfect setup happen. I can look for another trade in another stock, which obviously I did at this time because we trade multiple stocks here on our live show. Or I can also look for something different in the same stock, which would be if it's going to be a continuation flush off that area. Well, if it gets back underneath that support, I can set up a different trade. Instead of the pop and drop, I can look at a new level like the bottom break and set up a trade off of that level. So allow it to break the pre-market low. Okay, show me the breakdown. Well, I didn't want to take the breakdown because I wanted some confirmation of that trade. Very different setup. Instead of shorting into it, I'm waiting for confirmation that we're getting a different setup. There's your breakdown. The retest, trying to go back into VWAP and that pre-market low, shorted off of that for one nice push. It got 10% down SSR. That's why we took it out there. I held some for the dream and got out break even. I tried a VWAP short after that and gave it up when it broke out VWAP. So this is a case where I had a very specific setup in mind, in a direction, and it almost went perfectly. Like it looked like it was going to give me everything I wanted, and then suddenly I missed the opportunity for the big curl because it didn't quite push high enough. All you can do is move on to the next trade. And the other part of mental agility, sometimes, and I'll be the first to admit this, I mean, look at exactly where I got out. The very first thing, you can celebrate all you want your winning trades, but whenever I do this, the first question I ask myself, was there a reasonable reason? Is there a reasonable reason? Is there a good reason why I should have been looking for a reversal here at that price? I mean, the answer in complete hindsight is yes. Went 10% down SSR into higher lows. And what also happened is you've got IBIT, Bitcoin giving you some confluence by giving a consolidation and a breakout. So you actually had that breakout happening. And that's just a quick analysis. Was there a reason that I could have been even more flexible and gone from the short into the long? I would answer yes. So it's not just about what you did do on the stock. Anybody can rest on their lows. Did I make money on Mars today? Answer yes. Okay, I had a good day. That's not how, you don't get better by looking at it that way. So the first thing was found my way into a different short. The second part is I have to ask myself, was there another short back into this level that I could have just been in a bit earlier? I think the answer could have been yes to that. And then we could have had the breakout long. So it could have been 3 times as good of a day if we take those trades. Or it could have been nothing. That's the other thing. We could have absolutely missed the boat on that trade. So when talking about mental flexibility, sometimes you don't get exactly what you want, but you've got to be able to find something else, flip that script, and work into another trade. And I'll give you an example of not being mentally agile. And this was on Nvidia all morning long on the morning show. You would have heard me say, and I'll go to the 15-minute chart so you get an idea of what I'm talking about. I just kept yelling out 850, 850, 850 Nvidia, and I was looking for a flat bottom break. Now, all of my best trades in the last week and a half have been Nvidia breakouts. So Nvidia shows a big level, and I take a break of that level, like all of them. So obviously, in a situation like this, I'm thinking, well, just take the next breakout, which in this case is a breakdown, and leave it at that. If we get a break of the high of the day, great. We actually haven't got one yet. But it came down to 850, and every time it just tagged it, bounced, tagged it, bounced, tagged it, bounced. This is a case of not being mentally agile. You can have a really good idea in terms of the key price level, because when you trade long enough and you do technical analysis and you see these levels, when you zoom out, you're going to be able to find them. There's no question about that. That's what you do when you find these patterns. But sometimes you got to be willing to change your bias into the other direction for the trade that's in front of you. And it's not so much should I have been long the first time off of 850, but when it starts presenting things like, hey, there's your high or low the first time at 853, and then suddenly that's a support level. Okay, well, if this is a big support level and it's giving you a higher low, that's worth a scalp trade. I'm not willing to, like here, I like to go one direction on big break trades. Like I don't want to be messing around going long in front of a monster level when I want that break. I try to keep it simple, but it gives you a higher low. I should have had that trade. But the better example of mental agility, this doesn't seem like much. When I took an 870 break on Nvidia, it goes upside, it curls into here. Instead of going long at 850, I'm now staring a breakout setup at 870 even. And at the end of the day, you can anchor yourself to, I could have been long at 850. How in the heck am I going to take an 870 breakout? That's just stupid, Neil. Or you just take the trade out in front of you. So I was still into that 870 trade because it's set up. Forget about the fact that you missed there, that you missed there, that you missed there, that you missed there, and just take what's in front of you. And even better, I was able to get $1.50 in the first part of this trade. Now, I've taken probably 7 or 8 breakouts on Nvidia to the upside in the last week and a half that set up similar to this. This one was noticeably different. And if you rewind the tape, I would have yelled it out and said, this is not as strong as the other breaks. I said that pretty loud. It's not moving the way it should, and I immediately got out break even. Now, I took a third out for profit, but the other 2/3 I took a hit on for a slightly down and more flat trade. That was the point of the stock turnaround. So mental agility isn't just about saying, suck it up, buttercup, you don't get the fills you want, find the next trade. But it can also be, well, this trade's worked 7 times out of 7. I'm going to ignore what I see on the tape because it's just going to work because I want it to. In that case, it's still the best setup I had, but when it didn't show me confirmation on the tape and I could see it, I accepted it and I got away from it. So sometimes what has been your best idea or your best trades can be dangerous for you. If something has made you the most money or giving you the best profitability, you're very likely to be confident in that trade. But what you don't want to happen is have that confidence in the trade get in the way of what you know about the market mechanics when you're reading the tape, the levels that you have set. If I love a trade so much, do I have to fight it past my rules? Do I have to ignore what I'm seeing in the tape? Do I have to ignore what the market... If I have to do all of those things, then maybe it's not as good as I think it is. And that's a case of being willing to take a trade that was away from the original plan, but also being willing to get rid of it because I saw something which was screaming at me that it was not as strong as possible. So mental agility can take many forms in trading. I think the first and most important one is the market's not always going to go exactly to your plan. You can like a direction for a stock. If you miss your A+ setup, have the agility to find something else that sets up within your toolbox and possibly in that same direction. If you so happen to miss out on a monster trade, you've got to be able to get rid of that FOMO and look for that next opportunity. If you have a key level that works out for you, that looks fantastic, don't get married to the notion you can only go one direction off that level. If the market's telling you something else and you've identified a good level, maybe you can use it as support instead of a break. Maybe you can use it as resistance or whatever it might be. In this particular case, Nvidia showed me opportunities even though I wanted that short. So be mentally agile. It's great to have a plan, but the market doesn't care what your plan is. And if you're not mentally agile, it's going to leave you behind. So that's your lesson of the day. That's the real deal. Try to be that versatile player. Be a little bit like LeBron or Michael on the court.
Thank you very much, Neil. Whoa. Eloquent and informative as always. Shout out to the Neil. Thank you very much for that. All right. Before we get into the lesson, there was a trade had right as we were getting back. Adara, take us through that AMD trade.
Oh, it's me. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry for the aggressive elbow to the. But yeah, thank you so much to Neil. And honestly, I think what Neil had to say is really, I think, something I am trying to take more with regards to scalpulation, right? The idea, I say this sometimes, but having a plan and being willing and able to adapt that plan as the market kind of moves you around here. So shout out to Kyle Burdett. I taken a couple shorts off of this, and then Kyle was kind of pointing out there's been a range on AMD all day. All AMD. So I basically, I was trying to get out of this around 175. Looks like the bottom of this range coming a little bit higher, so we might have to scalp all this out now. But basically, what I was doing is, you can't really see in the 5 minute, I'll switch to the 1 minute to make it more clear. But what I was doing is I was kind of getting in at 179 and scalping as we got into 178.80s. So just taking a couple 20-cent moments, then adding when we get back there. I would have liked to get the rest out of this out at 178.50, hence the aggressive elbow smushing against the desk. But we didn't get that print. That's okay. On to the next one. We are out of AMD for right now, but if this range keeps working in some form, I'm not going to say no. I am getting hesitant, though, about that decisively higher low. That accidentally rhymed. But you know what also is really important is a lesson of the day. What trades are you looking at, though?
I'm looking at NKG, and it just it's doing the dance here at the volume-weighted average price. So I got in tiny amounts of shares to see if we can hold up at VWAP and possibly print a new 5 minute candle to make a new high. Got to tell you, though, I'm trading it, but it's awfully spready for a $2 name. Right now, it's 2 pennies. I've seen it as wide as 5. So be careful with this one if you're going to trade it. And I've given my stop, which is right below the $0.50, right below 250. I've given it about a 9 penny buffer between the trigger price, the stop, and the limit price, excuse me. The reason for that is because of the spread. It can be risky to use a limit order on these small cap gappers, especially the ones with an excessively wide spread for the price. So keeping an eye on this one, see if I can print to the high side here. Where am I long? Let's put something here at 75. We'll see if we make it up there. We'll take the print. And there it goes, baby. All right, right away. As soon as I put it, it printed to the high side, but we want more. So let's see if we can make another move up into, I say, like 980 something. I'm going to start the lesson in a second. I just have to manage this trade. If it goes, I'm just going to flatten it out. If it takes forever, I'll put a profit taker, and we'll look to wet our beak maybe while we're dropping the lesson. The whole point, again, why I got into this, it did the wick shimmy dance at VWAP. The dips below the volume weighted average price were bought up immediately with aggression. The wick shimmy dance, in my opinion, is indicative of buyers overwhelming sellers. I'm talking about when we make a dip into a trade price action wise, or into a dip into a level price action wise, especially if it's a key level like the $0.50 on a $2 name, and then it gets immediately bought up. You have 3 wick shimmy dance candles right over here at the volume weighted average price, which is hanging out at 58s. So we just printed the high there, I believe was 79s. Maybe we'll get something out at 85 or thereabouts. Let's see something here for a sec. Yeah, okay, we can just hang out. All right, so let's start that lesson. Let me load it up over here. Here we go. We're talking about pullbacks today, guys. All week, actually. We're talking about pullback trading all week. Today, we're going to talk about support and resistance levels with respect to pullbacks and how we can use them in a pullback trade. So the basic pullback trade is great. The one that we talked about yesterday. If you weren't here, just go back and rewatch that show. What if you could add an extra layer to the stuff that we talked about yesterday? And that's what support and resistance is within the pullback context. So let's talk a little bit about that. So building on the basics, some of the stuff that we talked about yesterday, we already know pullbacks are what we call temporary dips for long trades or temporary rises for short trades, which are against the trend by definition. Support and resistance zones are price levels where prices have bounced off previously. So imagine like invisible lines on a chart. Support stops the price from falling too low, while the resistance stops the price from rising too high. Let me just check over here. Sorry, I just have to manage this trade. Let's see what we got. Can I just send it to you? Because I just want to put my what's it called, profit taker, and then I'll start again.
Yeah, we have to make sure that the beaks are appropriately wet there. Yeah, Apple, I got back in this short. We're still failing that 175.30. We just tested it again. We came back down. I am pleased as punch. The plan is, I was kind of saying this to Christopher Varga in the chat as well, although I also did say it earlier too out loud, was I got out of that trade because we were really having this weird battle with 175.14, 175.10. I'm just going to keep scalping this down into that level. I think we might be getting pushed out of this trade because we really do keep fighting, butting our heads up against that 175.30. We can't break it though. I'm only risking 10 pennies to make 10 pennies on the smallest amount of my, of my outs, because my first out's going to be around 175.10s. Then we're going to save a piece of the dream for 175. I like ranges. The AMD range broke out above, so got to find something new to play with. This is that. We're going to see how this Tim cooks.
All right. Thank you for that, Adair. All right. So let's identify the sweet spot here in pullback trading with respect to support and resistance. So the magic happens when a pullback coincides with a support or resistance level because it's the easiest to predict, right? If we get a pullback willy-nilly, I mean, the price could bounce here, it could bounce there. We don't know. But when there's a support, a key area of support or resistance, it's an area that we have notice of beforehand and that we can kind of plan for. The plan isn't going to come to fruition every time, but the fact of the matter is it's something that we can plan for. We don't have to react to it, right? And so that's the whole idea here. So in an upward trend, you're looking, number one, for an uptrend. So we want to ID the trend of the instrument that we're looking at. Then we're looking to identify key areas of support for the long or resistance for the short. In this case, we're talking about an uptrend, so we're looking for support levels that the price can come back to and then bounce off of. So number one, identify a trend. We're looking for higher highs and higher lows. Number two, find a key area of support. For example, where we troughed out before and we definitely found support there. It's a whole dollar level. It could be that we found multiple areas of support at in the past. So number one, you're looking for an up and to the right trend. Number two, you're looking for key areas of support. The downtrend, same thing, just in the opposite direction. You're looking for a chart that's mostly down and to the right, and you're looking for key areas of resistance above the current price to see where it could bounce back up into, okay? So that's the look there. And then the pullback arrives, right? So now once the price action comes down in the case of a long or back up in the case of a short, that's where we punch in. And that's where the trade begins, right? So now watch for the price retracement in the current trend. Does it reach the identified support and resistance levels? If it does, bingo, that's the support and resistance pullback. And here is a case in point. Thank you for adding this, Adair. Again, we have a trend that's up and to the right, identified by consecutively higher highs and higher lows, where key areas of resistance are acting as support. So look over here. There's a reason that's a support area. Oops. There's a reason this is a support area. It's owing to this key area of resistance. This is where we rejected off in the past, and typically what happens with resistance is it ends up acting as support once you clear it. So that's what we're looking for there. Identifying a clear trend and then looking for key areas of support and resistance. The same holds true for the downtrend, down and to the right, and when we come into key areas of resistance, that's where we would institute the short, okay? So the confirmation advantage, and that's what getting a pullback to support or resistance provides us. It provides us with an advantage because we know about that level beforehand. Again, whether it comes back into that level or not is an entirely different story, but we know of the level. So support and resistance adds a layer of confidence because they've acted as historical turning points in the past. The pullback reaching these levels suggests that the trend might resume after a short pause, whether long or short. So what you're looking for in the case of an uptrend, you're looking for support and resistance in the case of a downtrend around moving averages. And that could be your line in the sand. So it doesn't have to be a key area like 175 or the whole dollar area, the $10 area, the $100 area. It could be an EMA or an MA that's being respected by the instrument, especially if it's respected in the past multiple times. So look for confirmation there. So trading above or below these levels can further confirm the strength of a trend. If one of these levels moves from support to resistance or vice versa, it can warn of a potential reversal. And this is what we're talking about here. Adair added this bad boy in. Look how you're holding the 15 EMA quite well, and then you're not. right? And then that's when you know that's the end of the trend and it's not a pullback, it's a reversal. In case you're wondering what the difference between a pullback and a reversal is, go back to the lesson from yesterday. It's a quick watch, and you can have a look at what the difference is there. Entering and exit the trade. Entering and exiting the trade is what I'm trying to say. So super straightforward here. If you're going long, you're entering a long position at the support level that you've identified. If you're going short, you're entering a short position, which is a sell at the resistance level that you've identified. And then the exit, key here, you're exiting when the price breaks above resistance in the case of a long, a key area of resistance that you ID'd, or breaks below support in the case of a short. Now, what we would always say, and I don't know if I won't put words in Adair's mouth, but hold a piece for the dream. So if you have 10 shares, let that one roll. If you have 100 shares, let 10 roll, right? Going through that area in case it keeps going, right? So you can participate and not just watch from the sidelines. Use divergence for extra sauce. And what we're talking about here is, yeah, great. You've got that key area of support. You've got that key area of resistance. But what are the technical indicators telling you? Specifically, I'm talking about the relative strength index, the moving average, convergence, divergence. What are they telling you? Because those are good indicators for areas of overbought or oversold territory. But that's not the only reason we use them. We look for actual price action, RSI or technical indicator divergence, where the price is making higher highs, and then we start seeing lower highs on the RSI, or the opposite. We start seeing higher highs on the RSI and lower highs on the price on the actual price action. So what we're looking for here is to combine support and resistance with divergence from technical indicators for a stronger confirmation. A bullish divergence happens on an uptrend pullback where you see the indicator making higher highs like the RSI, but the price actually not making higher high. That could be a leading indicator telling you that the price may start pumping. Conversely, the opposite is true when there is bearish divergence. We make higher highs on the price, but we make lower highs on the technical indicator like the RSI or MACD. Again, that is bearish divergence, and that gives another layer of confirmation for the pullback trade. So keep that in mind. Case in point, these two charts are excellent. Thank you for adding them, Adaira. We keep getting higher highs on the one on the left, but we don't get necessarily higher highs on the RSI. Look at all these highs here that we're putting in on the price action, yet the RSI stays at the same level, that 70-point level, right? Same thing over here. We're making lower highs on the US-Japanese daily chart, but we're also making that same level on the RSI. It's not making lower highs. So that is the divergence that we're talking about there. But as always, guys, remember, support and resistance are not foolproof concepts. Price can absolutely break through them. And this is what we call a fake out. Make sure you're always using a stop loss if you're not watching and actually stopping out manually. And here's a little bonus tip. Imagine the support and resistance levels are like magnets that price wants to revert back to. Oftentimes we talk about this magnetic effect with respect to moving averages. Absolutely holds true for support and resistance as well, Adair.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that lesson. Also, shout out to Fabian, who was saying in the ear, my ear there, you know, like Bitcoin often provides nice in the wild examples of support and resistance. And I mean, I think, yeah, this is the daily chart. I think certainly the 25 area was super interesting. We had this level around when I started. We had nice support there. Then we break above decisively. Recently, we've had this really strange relationship with that 64 to 68 area. We'll get up and down from there in a day. Like this 68 has been holding something fierce. I also want to look at the 5 minute because I had 5 month I accidentally just put here. So let's fix that on the trading view. I want 5 minutes. But yeah, because this 5 minute I initially had up before I put up the daily. And let me just, you know, fix my chart a little bit here. But I think there is something to be said about this kind of support and resistance little trend line to the downside here. Then we flip a little bit. So yeah, I mean, interesting look there. Thank you very much for Fabian for bringing this one up to me because I think, yeah, good in the wild example. And I know one that's very much a hot topic because we're always thinking about Bitcoin up in here. But yeah, thank you very much for going over that lesson. Sharif?
Oh, no problem. Joe Schmo is yelling about Uber. Got you, Joe. It is moving, and I have no idea why it is moving in the way that it is moving. If I don't see anything on my blotter either. What's going on? Brenkles is nuts. What's going on back there?
Getting excited.
Yeah. Uber, yes, great move there, Joe Schmo, off that 74.19. Now it's breaking through 76. A plethora of green candles here coming in for Uber. But I got to tell you, it's not moving alone, my man. Have you looked at Nvidia? Nvidia is on the way to going green, baby. It's about to go green, like within, maybe $1 or something like that, which is nothing for Nvidia. Meta also coming into pivots. Microsoft almost at day's highs. Apple at day's highs. Amazon at day's highs. So a lot of stuff is pumping to the high side here. It's not just UBER, but thank you for pointing that out. We'll see. Are we above yesterday's price action? No. So we still have that 77 level from the pre yesterday after that big boy Huadun. Look at that move down on Uber yesterday from 77. Where'd it get down to? 73 2/3. Okay, so that is a decent move. Anyway, we're green on Uber right now as it broke above 75.70 or thereabouts. That's the closing print on UBER yesterday. But I'm a little disappointed. I had to get out of this NKGN trade because I had to do the lesson. But here it is, man. We got out. A break even on the last little part. There wasn't much left. Let's be honest. There was not too much size to begin with. But there we go. We make the move up. We hold the volume weighted average price. It holds at that level and it makes its way up to 293. So we don't get that 295 touch that we were looking for owing to this wick up here that got us into 294. But yeah, NKGN still decent. But I got to tell you, the spread is not to my liking on a $2 name. It's 3-4 pennies at times. That's too much. For a stock that's done, how many shares has this thing done? Almost 9 million shares. I guess that's not that much for a $2 name by 12:30. So we'll see. NKGN still very tradable in my opinion, well above the volume weighted average price, well above the pre-market high. So it has all those check marks beside its name. So we'll keep eyes on that. Nvidia just went green on the day. This thing is absolutely flying to the high side there, guys. Look at this. I don't want to call it a flat top break, but we had multiple attempts at this 871, 872 area. I mean, you got to give a little bit of range there with Nvidia. And here we go, 886 HOD on the dot. We're at 885.5 right now. Looks like it wants to take high day out. This is where pivots are, and this is where the closing print. So we closed out yesterday 884.5, and pivots is at 885.5. So they're about separated by $1, which on the Nvidia chart looks like nothing. So we're above the IB high, we're above the 200 period, and now we're going green. And there's the new high a day, 886.58. I mentioned this yesterday. I'm going to mention it again. If you don't want to trade Nvidia, NVDA ticker, there are 3 others that you can trade. They're all cheaper, and therefore you can manage risk a little bit more easily on them. NVDL for the long, NVDS for the short, and then I don't know what this one is, the X. NVDX, which is more expensive than the previous 2. It's about 90 some odd dollars. I'm not sure how much it is now. You want to trade those ones? They move in tandem with Nvidia. I had a trade on NVDL today. That went well. So keeping eyes on Nvidia as it is finding a little bit of resistance to be expected at these levels, Adair. I mean, you don't just come in to the closing print. Well, maybe if you're Nvidia, you do, but
that's true.
Right?
Yeah. Like you're acting like Nvidia is a normal stock, Sharif.
I know.
How dare you?
I know. I got to give this thing a bit more credit. It's the monster. It's
Jensen would not approve.
Jensen. Okay, I don't know. You didn't watch the.
No, I saw some of it, but I didn't watch. Like I know you watched.
He's a little awkward guy. He's kind of like okay. So he has these jokes where he finds funny. And you can tell the crowd is laughing because he's Jensen
like,
Wong, but yeah, exactly. So he's making like all these like little wisecracks, and everyone's like, "Crickets, hit the crickets, baby." Ram, you got or Chile Nutmeg, you got the crickets? He got the crickets. He's got to go to the monitor anyway. I don't know. Yeah. I found he's cool. He's cool.
I mean, like as a pun fan, I have you got to try to make your joke. They're not always going to work, but I think you have to try. Tan win in the chat saying NVDX is 2 times long. So thank you for clearing that one up for us there. Also, I have my eye on a trade. I'm not in one right now. I did get out of Apple. We got above that 175.30. We risked 10 pennies. We did lose. We're slightly negative on that day, but more or less flat. Like we're down less than like a Slurpee on this, and it's just because I took more share size with the second crack at the apple there, but we ended up falling there. I think weirdly now the range is 175.20 to 175.30. Apple seems to be playing this this game called How Tight Can My Range Get?
Oh.
And it's what I don't really want to play with it because I don't even know what to risk when you're only going to be getting 10 pennies out of this. You know what I mean? So not really going to be worth it for me right now. If Apple wants to widen that range, I'll probably have my eyes out though. But another range trade that you called an Adara Panera trade. I love this Google range. I'm trying to get involved just above 146.30s. Taking with a little bit more size, a little bit more oomph, because this short has been quite beauteous indeed.
Oh, yeah.
I want to be able to try to get down to that 146.14 area. The one thing that concerns me, though, is we do have this big wick to the downside showing that, hey, maybe we have sellers overwhelming buyers, and we've had a little bit of an issue getting below that 146.14. The other part of me says it could be a flat bottom break, or what were you calling FBB earlier? F-double-B?
There it is, baby.
Eddie R also killing with a great pun in here. Careful with Apple, signed Adam and Eve.
They learned their lesson. I like what Volky says here, because we were asking for the crickets, and then Volky's like, we have crickets waiting for crickets. There we go. All right. Shout out to Volky. I thought that was funny. Sharif says, Amir, Barak, look at APM. Yes, sir. Looking right now. I'm going to pull this bad boy up. Here it is. APM. Aptorum Group. Not sure I know what this is. $51 million market cap. Okay. $10. Trading at $10. The float, 2.5 million shares. Okay. Let me just find out what the short float, if any, is. Bring out trade ideas. Make sure to use code TRADERTV20 for 20% off trade ideas. APM. Short float negligible. 0.01%, nothing I need to concern myself with. Now let's look at the daily to figure out what this stock is all about. Okay, so we lived in $3, $2, $1 land for the majority of this stock's life, and its life began not this past February, but February 2023 when this one started trading. Lately, though, the volume has been coming in fast and it has been coming furious, and the price action has followed the volume. Look at this day that we had here on March 6th. We started off our life here at $1.75. We get all the way up to $17.50. All right, and then obviously we have areas of corrections and retracement, but look at this. We're continuing. We're not giving up the ghost like some of these small cappers. You hear about them once and then they're gone for good. So it looks really good. I got to tell you the truth, Amir. Now, how do we trade it on the day? Let's see. Well, to me, it's not tradable on the day because it's trading below the volume weighted average price. So it's a small cap gapper by most people's definitions with a $52 million market cap. It's got to get above $10.50 and close above $10.50 on the 5-minute look for me to get involved here. But, you know, trade this as you will. We also don't have a definable pre-market high to break owing to yesterday's price action. It's a multi-day runner. We know. We've been seeing this thing move since the 6th. So it's not like a one-off event where it started moving in the pre. So this one, it looks great for a swing if you can deal with the volatility. But to me, not tradable. That is until it gets above VWAP and closes above VWAP. So let me know if it does that, and then maybe we'll pull up a trade on it. Some of the other small cap gappers that I've been watching on the day, LICY, still tradable, okay? If you're setting up a dip trade around the $0.50 or a little bit above the $0.50, maybe 154, 155, that's where the volume weighted average price is, still holding VWAP quite well. The only thing I would concern myself with here are the successive lower highs and the flat bottom that we're putting in at VWAP. So if this one absolutely breaks the bottom there, we could easily see towards the bottom end of that range, $1.30, even $1.25. So keep your eye on this one. And maybe if you're going to get a dip trade off the volume weighted average price, a tight stop maybe below the $0.50, that's giving you 4 pennies or 5 pennies worth of risk. So if you get filled at VWAP, that's at $1.54 right now. And I put my stop on the other side of 150, the south side of 150. So this one's still in play, LICY. It's a multi-day runner. The one that we had a trade on, positive, NKGN, absolutely tradable. And it's knocking on the door of $3 and has been. for some time. And look at these successively higher lows. So even though you had that retracement into the volume weighted average price, number one, you held up at 250. So that's good. Number two, now you're putting in successively higher lows, maybe not higher highs because of all these wicks into 293, 290 that are selling off. But this one looks awfully good. Bull flag, if I've ever seen one right there. On NKGN, very strong. What are you looking at, Adara?
Yeah, NKGN is a really nice one. That APM as well, Aptorum, I know that one started popping up earlier when I was on the big desk, just kind of as I was leaving. So it was a little bit of a later entry to the small cap marathon. It wanted to run with its pals. But yeah, APM definitely, as you pointed out, they're kind of chilling out a little bit. Google, if you'd like to continue to chill out since you've been in a downtrend all day, I would not be disappointed. No, all jokes aside, I like this downtrend. I was going to get in that 146.34. Then I changed a little bit to 146.29. So should have been more patient there. You know, should have been getting what I get, not getting upset and not moving things around. So that's definitely on me. If we get above this area of 146.46 with any kind of oomph, because that was an area we had a little bit of relative support and resistance earlier, I'm going to be staying involved here. But as Neil was just saying in the chat, Google is so weak. So, you know, I think as someone in a Google short, that makes me definitely tickled pink. Also, Darwin, I really just enjoyed the way that this whole chat was phrased. Where is this? I fixed some BTC earlier. I'm okay if someone pamps it. I love how casual that is. And you know what? Pamp it.
Pamp it.
Pamp. I can't say it yeah, pamp. But yeah, so hopefully that BTC goes well there. Tried my hand at the pamp it. But yeah, this Google is really the only thing I have on right now. Then Apple decided it would actually not like to stick to that 175.30 area. The last time it did this and broke above, I got out. We made it up to a cool 175.35, I'm pretty sure, before we went back down. So Apple might be, say it with me, the dead one again on the day. We are up on the day, but we've been trading in like a 30-penny range for the past hour.
We're putting in higher lows, Adara.
But we've been in a 30-penny range.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, Apple has a history of being the dead one. So
that's true.
Sometimes it's been the down one a lot lately. Let's be real about it.
That's true.
Yeah, we've been wetting our beak on some entries there on the personal account.
Yeah,
Katina Man, have you added on Apple lately? The Katina Man bought 169s. Yeah, I remember because that was a swing. You're out? You're in. Okay, he's waiting for 180. He's swinging it. But you're still holding some Apple for the long term, though, obviously, right? A lot for the long term. I agree with that. Shout out to the Katina Man, baby. All right, Jay Lee wants me to look at SMR. Sorry about that, Jay. I just had to, ask the Katina Man what was up with Apple there. So Jay Lee, you think SMR is a good bounce play long today? Please bring it up. It was high yesterday. Absolutely, sir. Let's look at SMR. So let's give some deets. It's called New Scale Power. It's a $1.5 billion market cap. Let me just put it in the ticker here, SMR. By the way, I'm long LICY, okay?
Nice.
Yeah, I'm looking for a VWAP hold here. It's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price, and my out is, like I said, on the other side of 50. It doesn't hold the $0.50, I'm gone, okay? I've got a beak wetter set up at 65. So if we get a move up to 65, I'll be looking to take some profit. That's on LICY. But we're looking now at SMR. So let's go ahead and look at the wider view here. Let's bring up the 4-hour on SMR, Jay. Wow. Wow, Jay. What a move up and then what a move down. Jeez Louise. Okay, so clearly something was afoot here late February, early this month, because from the February consolidation area to the high, we were up 316%, okay, since that time. Then the correction came in. And since the high to where we're trading at right now, we're down 42%. Okay, so now that is the look there. Now let's zoom in a little bit here. Let's go to the half and figure out where these support levels could be. Well, Jay, $6 is staring at me in the face. Why? Couple of troughs here. The first one on the 14th, the second one on the 15th. Look at this. Yeah, sure, the one on the 14th dips way below, but look where the closing prints are, Jay. right at $6, $5.97. No, not even $6 exactly. That's on the 14th and the 15th. So I like this for a $6 hold. What's going on, guys? Nvidia's absolutely ripping the Katina man said, where are we at here? 892 on NVDA. This thing is flying. Okay, so I have to interrupt Jay because we got to cover NVDA. We're past, what's it called? The break-even point today on the NQ. That was 18,230. Now we're at 18,250. Nvidia looks like it's single-handedly lifting up the NQ right now as we go into positive territory on both Nvidia and the NQ. What a move up here midday. Did not anticipate this at all. People don't give a you-know-what about the Blackwell and the fact that it takes 30 days or 90 days to do the same thing that the H processor did. They're buying this up hand over fist. So here we go. Looks like we're going to get 900 again here on NVDA, but we'll cover that in a second. Anyway, Jay, I like $6 as a defend on SMR. If it comes into 6, I'd be interested long here, dear.
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia got a pop there. You are right. Apple did finally have its breakout into 173 or 175.40s. But yeah, this one, I mean, and yeah, Ramin was joking, fight. Yeah, no, I do agree with Sharif. There have been higher highs and higher lows. That's why I exited that short range. But yeah, it's just been taking its sweet time. You know what I mean? Like a name like Nvidia, you get dollars. A name like Apple, you got 30 cents in an hour, right? So it's just a bit more of a slow mover. But yeah, this name definitely a beast on the longer term, which is why so many people are involved in it. Uncle Warren would certainly tell you that Apple is a beast and a company he is down for. So, yeah, did not mean to insult Apple or Tim Cook and co. I just think, yeah, today definitely a bit of a slower moving kind of dude. Also, Google popped up a little bit, then popped back down. I'm getting out at 146.46. We didn't reach that area yet, so we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. Patience is a virtue that I often don't possess in spades, so I'm trying to work on that for sure. But yeah, that's what I have going on right now. Also, I'm going to pull up Tesla in a second. I'm just getting IWM on my side chart because that's a good look, but I don't have a point of entry in that. Tesla, though, Solo Cristo was asking, have you wet your beak in the Cybertruck today? And I did earlier. I did have that long off that 171 area. When we had that bounce off the 90 MA, that was nice. I initially was planning to get into that 170, 160s. We didn't get that. I got out at 170, 140 for all of it. So nice look here. Definitely seeing a little bit of issues trying to pop above that 172.30, but I wouldn't short that because I'm seeing a higher low. I think there could be some kind of break above like what Apple was attempting to do there. D420 Meds Music. I love that name. IWM is on the move. So let's look there. At IWM, yes, it certainly is. We got up to that 202.60. Now we're seeing a little bit of a bearish engulfing candle. We're trying to attempt that here to the downside. This is not something I really have any kind of point of entry on until later. But wow, what a nice look up. We were around here when I did that. When I did the small cap recap, we were down on the day. Here we were down about negative 0.5% to the downside here for IWM. Then the Russell decides it wants to get a hustle on, and it keeps doing these nice, we talked about support and resistance in the lesson, which we will see round 3 of in about 10 minutes. But look at this nice bounce off that 9 EMA. It's a really nice look here. Again, with these ETFs, I try to look less at what the chart's doing and more at what the book's doing. But I think, either way, this spells support. I think it's a nice move up. I don't really have an opportunity to I don't really have a way for myself to bamboozle into this trade as of right now. If I see something, I will, I'll try to get involved. Google, though, we are now about 4 pennies out of the money. Let's see how Google goes. Neil did say Google was so dead. I really do not disagree. Let's see how Google happens. As long as we don't make a higher high on this, I'm going to be cool continuing to search for a move down in my GOOL, not Google. It's Google. Also, Yoel Reyna saying Disney going up. So let's take a look at the House of Mouse. I know Nick W was mentioning this one earlier. This one was also on the watch list with regards to that story about George Lucas, Disney's largest individual shareholder. Disney, much like IWM, really fantastic look. Very hard to find your way into, though, because it's not giving you a lot of dips. I'll have this quick little brush against the 9 EMA, and then it's like, oh, sorry, I have to keep going to the upside. Does not care about your feelings if you're trying to get a dip buy in here. No, sir, no, ma'am, no person. We'll keep flying to the upside here on that DIS. Meta, actually a pretty similar look there. because look at this. As you can tell, I drew lines here because I did want to get involved in this, but the spread at the time was like 18 pennies. The spread on Meta continues to be pretty spready. I don't have a better word. Shout out to Randy, who I know once said that, oh, that one looks pretty spready about some stocks. So yeah, I agree about that with Meta right now.
Randy.
Yeah, shout out to Randy. No Christmas Eve retracement though on Meta.
No.
Meta gets to that 945 bottom, hangs out at 482, and then says, nah, I'd like to go higher, thank you. Cool, $12 in the money. Still down on the day, though, is META. Also, Google trying to pop back up. Thank you, no thank you. I might have to hop out of this one soon. We're inching towards my out at or my stop at 146.46. So we're gonna have to see. I do not want to stay in this during the lesson of the day, or sorry, that's Neil's thing. During our daily lesson on how to trade.
I know what you mean.
But also, yeah. Shout out again to Neil for killing it with the lessons of the day every day. I know people in the chat seem to really appreciate them, and honestly, like, you know, there's something I learned from for sure, and I do agree with what Neil said today for sure about like not being too committed to an idea. If the idea changes, get out and don't try to force something that isn't really working, right? Don't go chasing waterfalls. And I certainly think that that's why I need to get out of this. Google, we broke above my area, I'm out. So we are down in this name by not by much, still green on the day. And honestly, pretty happy with how the trading's been going today. Just trying to take smaller positions and names that I'm less comfortable with. I did actually short Nvidia earlier today, but I did so with a smaller share size, so I felt comfortable doing it. Right now, though, shorting Nvidia feels like a very interesting endeavor indeed, because we're knocking on the door of 895s. To use the Sharifism there. Yeah, this could be interesting. And then to be clear too, that doesn't mean there aren't some opportunities to short Nvidia. I just think it would be incredibly counter trend at this time. There's no areas of resistance that I can see. Nvidia is like, oh, you want 895? Cool, let's give 897 while you're still talking. So now that looks like an area. Yeah, if you are Nvidia in the long, it looks like it could be a bit of a win Nvidia. Jacob saying, hello everybody, hoping you're having a great day so far. How kind of you. Yeah, hi, I hope you're having a great day as well, Jacob. What a great community we have here. Nvidia is like just breaking my brain.
Nvidia is pamping. Is that Ram? No, it is Ram. Okay, I thought it was a Katina man because he was printing up a factory there on Nvidia because he keeps saying it keeps going higher. And here's NVDL. I just want to show you where I got in on NVDL on the day. 37.66. Look what it's doing right now. 41.25, and it's printing higher. Here comes 41.33. Nvidia on the way up, baby. 897 HOD. Looks like it's going to break in a second because we're at the high of day as we speak. The future being pulled up aggressively by Nvidia. 18,268. It looks like we may make our way into 18.3 or thereabouts some point in the day. We're going to keep eyes on Nvidia. We'll keep eyes on the future. Alexander Wheeler, you haven't experienced good cinema until you watch Indiana Jones. I'm assuming he's talking to what I said to Eddie R, because Eddie R was like, bad joke, how many T's does Indiana Jones have? A lot, because Tata, I don't know how to say that. Do you know, have you watched Indiana Jones?
Been a while.
Been a while. Do you know what this saying is by Eddie R with the T's? Right, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah,
I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it has something to do with Indiana Jones.
I know. I think I know what you're referring to, but I could not say it in any proper way. It's been like years since I've seen that movie.
Sure, Pondera knows. He says he thinks you know what it is, but
Oh, it's the theme song.
Yeah,
that's what
okay, I got you. I figured. Look, man, I mean, George Lucas is not a joke. I mean, the fact that he comes in as a single largest individual shareholder and says that other people as well are backing Bob Iger, makes a statement about when Bob Chapek was there and how he didn't like the direction of the company. He was pleased as punch when Bobby I came back, and, you know.
Bobby I,
big Bobby I, right? So, you know, he's made a statement. Now, when is that shareholder meeting? Because it's soon, right?
It is soon. I think that will be like literally something out of Succession when that happens.
Yeah, straight up, right?
Which would be really exciting.
Which would be super interesting here. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. Peltz wants the CFO, the current CFO of Disney, and himself to be put onto the board. Whether or not he gets that, an entirely different story. Obviously, Bob Iger.
April 3rd.
Thank you. April 3rd. So we're talking the next couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll definitely be keeping eyes on that, no question. All right, let's talk a little bit about Nvidia because it's a couple of bucks off the HOD right now. Back down into 894, 897 high a day. And you're seeing that 41 trying to hold right now on NVDL. In case you're wondering what I'm doing on NVDL, look at NVDA. We have 3 derivative products that you can trade: NVDL, NVDS, and NVDX. Make sure to apprise yourself of them if you want, you know, a bit more of a risk management friendly trade here on Nvidia. Obviously, you know, it moves, but it doesn't move in the same dollar amounts. Now, LICY stopped out for a 5-penny loser here, got long, a 6-penny loser, excuse me, got long at 55s, stopped out 49s. This one broke the volume weighted average price, so that was my first indication. Then it broke the $0.50 area, so I want nothing to do with this one until it reclaims VWAP. But maybe I got out of the wrong one here. I'm talking about wrong small cap gapper, because NKGN keeps on making higher lows and higher highs. So we got into this one, had to get a little bit, we got a nice trade in initially, but we had to get out flat, or 1-penny move, I guess, for the remaining amount, because we're about to do the lesson. But here we got a touch at 3. In fact, it did break above 3, got to 309. We're below 3 right now. But I think the trade is still valid. Number one, it's above the volume weighted average price. Number two, it's still putting it in higher lows, and we haven't made a lower low. So the crest that I'm using, or sorry, the troughs that I'm using is at 270. So the $2.70 area is what I'm earmarking as the previous low. So if we break below 280 and then make our way down to 270, and then the trade is no longer valid for me. So long as we're making those higher lows, I feel that the trade is valid. So keep your eyes on NKGN. My only criticism of this name is the spread relative to the price. It's a little spready, given that it's a $2 and change stock. So it's gonna, you know, you're gonna have to accept that about it, and make sure that you are using risk management strategies that coincide with the spread. All right, let's see what else people are talking about. The Dude. That's an amazing name. His name is The Dude.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He wants me to look at RTX. Sure. Let's bring in that. Is that Raytheon?
Yeah, Raytheon.
It is Raytheon. Yep. Thank you. Yeah. So, well, you know, sadly, we are in a time of war everywhere, it seems. And, you know, these weapons companies are likely to do well. And I got to tell you something else. We don't talk about politics, but let me tell you about this. Canada is increasing its percentage of GDP for military. So, you know, NATO, there is a standard that every country that subscribes to NATO has to spend relative to GDP. I think it's 2 or 3%. I forget exactly which one it is. Canada's increasing their defense spending. We've seen that. We've seen, you know, other countries increase defense spending as well. Even non-NATO countries. We've heard about Japan looking to increase defense spending. Germany certainly is. So who knows how these kind of weapons companies do, but let's have a look at how this one's been trading on the daily, Ramram. So here we go. So this one troughed out late September, it looks like. We got to that 65, or there, sorry, not 65, 68. Since that time, how much are we up? Since that time, it's about, what is that? 58% or so since that time, okay? Great levels off which to work. I'd say $90, an excellent area of support. I don't know if it makes its way down there. It looks like we're breaking through the consolidation level high here. So we consolidated at this 93 as the top for a while, since essentially late January. We've broken above that now on a closing basis. So maybe you want to use 93 as your support, because it was clearly resistance earlier. And then look at this. So in case you didn't have enough evidence there that 93 was a level, well, look back over here. Look at this trough over here from last year. That essentially is around 93. Sorry, yeah, that's from last year, around May. So that 93 or thereabouts, a rinse and repeat type level. It's nice when those flip. So ideally, I would have said 90 as that support area, but that's the bottom end of the range. If that doesn't hold, it's 93. All right, I'm talking about a swing trade here. I'm not talking about a day trade, because I don't think this one is day trade friendly. What is the spread on this thing right now? I'll have to look somewhere. Anyway, on the 5-minute look, yeah, I mean, we're not getting much of a range on the daily look. I mean, where did we open up? We opened up at 93.50. We got up to 95.40. Now we're at the volume weighted average price at 94.50. So right there, smack dab in the middle. It's not a stock I typically trade on a daily, on an intraday trade, but you know, sometimes when there's earnings or a headline, then we can. But this one for me is more swing trade appropriate than an intraday. I hope that helps. NKGN is absolutely tanking here. Okay, so this one is giving up the ghost at the volume weighted average price. It looks like it rejected 3, and now we are breaking down below the volume weighted average price. So this one is giving up the ghost here, up 31.5%, but it's no longer tradable in my book. It has to get above and stay above VWAP. Right now it's on the way down. It's breaking down below the 20 period as well. So NKGN giving way here. Let's go back into large cap world, see what's pumping. So we talked about AMZN as that kind of a Adair Panera top end type range over here. And look, now it's making us look bad because it was putting in higher lows before, and that higher lows ended up taking out that top that we had here at 175 2/3. Now it is 175.80. It looks like we're going to go up to 176. We're getting into resistance level 1 here on pivots at 175.90. So Amazon now up 0.75% on the day and putting in discernibly higher lows here. AMZN looking awfully good. I would say there is a bit of similarity between Apple and Amazon right now in the sense that you're not getting that huge move up, but you're getting those incrementally higher lows with kind of a flat top. Look at Apple. Looks the same way here, right? You're looking at the 20 period, and every time it comes into that 20 period, it bounces off and it makes a higher low subsequent. So Apple and Amazon looking a little bit similar here in their charts, so we'll have to keep eyes on that, see if there's any divergence there. But yeah, that's it. Oh, Nvidia dipped into 890. And we held up for the most part at 890. We got into 888s, they're high 888s, and then got bought up immediately, $5 above where we dipped into. Looks, and Nvidia doesn't give you a long retracement here. It goes into 897, down into 888, and right back up we go into 895. NVDA looking come back in a day's highs that are up 1%.
Yeah, it looks like we got the bond auction because I had to leave my IWM. I don't have the results up here yet, though. Waiting for those results. I know, shout out to Exclusive mentioning that one. Yeah, this IWM honestly should not have probably added in right before the bond auction. Now, I got out because we popped up and now we're falling back below. So, but that's okay. I would not have been able to manage this trade and do the lesson du jour. So that's all right. Yeah, I honestly, my big thing too is I'm trying to worry less about my P&L while taking trades. I got involved in that short because look at this rejection we had of that 202.50 area after coming down. And again, I don't like to look purely at chart action. The book, we just had this weakness here coming off of that big move down, a couple 5-minute candles of red. I decided to get involved. For whatever reason, we woke up at that 9 EMA and then woke up again after the bond auction. So I said bye. If there's more coming there, maybe I'll keep an eye on that. 20-year auction, we got 4.542% versus 4.595% previous, so lower than the previous number there. IWM saying bye, Adara. It was bye WM, I guess, for me, but that's okay. Not something I would have been able to keep an eye on anyhow while doing our daily lesson. So I'm ready to move on to that.
Can I just say one quick thing?
Please do.
BTC above 65,000 and the mining names, and MicroStrategy's up 6 1/3 since the bell. Coin up 4% since the bell. Mara, Riot up 4% and 2 1/4, all since the bell. It's still negative on the day since 4 a.m., but they're up since the bell. Sorry.
Nice, yeah. Definitely let's look at the lesson so I can stop feeling bamboozled by IWM. Good times up in here. As you say, you either learn, you win or learn. And that's, what we're going to do here. And of course, we're learning on how to trade. So let's talk about support and resistance pullback. We had the basic pullback trade yesterday, which is, of course, really important to know. But what if you could just add a little bit of spice or sauce, as we'll talk about later, an extra layer of confidence to this trade? Support and resistance pullbacks do just that. So let's build first on the basics, because we already know that pullbacks are going to be temporary dips or rises against the trend, but support and resistance zones are going to further act as price levels where the prices bounced previously. So imagine invisible lines in the chart, or in my case, just draw an excessive amount of lines on your chart. Support price will stop prices from falling too low, and resistance will stop them from rising too high. You want to identify that also pamp it, says Sharif. You want to identify the sweet spot, right? Because the magic is going to happen when a pullback coincides with the support and resistance level. That's not always going to happen, but when it does, it's going to be, of course, really cool to see. Upward trend, you're going to be wanting to look for an uptrend in higher highs and higher lows, and then you're going to want to identify a support level where the price bounced before. That might be a nice pullback opportunity for you. On the flip side of that, in a downtrend, if you're looking to enter a pullback in a downtrend, you're going to be wanting to look for lower highs and lower lows. So it's the flip of what you're looking for in the uptrend. You want to find a previous resistance level where the price got rejected before and jump right in. And we will have some diagrams of that after this last chat here, because then what you want, now that you've identified your trends, you want to wait for the pullback to arrive. Watch for a price retracement in the current trend. Does it reach the identified support and resistance level? If it does, bingo, you have a support and resistance pullback. So here's one example. This is, I guess, Newmont Mining from Investopedia. Look at this beautiful bounce here off this level as we continue to the upside. That would be support. You might want to get into this pullback. Again, not advice, but just, takes on the chart and looking at different areas. Downtrend line as well, worth noting. Here's an example, a very old example from Amazon from 2002, it looks like. Look at this. We have this move down, and they've identified a couple different times that we've touched and then rejected again. So
should
nice
mention that the price scale here is logarithmic.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not have known that.
Yeah, it's all good.
Thank you, Sharif, mentioning the logarithmic price scale there on the downtrend line for Amazon. The confirmation advantage is also something you really want, right? Because you might not always want or feel you need confirmation, but it always does help, because support and resistance can serve as historical turning points. So they do, or they have served, as historical turning points. So they can act as a further level of confidence before you enter your trade. And the pullback reaching these levels suggests that the trend might resume after a short pause. You also want to be looking for support in an uptrend or resistance in a downtrend that you can sometimes find around moving averages. It's not always going to happen, but when it does, chef's kiss adds a little bit of magic. Trading above or below these levels can, in some cases, further confirm the strength of a trend if one of those levels moves from support to resistance or vice versa. It can warn of a potential reversal. So here's an example here from Investopedia again. Shout out to them. Look at the 15 MA. On this chart, we ride it as support. Then we kind of see a little bit of chop and churn, and then we start finding it as resistance. This is a flip that shows, different areas, different ways that levels can act as support and resistance. And if you see this kind of fall below, you might realize, the long is wrong now, and you might want to be cognizant of that. There you go. Entering and exiting also really important. So you might want to go long. If you want to go long, you might want to enter the position or buy at the support level during an uptrend pullback. On the flip side of that, if you're going short, you might want to sell or short at the resistance level during a downtrend pullback. So you're going to want to exit your position potentially when the price breaks above resistance in an uptrend or below support in a downtrend.
Okay.
And divergence will be some extra sauce. You don't want to get lost in the sauce, as Obi says, but it does give you a little bit of extra oomph in your trades. You might want to combine these techniques with divergence from technical indicators like RSIs for stronger confirmation. Bullish divergence on an uptrend pullback, so that's when the indicator rises or the price falls, can suggest a potential buying opportunity, and the opposite, so bearish divergence, is going to be in a downtrend pullback, and that could suggest potential selling opportunity. Here's some diagrams. In this case, on this chart, the USD JPY, we have these lower lows, but the RSI is printing higher lows, so we might still have some movement up. Bearish divergence, also USD JPY on this chart. We have these lower highs on the RSI, but we have higher highs in the chart. That shows we might still be bearish, and indeed in that case, the bears continue to growl to the downside. You also want to remember, though, a couple tips. Oh, sorry, we have a pro tip as well. Oh, no, that was the one we just did. Sorry about that. Okay. I'm getting lost in the sauce here, apparently. You want to remember support and resistance aren't foolproof, and prices can break through them sometimes. Those can be fake out breakouts. So you do always want to make sure you're using stop losses in every case, but especially these cases, to manage risk. And a bonus tip is just imagine the support resistance levels as magnets. Another shout out to Obi here. A pullback towards them can be like being drawn in potentially for continuation of the trend. And with support and resistance pullback, you can trade with a skosh more confidence, knowing that the price has respected these levels in the past. Happy pullback hunting.
I like it. Happy pullback hunting. As Daryl was dropping hot lines, WORX decided to get off the schneid, as my friend Neil likes to say, at $3 and make its way back into the volume weighted average price, which is hanging out around, let's say 340 or so, 40 pennies off the bottom. Still, just if you're going to follow the rules that I put out there, it's not tradable as a long at this point. That is until it gets above the volume weighted average price and holds. On the 5-minute chart, you've got to have some sort of standard off which to work. And right now, to me, it's not tradable. But for my shorts out there, the people who love to short these small cap gappers or low floaters, which I don't recommend, this is an excellent area off which to short. And then you could have your area stop around the break of the $0.50 because the VWAP is at 338, 340 or thereabouts. You can put your line in the sand at the $0.50. That's about 10 or 12 pennies worth of risk. And if you gauge it off that 3 bottom, well, then you definitely have a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 there because you're risking about 10 to 12 pennies to make about 40 or so to the downside. That is if it comes back into 3. Personally, I have to secure shorts for this. I don't want to do that. So I tried to see if they were free. They're not. So I'm going to wait. If it breaks above the volume weighted average price and closes there, Works will be back in my good books for a trade on small cap gappers. But right now it's doing the dance at the volume weighted average price. Not sure how this goes. Big Kyle Burdett shorted the ES and says got half off with profit taker, still holding a half. Shout out to you, Kyle. Hope you print. Told you that already. I even yelled out to the market to dump it. So go for it and let me know how it works out. Keep me updated. We'll keep everybody apprised. Now, SOUN. A lot of people were talking about SOUN today. And I didn't see it on my gap scanners, so I was like, okay, let's have a look here. We're definitely, I don't want to say we're ensconced with yesterday's price action. We were not because we made a newer low. We got to 760 as the low today, and yesterday, 785. Thanks, Katina, man. Was 785 was the low. Right now, though, we ended up closing yesterday at 823, so 8.25 or thereabouts. And look what happened here. We got that big boy move into 870, and then we came back down, held yesterday's close. Guys, chart the close. It doesn't take that long to do, right? See where it closed out at and throw a horizontal line there. Trust me, it'll give you another level off which to work, okay? That's all I got to say about that. But SOUN holding that 8.25, bouncing up into $8.37 right now. Let me tell you what the volume is on this bad boy on the day. If I can get it over here. What is going on? Sound Hound has done a measly 71.5 million shares, which is not bad for an $8 name, guys. Let's be real, right? Sometimes we don't see $2 names or $1 names doing that kind of volume. Anyway, it looks tradable to me in my books at the moment, but it's going to have to stay green. It's well above VWAP. VWAP really is not the level off which I would work. It's $8.03, $8.04. To me, I would use yesterday's closing print as my line in the sand as to whether or not to go long or short. Right now, it's showing you that it's more inclined to go long at that 8.25. Now breaking through 8.33, looking to go 8.5. Technically, HOD is a little bit above 8 2/3, a little bit below 8 3/4. So we'll keep an eye on SOUN. Again, you're wondering what the hell is going on with SOUN. Nvidia threw some money behind this name, and so it's been running ever since news broke of that. Let's see what else is popping off here. WORX not getting above the volume weighted average price. And now LICY and NKGN, the only two small cap gappers that we were really eyeing today for a trade, and we traded both. They're both untradeable in my book right now because they're both trading below VWAP. So no small cap gappers in my book at the moment to trade. But AAPL. New high of day. This one looks like it's on its way to 176. 175.85. Apple up and to the right. Very slow mover. I'm very hesitant to call this one the dead one today. But, it's moving. It's moving in the right direction. I was happy to add in the 60s. I added, and I didn't add reluctantly. I didn't. Like in other cases where I've had to DCA to get out of trouble, this is not a DCA on Apple. I think that they're creating an entirely new type of compute, and I think that the AI story is not even, we're not even scratching the AI story, scratching the surface of the AI story for Apple. Yeah, that's just my opinion, not financial advice, obviously, but we'll see what AAPL does. Anyway, 175.85 HOD, it's trading in the 60s right now, so a bit of a retracement off that level. What else we got? What's NVDA doing? It's still hanging out at 888s over here. Is that a motel, 888?
I think so, yeah.
It is, yeah.
I believe so.
I was like, I've heard that name before. Anyway, it's green. It's green on the day. I'm not going to trade NVDA. I'll look at NVDA. I think that Nvidia is providing us with good volatility here midday, so that is going to make me pull up NVDA, and we'll look to set up another trade on that bad boy. NVDA. Let's get. Oops, it's on the NASDAQ. Let's look at some levels here that we can get a dip trade off on NVDA. So that 40 level looking awfully good. Now, what I've tried to do is at different times, I've tried to put levels on NVDA and correspond them to levels on NVDA. I'm just giving you a random example. I don't know if this holds true. Let's just say $40 on NVDA. It could be $8.80 on NVDA. I'm not saying that that's accurate. I'm just saying look for some correspondence there between levels on the derivative and levels on the actual name itself. See if you can make any correlations there. Anyway, we'll look for something here once NVIDIA starts curling back up. But right now, Dara, it's coming back down, only up 0.25% on the day as it looks to stay green above that 884 and 2/3. I see triangles.
Yeah, I mean, these triangles are, I honestly, I'm hoping that this is not a revenge trade on my part. I didn't think it was. I got the IWM, as you can tell, IW massacred me just a little bit with that print that we got on the bond auction. We swooped up. I swooped out of my short. It is what it is. It's okay. This I'm getting involved in not because of anything the chart's doing, but because the book has weirdly been rangy, 202.40 to 202.50. I got involved 202.40. If we dip below 202.30, I'm going to have to say sayonara. I've been watching what we do at 202.30. We've been bouncing. Could have added to the position there, but again, see earlier chop and churn situation that I got chopped out of there, so, or chopped up in or what have you. So I don't really want to add here. I'm going to get out at 202.50. IWM is certainly, trying to be a little bit difficult. That's okay. We're going to see what happens here. I do not want to add to this position. Honestly, even getting involved in this, I felt kind of weird about because I was like, oh, you were doing so well on the day. But also one thing that I'm trying to do less is trade based on my P&L. I'm going to trade based on trades I like. I did like that short. The short was working until the bond auction said, no, you don't. So that's okay. We're going to have to see what happens here on this IWM.
I'm really happy to hear you say that. I don't know if you ever heard me venting to BPI.
Yeah, you've
I was venting about trading my P&L too. I think it's it's not a good thing. You hear the Katina man talking about it as well sometimes. It's one of these things traders do. Sorry to interrupt you. Oh, the Katina man is short Coinbase, guys. So new trade for the Katina man. He's taking Coinbase short, and I see topping tail candles. So this looks really good. Just want to point that out.
Okay, give me a second.
He wants to know, the Katina man is asking Adara what price he thinks he shorted Coinbase at. Go, Adara, you got this.
I love playing this game. This is so much fun. I know Sean. Oh, okay. Is it 232? Higher. Oh, 233? 232.96. So I did not do the best at this game today. But yeah, Sean seeing the topping tail candle and shorting in the middle of it. So nice look there. Shout out to Sean. Also, I love that he's now calling himself the Katina man in the chat. Oh no, that was you. Sorry, that was
me. I was letting everyone know the Katina man is short Coinbase because you were talking. All right, I don't want to interrupt.
No, that's cool. Yeah, I thought for a second that Sean was saying that the Katina man was short Coinbase.
I don't think he's talking about himself.
I didn't think so either, but that's why I was confused.
Yeah.
Well, I saw the Sean, the Sharif in the chat. Yeah, in the time we did that, in the time we played that game, which is very fun, and shout out to Sean, more than $1 in the money on that trade. IWM decided to cooperate us go, so we're gonna have to be patient. I could not babysit this trade because that's not fun for anybody, including myself. Tesla, though, continuing to be interesting. The range on this is incredible. incredibly tight, like kind of too tight for me to have an entry point on. But that 170, 160, if we come into that and bounce, that was a line I drew earlier. I know some of the lines I was drawing ended up having a little bit of, being a little bit simpatico with the pivot. So that could be interesting if we bounce off that 170, 176. I think you have about 70 pennies there to 172.30. So if we get that, I might get involved. Also, AMD trying to maybe do a little something. This was another name I liked earlier. And also interesting is we have a massive rejection off that 182 area. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at NVDL. I'm trying to weasel my way into an NVDL trade. The reason I'm trying to weasel my way is because, well, NVIDIA is right back at support. We were just talking about this green line, that's pivots, and the fact that pivots and the closing print are like, how much are they off each other? So 885.26, 884.65. Okay, so almost, just give or take a little bit more than 50 pennies off the level. So a lot of support at this level, and so this is making me like this possible trade here. So let's go ahead and punch long on NVDL. I'm looking for a hold of this level on NVIDIA. If we can make our way back into maybe 890, 892 or thereabouts, my line in the sand is going to be the break of this level right here. So it's not going to be too much room. I'm going to give this about 20 pennies worth of room on NVDL. If it makes a lower low through this trough over here at 40.25, that's what we're looking to get out. But I'm looking for this level to hold on NVIDIA. I like the level that it retraced into. It's a key level that I had marked up on my chart. It is pivots and the closing print yesterday. If it holds this level, I like the trade, but it's gonna have to hold the level. So we'll wait and see what we get there. Some other Mag 7 names all curling down. I'm talking about Meta curling off the top. I'm talking about Amazon curling off the top. Softy as well, doing the same thing. They're all curling off these highs. I say saving except for AAPL here, baby, because AAPL is continuing to put higher highs and higher lows. Now coming into 175.85, we're in the 71s. But as you can see, with some of these other names, we're all starting to curl a little bit back down. So we're going to have to wait and see, is there's going to be a thing with all these Mag 7 names or what the deal is going to be. Let's wet our beak here on NVDL as it makes its way into 40.60. If we get printed, there it is. There's a print. Pleased as dang punch about this. Let's see if we can get a bigger move to the high side here, baby. I'm looking possibly 895. I'm thinking 895 might be an interesting area here for NVDA, just owing to where the closing prints were. So the wicks got into 897. That's fine. We know that. But the closing prints are where I put a bit more stock, and that's 895 or thereabouts. That's not fair to say. It's 894. That's the closing prints are all 894. So we'll see. We'll see if we get a move up on NVIDIA at these levels. So pack our patience. Not really a big trade anyway. So let's look at what else is moving here, baby. Did you notice Fisker is down another 8% today? It's at 13.5 pennies. I feel bad for this company, man. Jeez, and you know how much money they were spending on digital sales? I gotta tell you, I was seeing it every day on my Instagram. I'm not seeing it anymore. I'm not seeing it anymore. So clearly, that money is not being spent on that anymore. But another 8% a dare, man. I don't know if this company can hang on. I feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, Fisker, you could call it Risker, honestly, or holding on by a whisker. I do feel really badly saying that, hence this face, because, honestly, it is really sad.
Yeah, it is.
Because this company just was not able to.
No, but as my old man says, you don't have a right to be in business. The market will dictate whether you are in business or not. You don't have that right. So, well, it'll be one of many companies that we've seen either make its way down to the OTC markets or not here altogether. Maybe we'll be talking to Jeff Mendel about it soon. Who knows?
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, FSR. It's obviously breaching the NASDAQ or the. Does the NYSE have a dollar law like the NASDAQ where they have to be in compliance above $1? No, okay. Well, I'll have to look into that. The Katina man is not sure either. So we'll have to look because Fisker is obviously on the NYSE. We know the NASDAQ has that requirement of $1. If you stay below $1 for a while, they send you a letter and a warning, get your stock above $1. So that's when we see the reverse splits coming in. I'm not sure if NYSE has that same rule anyway. We'll find out. 889, here comes 890 on NVDA. And now we're moving up a little bit here, not too much. 890 on NVDA, but still not moving with any viciousness, as Adair likes to say. But we did come into that 890 area, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see the viciousness. You know, you kind of do. But yeah, all jokes aside, Elon in the chat was asking me about AMD. You got back in AM dancing at 178.30 earlier. Congrats to you. Awesome trade. Did you get back in, possibly curling up to 182? So honestly, this is not really my type of trade for AMD right now. I'm going to be really honest. That was what got me IW massacred with IWM. It's just that wasn't, A, it was an ETF, so it was already kind of dicey. B, it was not my type of trade. C,
I don't mean to laugh, but you said IW massacred. It made me laugh.
I mean, I'm not offended by the laugh. I know what one point someone in
Yeah, I
the chat
should
was
be
like,
laughing when you're talking about losing trade, but the way you said it made me laugh.
No, I appreciate it. I know at one point, too, I think like a while ago, someone in the chat was like, why is Sharif always like laughing at Adair? And I'm
She's
like, I'm not
funny.
offended. Yeah, I mean, it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. So yeah, I just thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, the one thing I do like about, and to be clear, I still think AMD is a long. I'm just saying about whether or not it's my type of trade. Do you know what I mean? Because this, to me, needs to be a little rangier. However, look at this chop and turn we had at that 182. If we see this 9 EMA hold up as an area of support, yes, this is my favorite level to trade off sometimes, then I think I could be interested. I'm going to wait for a candle here, because look at these little baby candles. I want to wait for like a strong candle that says, hey, I'm here at 181 and I'm here to stay. And then I'll probably take it to 182. But congrats to you, Elon. This is a great long on AMD. I think it's honestly a really nice look. I think, though, I am going to be cognizant of that 182 level, because that was that support earlier that became a Scotia resistance. That being said, I mean, I do think that AMD's had quite the recovery, and it's been a really fun name to trade. My best name of the day by far, and I'm pretty proud, because I know it can be a little bit of a harder one to trade, but I know Sean was killing it with AMD earlier. AM destroying that one, so shout out to you on that. Yeah, thank you, Elon. Yeah, good strategy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it looks like AMD is trying to like prove himself to me right now. Like, hey, look at me above 181. We're going to wait for a candle and see what happens. Tesla, like I said, I wanted to see what Tesla did at 171.60. Tesla, baby bounce at 171.60. I want to see, can we hold 171.80? Kind of a random level, kind of arbitrary, but I want to see what we do there. If we can hold, I'm going to take this to 173.30. I like my ranges, and the market's actually giving me quite a few today. And then there was another one I was looking at. Oh yeah, I know Joanna Brewster was mentioning Microsoft earlier. Microsoft has been directionally challenged and confused all day. We have this 420.50 area that we had a little bit of support earlier, but we're still making kind of lower lows right now. I mean, we're still up on the day, to be clear, with Microsoft, but maybe a bit of a frowny face on the horizon. I don't really have clear enough read on this either way. To call this one bamboozling would maybe not be an exaggeration. I think it'd be a fair point. But yeah, I think this Microsoft look kind of interesting. Not as strong, though, as what I'm seeing in AMD, which actually is giving me some confluence.
We're moving here on Nvidia. Here comes 892. We're at 891.76. We're moving up nicely here on NVDL. We're about 43 pennies in the money or so, give or take. We're on our way, looks like for the moment, to 41 as NVDA does knock on the door of 892. And there goes 892. Can we get a move into 895? That's what I've been kind of waiting for here. 895, 894. That's where the closing prints seized. That's the top end of the closing prints. The wicks, though, they go into 897. So we'll see if we can get a 41 print on NVDL. I'm trading a derivative. I'm not talking about options. I'm talking about, it's an ETF essentially, right? NVDL. Yeah, it's got to be an ETF. It's 2-time long NVIDIA ETF. And that's what we're trading, so we can manage risk a little bit better, because, well, you can just absolutely get beat up trading NVDA, especially with a person of my shutdown and my buying power. It is a lot different than when the big kahunas are trading NVDA. A lot different. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing on NVDL. But I wanted to look at BYND because Igor asked me quite nicely, and I think he's asked me a couple of times today to look at BYND. So I shall. So beyond me, obviously, this company has its own issues. Look at the chart on the daily, and you can figure that out. It looks like, this was one of these pandemic darlings that hasn't really come back to to how it used to be. That's just really what it is. Look, Igor, I got to tell you, there's not much for me to see here, especially on the day. Like we pop up $8.14, and now the low is the low is 740. We couldn't break through that. There was a buyer obviously there, you can tell. Now we're at volume weighted average price. We're at 761. So there's not much of a trade for me. If anything, I would really be looking to short off VWAP at these levels, but I wouldn't trade BYND given how much volume it's done. I wouldn't trade it because it lacks a catalyst on the day. And this one typically does need a catalyst. It's not, a day in, day out type stock. Let's look at the chart. That's the daily chart. And this is kind of what I meant about being a pandemic darling. Look at these highs here. During COVID, goes up to almost $230. And now, we had a good day. I remember reporting on earnings at the end of February on this day. And look at that big move up. So from the low of that day to the high, this thing was up like 118% on one day. And then it's given back the entire move. I mean, it's just a disaster if you're holding this for the long-term account. Wow. We broke above the 200 by some distance, and then we retraced that whole movement down. That's a disaster, man. So look, I don't like BYND on the daily. I don't like it intraday. So I hope that helps. I'm sorry I couldn't add anything to your look there. Here comes 41 on NVDA, and I flatten out there as we break up into 893 almost. Yeah, now we're above 893. Here comes 894. Wow, Nvidia really going. 894 coming in. We have an 897 high, so took it out on NVDL. That's the end of the trade there. Yoel, out of curiosity, what identifies something as a catalyst? Well, if it shows up on my blog, no, it's a good question.
No, I agree. That's like
Like typically what I mean by catalyst, Yoel, is if I come into the morning, I see some, like let's just say Li Auto yesterday, right, down 13, 14% because XPeng's going to drop a cheap SUV. So a cheap EV. So that's not really, a catalyst in the traditional sense. It had nothing to do with Li Auto, yet Li Auto was down. I could kind of put the two and two together. So that's an indirect catalyst. Sometimes you have a direct catalyst, like there's earnings or a good play, a new contract for BYND. Maybe they make a deal with McDonald's or whoever, right, to sell this, that, and the other. So that's kind of what I mean by catalyst there, right? It shows up on my blotter. It explains why something's moving. I typically call it a catalyst. The Hayes Records took 30% on S-Bucks puts. Shout out to you, the Hayes Records. Please, a dang punch for you. Sorry about the PA system, but we've been having fire drills yesterday and today, making sure that the fire system here is all good. Shout out to you Igor. Thank you. And no problem, Yoel. Shout out to you, my man. We love having you on. Goes without saying. All the viewers are undefeated, except for the ones that troll us.
Yeah.
Huh? I'm panicking. Oh, I'll never live that moment down, I think.
Oh, what when you said I'm panicking
when my monitor went out.
Oh, I remember that.
If it's Ram reminding me, Brendo reminding me, the Katina man trolled me about it yesterday. Now Neil getting in on the action. That's the way it is. I love working here, and I'm just gonna show up every day and take the heat. What
also, I like that you do like the face you did when you did it too, like the I'm panicking.
I'm panicking.
Because that was, if you saw it, that was how Sharif. That was Sharif's demeanor throughout that ordeal. Though it certainly was stressful, it was panic-worthy. Also panic-worthy is AMD casually not getting back to 182. We were in 182 for 2 seconds. I was ready to punch out, and then AMD was like, nah, just jokes. I did get part of it out here at 181.70. So if we can get back to 181.80, that would be great. But AMD weirdly deciding that its little traipse towards 182 was only just a dream. Shout out to Nelly. But yeah, I think we're going to have to see. We're weirdly struggling with 181.70. They knew we would a little bit, which is why I got some of the position out here. But this may be a little bit more of a battle than I was emotionally prepared for. So I might be panicking in this trade. No, I'm all good. Also, yeah, shout out to Elon for pointing out this nice recovery there at that 181 to me. Shout out to Elon in the chat. This is a level that I'm really happy I didn't miss. So thank you very much for that. Although before I move on to the next look, I'm just probably going to flatten this one here. There we go. If we come back to 181 and bounce, I'll get back in. Also, thank you so much to Michelle Hebert for the member super chat. Sorry, I missed this one earlier, but much appreciated. Member for 21 months. Shout out to you. Adara and Sharif, I'll tell you how to deal with pullbacks. 1, buy IBIT this morning under $36. I did. 2, profit, smiley face. BTC, small 50% retracement over. Yeah, congrats. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the chat. Let's look at IBIT. I know Sean enjoys trading this name. Yeah, 36 IBIT is a great level here. Look at all that support we had earlier at that level. A little bit of resistance, then we pop back up. Congrats to you. What a look. IBIT, really nice look here. Still down on the day. What with Bitcoin's little dip down, but this has been a very nice look. You know, it's not Elon Musk in the chat there. X is just, you know, someone named Elon in the chat. But yeah, this is a really nice look here on IBIT, trying to curl back to the upside. So thank you very much to Michelle Hebert. Yeah, nice look here. Shout out to the Hayes Records on the Starbucks puts. So nice look. Yeah, we're up. Woo, this is a nice one. Yeah, Starbucks, I know Bros, so another coffee company, Dutch Bros, getting its price target increased today, and then Starbucks getting its lowered. So one analyst was really into these coffee names today. Don't know what was in their cup of joe. No. What analyst was this? It was the same one both times. Yeah, it was JP Morgan because it was 7:30 when I saw this. So Jamie Dimon deciding to not get his Starbucks Gold Star rewards there with Starbucks lowering that price target to $100. And then they raised the one for Bros. But yeah, this is a really nice look here. Steady move to the downside. A little doji even decision at 10:30. So congrats to you, the Hayes Records. Ricky Paddington asking about DWAC, which is not a name that we've looked at today. It is below 1 million volume. It is, how is it doing in volume? It's slightly above Lily in terms of volume. That's always the one I use as my volume-related anchor because a lot of times Lily is low volume, so it's like, are you above or below Lily's volume? But DWAC is above Lily's volume. This is a little bit hard to read, I'm not gonna lie, especially given the low volume. We're below VWAP for a while. We pop back up, kind of have a dance below VWAP, slightly higher highs, but lower lows. I don't have a clear read on this one. I'm going to be really honest with you, Ricky Paddington. We are seeming to have some resistance, though, at 3460. This is the one level I think it's clear as day. We bounce off 3460, then we see it as a little bit of resistance. So that's my take on that one. Yes, that's my look at DWAC right there. Nothing too DWAC on this name. It's actually pretty subdued. AMD, I did get out of, like I said earlier, at that 180, 170, so we took 50 pennies on this. If we keep bouncing off that 9 EMA, I might hop in. Shout out again to Elon in the chat for reminding me of this name. But I see Sharif has a name pulled up that is one of Alfred's looks, I believe.
Yeah, you know what? Look, there's 2 10 cents. There's 10 Cent Music, and then there's like 10 Cent, the one that owns WeChat and stuff like that in China. So that's not it. But what I'm looking at here is TME, guys, on the NYSE, ticker TME. Chinese ADR up 8.33% on earnings. We didn't cover this because we don't typically cover 10 Cent Music, but it is a respectable market cap. It's a $20 billion name. You know, nothing to sneeze at there. Let's have a look at TME. It stood out to me because it was really the only really green ADR. You have XBEV up 3.46, even BABA is green, 0.12, but you're really nothing here like this. And obviously, again, this is the pandemic pump right here, right? When we got into the highs, and that's when Papa Powell dropped the word transitory, and you know, all hell broke loose after that. We know the story about that. But look at since the pandemic bottom, which I would say came in for this stock at around $3. Yeah, $3. Look how we're back up into 11 1/3 as the high. And let me just show you quickly here a little bit of a better look. This is not a bad looking chart, guys. This takes us to June 2022. Since June 2022, and the highs that we printed today were up 215% on TME. So not a company that I follow awfully close. Anyway, it's a great look today. They reported earnings. Apparently, they did better than expected. Here is the headline there vis-a-vis Benzinga. 10 Cent Music reported quarterly adjusted earnings of whatever. Was that better or worse than expected? So the group reported EPS for the quarter 83. Okay, I'm not going to bore you guys with this, but I mean, it looks as if the market liked what they saw from earnings, and this has been making a very discernible trend. It is higher highs and higher lows from that October bottom that we put in. It was not Uptober, but it was Downtober. What's going on?
Oh, sorry,
Ramin
Ramin made a pun in
laughing
the
up a
chat.
storm back there, bro.
Ramin made a pun in the chat because she asked Ricky Paddington if he was bearish. Get it? The Paddington Bear?
Oh, I don't even know.
Oh my God, Paddington the Bear. It was this movie.
I don't even know what that is, dude.
Was I right, Ramin? But yeah, so that was why Ramin said, "Are you bearish?" And I thought that was pretty. Sorry for laughing through
the
analysis.
No, it's fine. I mean, you know, I love a good joke. I just can't participate because I don't know what the Paddington Bear is. But that's all right. Yeah, my bad.
I'll pull up Paddington. I'll pull him up. But yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh.
But yeah, with respect to TME, it's a good look, guys. I mean, not like a day trading stock. It's done 13.5 million shares today. Let's have a look at the intraday look here on TME. Like, well, it's a very good look today. I mean, we close out yesterday at 10 1/3. Now we break up into 11 1/3. It's been holding the 20 period quite well. Initially, then it started hugging the 10 period. So right at the 10 period now, at that 11-20 area TME. Again, just wanted to point that out, not one that we typically trade. But that is the Paddington Bear.
Yeah,
Okay, so I have no idea.
Yeah, it was two movies. It was two movies.
I don't know. I've been living under a rock.
So that's Paddington. He's known for his little hat. But yeah, that's him. And I really enjoyed that pun, Ramin. And yeah, I mean, certainly who could be bearish for this little Paddington Bear? But yeah, I enjoyed that one. And yeah, the 10 cent. Yeah, sorry again to laugh at that.
That's fine, Adara.
Yeah.
You don't have to apologize.
TME is a really interesting one for sure. Another Chinese ADR that reported earnings that I think you maybe have a little bit of beef with. I'm joking because of the Li Auto sort of feud in that they're both Chinese ADRs. XPeng experienced a little bit of X pain right off the open. I remember I was sitting at the big desk and I was like, why does this thing keep falling? At 9:30, we were initially up about 4%, then we were down about 4%. Now we are up again about 4%. So to say that XPeng is much like Microsoft directionally confused is, I think, a fair statement. But we are clearly seeing some kind of resistance at this 10-20 area. Look at this. Shoop, shoop, shoop.
Wow, that's a good look.
Right? It's a really, if we come back into this range, I know someone who might be interested in trading it there, and I would be that person. XPeng, about 13 mil in volume. Honestly, not something I complain about. Embarrassingly, I've traded Lily with a lot less, so I no volume complaints there for me on XPeng. If we reject this 10-20, I actually might take a short with a really small position size. And let's look at the daily to see actually what kind of X pain we've been seeing lately on this.
Oh, it's going to be ugly, Adara.
It's X painful, yeah.
Yeah, it's nasty.
I think you're just telling me in advance because I know you're more familiar with the Chinese ADRs than I am.
Well, I
because
have to keep
Li
eyes
Auto.
on this one because of Lee, but I mean, I don't think you're really going to pull up a really good ADR except for PDD and look for a chart. Well, the BABA chart sucks too.
Yeah. But yeah, this is XPeng was, I don't want to say flat bottom break, but we did have a couple touches of this 15 area of support and resistance. Then we fall below. I would say we could doomed. Now, this 10-20 area actually looks like a nice short. Because look at this earlier resistance that we have, then it's a little bit of support, then it's resistant. Also, Ramin does not want to be excluded from the Cool Kids Club.
Well, because Big Kyle Burdett was like, Ted is more of my speed for a bear movie. And I think Ted is hilarious. Both of them are. Shout out to Big Kyle there. And then, Ram not wanting to be excluded. She's like, yeah. I was going to do a voice there, but, I want to Ram on my good side. I talked twice, says she.
Yeah, because Kyle Burnett said less chat and more chart, Ram.
Oh, well, that's a statement right there.
Fighting words.
Fonzie, telling us Paddington Bear is from what happened? Paddington Station.
Oh, yeah.
No more Ram.
He's taking a bow of silence.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Sorry, guys, but the PA, we're having the fire alarm testing yesterday and today. So if you hear that, that's just the PA system here. All right, guys, let's get back into some trade. Guys, Apple is at day's high. 175.85 AAPL. Still doing well off RAM chart. Off yesterday's news about the collaboration with Google, and we're about now 13 pennies from that 176 area. It was a bit bamboozling yesterday though, because when I got home, I looked at where we closed and we were well off the highs. Guys, we knocked on the door of 178 yesterday. We got to 177 3/4 and we retraced to almost close near low of day. So I thought it was like the market, giving the finger to Apple, essentially, just telling you, I don't care what kind of AI news you have, we're selling you off, because we literally did a move back into the level that we were at prior to the open. I mean, the IB low is above where we closed out yesterday. We ended up closing at 173 3/4. So I don't know. I felt there was more downside potential for Apple. And look at the closing print on the daily yesterday. This was an ugly looking candle. This is the candle I'm talking about from yesterday. Look at that, upside down. It looks like a complete reversal candle. Looks like the bears were absolutely in control. You can barely see the body of the candle. But then we come the next day with a solid green candle, and looks like right now we're to the high side, closing to the high side. We have obviously a lot more time left in the trading day. So Apple just printed new highs, 175.87, but definitely a hard road to hoe for Apple. Now, the move up in Nvidia seems to have stalled out at the exact area that I talked about, 895 or thereabouts. We're having 3 candles now wicking off 895, with the closing prints all being in that high 893 territory, but we're still putting in higher lows. So we haven't made our way back down into support at pivots or at the closing print. We've been printing higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, but you think with Nvidia, it's just a matter of time till we break through that 895 and maybe even see 900 on the day. So guys, if you're looking for a trade, keep eyes on Nvidia. It's still, the trend is still intact off that big down move, and we held yesterday's closing print as support. I think that's awfully bullish in my books. 897 HOD, we're about $1.50 off that. As I talk, Nvidia will change the price like 4 or 5 times.
That's true.
Right? So anyway, it's above, it's at 896 right now. It's looking to go 897. So Nvidia still strong on the day, could present us with more opportunities. And there you go. There's the pump on NVDL, breaking through that resistance top at 41.15, touching that 41, almost in a quarter, thereabouts. There comes the quarter, and there goes the quarter. So Nvidia looking to take day's highs here. We're awfully close to day's highs. We just printed 896.60 on that candle. So we're 40 pennies off day's highs on this 5-minute candle. Good look on Nvidia.
Wow, yeah, Nvidia has been a wild one. Also, yeah, shout out to Ramin and Fabian killing it in production. Also, some people try to, give some ice cream emojis there to Ramin. So good times. I did get involved in this.
Vegan ice cream?
Pardon?
Vegan ice cream?
Oh, I guess vegan ice cream then. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Get the bang button for that. I forgot about this.
Do you remember? She walked in at 6 in the morning with
like
vegan
7,
ice cream, and not like she was bringing it for later.
Yeah.
Part of it was missing.
But yeah, I mean, she's laughing over here. Also, I'm laughing right now in this XPeng short. I'm really happy with this. I'm proud to decide to take it. Look at this little, I mean, it's really small, but look at this little wick of a failed movement to push up above that 1020. Look at this massive resistance at 1020 earlier. I said I like this short. So we're going to be taking little pieces of it along the way. I like taking some out at that 1010 area. I like taking some out at the $10 area. I like the idea of further saving a piece for the dream. And as Sharif mentioned earlier, you might want to save that piece for the dream because you don't know where the trade is exactly going to go. So right now we're a cool 1 penny in the money with this XPeng short, and hopefully there's going to be a little bit more oomph there in XPeng. Also, AMD does not want to stop. Oh my gosh, AMD now pushing above 182s. I will say after the IWM debacle that I dealt with, it did feel a little nice to have this AMD trade off that 181 area. So again, thank you again to Elon in the chat for mentioning that one to me. Yeah, I think AMD, I know someone was mentioning what would we do at 183. I think AMD breaking above 182.50 would probably be what I'd be watching for first. Now, why do I say that? Look at this support we had there. And then we couldn't wick back above it. So I do think what we do at 182.50 is going to be a little bit more key for me for AMD that
New
accidentally
high day
rhymed.
on AMD.
Pardon?
On Nvidia, excuse me.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
we're
not on
coming into
Nvidia?
898. Here comes 898, 897.89. It's a new high day. It's continuing to print.
Whew.
Neil bringing in a really good point here. Has anybody looked at Micron on the day? Because something interesting is happening here.
This is weird.
Yeah, that's a hell of a consolidation level there. Almost looks like a buyout. What the hell is
I
this?
was going to say it looks like a bio trade.
Right? It does look awfully consolidative, and I got to agree with Neil on this. This is super interesting here, what's happening. What is the range on this? So here's the closing print yesterday on Micron. This white line, so 97.78, let's say 97.80 was the closing print. Since 12.15, we've been above that level. But we haven't been able to print anything above 94.20. So it's been 93, let's just say 80, and 94.16 to the high side. So that's just like, what is that? It's 20 pennies, 36 pennies, right? That you're ranging now for the better part of almost, well, at 2:15, it'll be 2 hours. So super interesting what the hell is happening with Micron here. What, is there a thing on Micron? Let me just have a look, make sure there's nothing in the, oh, does it? Is
Earnings tomorrow night.
Thank you. That's what I was about to say. Earnings are tomorrow. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Dara. Yeah, I just saw that in the shares here. Here's the earnings preview. What are they expecting here? Analysts are looking for 24 penny EPS on revenue of $5.33 billion, which represents a 45% year-over-year pump on the revenue. Now we know Micron's including their DRAM with Nvidia, and look what it says right here. Micron began volume production of its high bandwidth memory semiconductors, HBM3E, which is the acronym for use in Nvidia's latest chip artificial intelligence in February. So we know they're doing business with Nvidia. Stifel calls Micron, or says Micron is going through a sweet spot for memory. So, these things tend to be cyclical, and this could be a super cycle for it. I mean, I have no idea. Not financial advice. We'll keep eyes definitely on Micron's earnings tomorrow. But yeah, that's a hell of a range trade today on the day. I don't know. Do you like this kind of range trade? Like, is that too tight?
I think that might be too tight, but then again, I'm about to scalp 4 pennies out of XPeng, so I probably cannot talk at all. Let's look at Micron and see. Thank you for asking, and I appreciate that. Shout out to Sharif for always kind of honing my range abilities. I know you've always just kind of shouted that out, so I do appreciate it. I feel like, I feel the respect. So bottom here, 93.90 into 94.05. Honestly, if I'm going to talk about scalping out 3 pennies of XPeng, I have no issue with this. I have no qualms about range trading Micron. Honestly, I would do it. The only thing, though, is to me, there's not enough consistency in this range.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? If we were consistently getting 15 pennies, but some of these candles, you're only really going to be getting like 5 or 10.
Barely,
You know what I
exactly.
mean? I think if there's a little bit more of a consistent oomph, then I'm a little bit more comfortable
Fair.
with that. Like XPeng, I know what I'm getting, and I know I'm getting scraps. And I'm going to compare that as well to this AMD. AMD gave you steadily $1 for a while here, right? You had that defined range, and then you had it again coming into 181, 181, or 182. You know what I mean? So I think this type of range, I don't mind how tight it is. I just mind how consistent it is.
Fair.
Same with the Apple. The Apple chart's a little bit hard to look at now, and I mean that like literally. But that Apple 174.80 to 175.20 range was also a really solid look today. Also, I apologize to Apple for saying that I thought it was the dead one of the day. Apple knocking on the door of 176.
I'm telling you,
really,
it broke it.
Really strong. Oh, it did.
176.01 HOD. So
Wow,
I mean,
how dare I?
It should be a little bit tougher. It should have thicker skin. So Apple, you're going to get offended if Dara calls you the dead one. Like, what kind of I'm sure it's fine on the day of Dara.
Yeah. It's all good.
Guys, not much else to really discuss here. We did make a new high day on Nvidia, but we're kind of retracing off that level. It was around 898 or thereabouts, technically 897.96, and now, but still having that magnetic effect that the one that Knob always talks about on the EMA. That's the 10 EMA over here. So dip trades on Nvidia have been working. Let's look at some other names. I don't know if you noticed this either, but your friend Tesla has been doing a thing here at pivots as well. So it's been holding that 171 or thereabouts to the downside, and the high side about 172.25, but putting in lower highs. Definitely about that. So keep your eye on that. Tesla did have a good catalyst yesterday, and that helped it pump up off the bottom there from 166. We made a high yesterday of 174 and change, almost 175. The catalyst was that they're going to increase the price of the Model Y in the United States by $1,000, and in the Eurozone they're going to increase it by about 2,000 euros. You know, as per usual, there was kind of like a counter catalyst today to the positive catalyst. We heard rumblings this morning about ketamine use by Elon Musk, this, that, and the other. We're not going to get into it, but that has a way of obviously affecting Tesla's stock price. So we'll have to see exactly where Tesla ends up on the day. Right now, it's kind of in the mean between the low and the high yesterday, kind of hanging out right there at pivots over here at 171 and a third. TSLA, I don't want to say dead money on the day, it's down 1.4, but a bit of an undiscernible trend. About 5 minutes left on the show, Adara, as we wind down how to trade here. I just want to give everybody an idea of what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So give me a second here just to load up the lesson. I think we will be doing fibs tomorrow. So it's not called
fib day.
Yeah, it's not called fib day. We're not calling it that. It's called, one second here if I can load it, the measured pullback move. So I've actually read about this in technical analysis before. We're going to use Fibonacci's for the assessment, but we're talking about pullbacks all week. Tomorrow we will be using fibs for something called the measured move pullback. So make sure to hang out with Adara and I tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel, 11 o'clock every day, and we'll be talking about that.
Yeah, and also as Neil says here, it's not a lie. They are doing fibs. So I'm going to clap that one because we know
was good. That was
is
good.
my
Okay,
type
Neil.
of
I see you, Neil.
vibe there. Also, Tesla, yeah, I feel like I did treat this stock with a little bit of neglect. I kept saying I wanted to look at that 170-160 area that I was playing with earlier. A couple pops, Solo Cristo said, do you have any beak wetters in the Cybertruck? And I did earlier. This is a name that I definitely should have been looking at more. When I was like, what was I doing dancing with IWM when I could have been hopping back into this stock there? But yeah, this is a nice look. We're going to have to see. Yeah, you're right, though, that Tesla with pivots was gorgeous. But also what's gorgeous is we could be 3 cents in the money in XPeng. So that would be really nice indeed. I would be pleased as punch. I took this with more shares. That's why I'm kind of, a stock like we just got filled there. So I got really excited because this is not a type of stock I trade a lot. So yes, I realized I initially said I was going to wait for 1010s. Then I noticed we were kind of dancing off this 90 MA bit, and I said, Adara, you need to be a little bit more okay. You took some more shares. So honestly, this is not a trade that I really feel the need to hold into the afternoon. A, because I don't really trade past the midday. B, because I don't know how much more XPeng is really going to give you. We talk about this a lot here as well on the show. A lot of these Chinese ADRs, whatever move they're going to give you, is going to kind of die out in the morning. We don't have a ton of volume here happening in XPeng. Falling down a little bit, so let's see if we get that XPeng in this name. So I think that would be a nice look. But
I just want to build on a point you said there with respect to the Chinese ADRs. You bring up a really good point, is that typically what we see are these ADRs really moving nicely. The meat of the move for these Chinese ADRs typically happens in the pre-market, which is unsurprising because if you assume Asian traders are trading North American markets on these Asian names, well, then that would be when they would be trading it, when it's still appropriate time there. But the thing is, I would say more often than not, just from my observation and not financial advice, but more often than not, they do fade a big move. Nary will I actually see an ADR run to the high side during regular market hours. BABA, I think, definitely would be the exception to that. There are definitely exceptions, but what I noticed for some of these EVs, XPEV, NEO, Li, etc., is that they have a fantastic move in the pre-market, and then typically it's a fade most of the day. There have been exceptions for Li Auto. I've seen Li run aggressively during the day, but a lot of the move is faded, Adara. So I don't know. That could be a possible ARB for some people who are looking for arbitrage opportunities. That could be interesting to look at there. So before we sign off here and send to the big kahunas, I just want to show a couple of these small cap gappers that have been able to work their way back above the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about UNKGN, yes, making its way back into that 280, 275 area. It'll have to close above here for it to be back in my good books. It's not just enough to quickly wick above the volume weighted average price. You got to stay above there, and then you become tradable again. So keep eyes on NKGN. SOUN also providing interesting opportunity here. It printed a new high, 875, and it's putting in higher lows off that 8.25 defend. 8.25, that was where we closed off yesterday. So it used that level as support quite well. Keep your eye on SOUN as well. Works not tradable in my opinion. Neither is LIC, why they're both below the volume weighted average price. Just want to cover those small cap gappers, and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I can't believe the time always flies when you're having fun in these markets.
Today.
And yeah, this was a congrats on those NVDL trades because there were no NVDLs taken on that. It was only NVDWs. But yeah, all jokes aside, you had really nice peak wetters there on that name. And honestly, something I want to try trading more as well because NVDA yesterday chewed me up, spit me out, whatever negative idiom you want to make there. But today we just took it with small share size. I think, though, the other solution, I really appreciate that you keep bringing this one up, is taking the NVDA, NVDL, NVDS, NVDX. Also, XPeng might be giving, a little bit of pain here. We're a penny out of the money on this or 2 pennies out of the money. Either way, I'm going to punch out of this once the midday ends, which occurs in about 45 seconds. We had a great time, everybody. Thank you so much, Adam DeLuz, for the support. We love being here. This has been a really fun trade. Apple still climbing, says Frank Jones, the one and only. Yeah, a lot of positive, sentiment towards that Apple run, and I already apologize to that stock for underestimating its ability to run today. But nice look, yeah, Fonzie mentioning Apple as well, so shout out to that. Tomorrow, though, we're not fibbing, there will be some fibs. So I'm really excited to see what happens here. Thank you all. You're a rock star. We're always happy to be here, talk these markets, hype up these markets.
Yeah, baby.
And no one's more hyped about the markets here than Neil and Sean.
Oh, yeah.
Heading into the afternoon, Sean was excited. Sean and Neil both have some trades to discuss. Maybe we'll hear about some Micron, we'll hear about some coin, but we'll see you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. For now, though, Brendan's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left in the session as we head into those 2 hours. A number of things to know here this afternoon. I was just keeping my eye on the dollar yen. This is the USD versus the yen, so big move up. If you flip it, you'll see what happened to the yen overnight when the Bank of Japan ended 8 years of negative interest rates. For the first time, moved on interest rates in 8 years for the Bank of Japan. Currencies have been very volatile across the entire board as a result. So far today, we'll talk to Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon, get his take on what this means. I mean, they were kind of hinting at this even back in the summer of last year and then going all the way through to now. We finally get a move from the Bank of Japan. They did come out afterwards saying that there's no expectations of further moves on interest rates from the Bank of Japan through the end of the year. So pretty crazy move for the dollar yen today. There's a number of individual names still moving around this afternoon as well. This IP in New York up huge, 10.5%, just took out the highs. I saw a day high alert on that one just a couple of minutes ago there. 1.5% downside here for Tesla, looking like it might want to roll over once again after giving up that pre-market support early on around 170. We get a nice flush out of the gate. We'll talk about that coming up. But yeah, pretty ugly candle forming on the daily chart for Tesla as well. Overall, the market's still holding on to a decent day here overall. I didn't bring up the heat map there. I'll grab it for everyone, but still tech leading as far as the gainers are concerned as we look ahead to the Fed coming up tomorrow at this time. Make sure you are with us. 2 o'clock, we'll get the decision. Nothing's going to change. 2:30, we'll get Fed Chair Powell on the podium giving us all kinds of nothing as well, probably, as far as indication is concerned, because let's be honest, he probably doesn't have any idea what they are going to do. Frank sent me a note this afternoon suggesting that Fed Fund futures specifically are now even indicating that June may be in question as far as a cut. So again, Frank coming up in about 45 minutes, so I'll ask him about that and a little bit more as we get into what should be a pretty interesting afternoon here. We were touching on Nvidia to kick things off this morning. If you're with us in the pre-market, pretty good day here after all is said and done. 1.1% on a bounce back as 850 ends up being support here, guys, for Nvidia on day 2 of this AI Woodstock thing.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, the Woodstock of
A-stock?
AI. A-stock?
I
A-stock Rocky? No, that doesn't work. I don't like that one.
I think that works. But.
So about 850. 850 on Nvidia. Yeah, obviously that was a key level that probably should have been a long. I think we got into that and we talked about how, and the lesson of the day, like sometimes you got to be able to pivot away from it, and you know, you can have all the ideas in the world and the key price level to think, hey, I'm going to trade off that level and I want it to be a short breaking down off a double bottom on Nvidia. Why is it a double bottom? Let me actually show you why. There you go. So it felt to me, if it's a sell the news event, that was like a double bottom break on the 15-minute and I'd be going short. It was essentially the best long opportunity of the day to just go long in front of that level. Sometimes a flat bottom break is a support level till it's not. Now, obviously, I had this one wrong today because I should have been short. I should have been long off the 850 level, but you can't really go back in time. I had a couple of breakouts. One I'm glad I got away from. The other, the irony of this break at $890 is I crap you not, I could say issue not. I had just gotten green right before I took this breakout trade. And I'm like, yep, and there's Nvidia gonna break the 890 level. I bungled it only to watch it go up to 895. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I actually even got up after, like, what am I even doing? But Nvidia has ripped faces off. It's up 1%. Only because we're talking about chips. So this has been happening on Micron. I'm short it, and for the first time, I'm actually starting to scalp it. So I'm changing from shorting in the 98s and 99s. Well, okay, I'm still short that price, to taking some out at 80 and then trying to get filled above 94. Because as long as it does this consolidation and the market goes higher and it doesn't go with the market, I feel like if the market pulls back, this could head back into the downside. So we talked about this in the middle of the day, how Micron was weird. So I'm going to see if we can't take advantage of it this afternoon. And I'm still in some Intel. Well, it's a reload on Intel. That, thankfully, is not ripping as many faces off for the chip names.
All right, so I didn't think we would break 895 on Nvidia. We were going short. I mean, now we were just in the money $3, but we're not taking that. And so this just got going real quick, man, all the way to the upside, and we wound up losing, you know, way too much here. So we're going to be red on the day, but again, we just bounced off the 50 period. We could have taken that. I feel like today the problem is really just trying to wait for huge wins. Like this was a good one. 875 down here to 866. Like those were good. We were doing fine on Nvidia until we weren't, and until this move happened. 865 at 12 o'clock. And then by the time it was 1 o'clock, you're up to 895. So $30 almost in a straight line. I'm going to try one more time against 900. I just would feel silly like not trying that. So I know it's wrong. You know, the market's turned green. We were down like 1% at one point. It's been a huge move up. You know, I can tell you about how it's been such a bad day for that trade, but we have been in the queues and we've been shorting this, which has been good. We're just trying to short tops here in the NASDAQ. And then, by the way, we have P&L number one, and it's not even close, and it's right off of the sticky note today. We have P&L number one on the downside. I just told you it's not even close either with NASDAQ and Nvidia. But Coinbase, finally, 234. I mean, we shorted 233. We wrote down there on the sticky note here. We're going to talk about coin? Yeah, okay, we'll talk about crypto next. So let's go back over to the desk, and we'll talk about crypto, then I'll tell you what we did on coin.
Just be aware, Gildan Activewear, GIL. This is actually dual listed. This is in Toronto. It actually just halted in Toronto. So GIL halted right now in Toronto. You can also go to GIL in New York and see the same thing. It's still trading up big time. They just put the company up for sale, apparently. So they've been fighting a takeover war for a few months, I was reading. And they finally just decided to accept all bidders. So huge volume coming in here to GIL in New York. Was doing absolutely nothing up to that point today. Yeah, we can talk about crypto. I was going to mention this real quick as well. I didn't show it before, but that kind of gives you a lay of the land of what's going on right now. Still, yeah, AMD, the problem spot right now, 4.5%. Nvidia, nice day. QCOM, Intel, Texas Instruments, even Meta. Among those to the downside, but everything else, pretty good day here, including, we haven't talked about energy for a while, but basically the entire group down here. very, very green, which is good to see. Anything in crypto?
I was going to say quickly on energy. Have you seen gas price almost at $1.60 now, Brendo? So yeah.
I mean, most of that's tax around here, but you know, who's counting?
With the carbon tax going to increase that. Yeah. But that's neither here nor there. Guys, Bitcoin was trying to break above that $65,000 level. During the midday, it was a little bit above, a little bit below. In case you're wondering what's going on with BTC these days, the inflows into the spot ETFs really starting to dwindle here. Yesterday, we only had $178 billion flow into these ETFs, whereas compared to last week, we had multiple days, 400 plus billion, Brendo. So yeah, maybe petering off a little bit here.
Yeah, 3 days in a row. If you go to a daily chart here for, that's 15 minutes. A few days in a row anyways, downside here for Bitcoin, guys. But trying to get back to that 64 once again.
Yeah, and I had 3 trades. One was on iBit, one was on Coinbase, one was on, well, actually Mara a couple of times, but we traded all 3 of them. But we always say it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. I looked for a break of the high, a fail break of the high, which was a pre-market high on IBIT. It wicked that level. I was short 36.39 when it was like 40 that broke here. So it broke by a couple of cents, came back in, looked like it was about to flush. I got the first take profit, and then it just slammed to the upside. A similar thing happened in Coinbase, where I was short off the pre-market high, right in here, 228. It bounced off 226. I accidentally got long. Obviously, if I hold on to that trade, it's going to be a winning trade, but it doesn't matter. It was accidental, so I got out of it right away. And then Mara, we were also short, but that was short on the trend down. The second it was above VWAP, we just got out of Dodge. And I've been staying away from them ever since. Mara actually holding that 1920 line. So underneath there, it still looks like some resistance for Mara. So we'll get away up on the crypto names, despite the fact that we weren't in any long trades. But that is one heck of a reversal that all of these names did. So you got to be nimble. I think we talk about mental agility there. Sometimes when things are ripping its faces off, the best you can do is sit it out and try not to get your face ripped off along with it.
Yeah, so we talked about this, man. We'll go diamond hands and we'll go money, 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 as this is easily, like I just mentioned, the #1 name here today. Midday show, morning show, everything. Coinbase, 234 short sell. We had it, man. We put it down there and it's beautiful. It's $4 in the money right now. Even if I get out for flat, it'll still be a monster. Right there, we may get some out at 228. I think we might as well do that. We're going to wait to see 226 coming through at some point, but for right now, Coinbase continues to make moves lower. There's that trade. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if we didn't put it down, so that's it. We took it. We immediately within 1 minute got $1, and then we got the 50 period, so that's 233, that's 232, that is 231.30, so that's $1, that's 2 and change, and then that trade right there is a 229.70, Phil. So that's about $3. But right now we're trying to bounce around here, debating just getting this out right now because crypto is going to be a funny thing here. Supreme Court allowing Texas deportation law. I'm hearing in my ear. I don't know anything about that law, but right there, I'm going to put a bid right here, 228.50. We're going to put that in for Coinbase. So 228.50. I was at 226. But, the 200 period's changed here. So 228 and change. Let's put that out. Maybe we get that immediately. Good trade there for Coinbase.
Okay, so that moved Geo to the downside, which I guess makes some sense. Geo, Geo actually fell 40 pennies on that move, like 3% down and then right back on GEO. That's the prison stock. But, right back. But it looks like, I don't know, I might short this back into VWAP. I don't even know if we have locates on this stock. Let me just double check first. We do have locates on it. So VWAP's right at 13. Oh, but it's right back above. Okay, good. Thank goodness we didn't actually just jump on the offer there because I just busted VWAP as we were talking about it. That really went down to 1270 and is now headed higher. Insane.
Tesla. Let's go talk about Tesla quickly because we have quite a monster winner on this one. So let's go find out more about Tesla.
Let's continue. A few things moving around. As I mentioned when we came on, Tesla looking like it was trying to roll over there again. We're getting back down towards this 170. We were discussing this FSD note this morning. Ended up being a bit of a sell out of the gate. Nice flush down to 167 and change there for Tesla. There's, long story short, there's going to be a number of updates still to come on FSD 12. I think it's, what is it, 12.3 they're on or something like that right now. They've taken the entire first iteration of FSD and thrown it out the window and gone in a completely different direction, which from what I was reading and hearing over the weekend was positive, but maybe not even the reason why we're down today after such a big day yesterday. Yeah,
it was a big move yesterday, Brendo, with those price increases in Europe and in North America. $1,000 on the Model Y in North America and 2,000 euros out in Europe. But with respect to FSD, Elon's saying to expect updates about every 2 to 3 weeks, with the purpose being to increase the capabilities rapidly. The updates are expected in late April, early May. So we'll have to see how this new version comes out. I mean, I can't anticipate that it's probably worse than the other one.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd have to be a step up.
Yeah. And yeah, that was the messaging that I was hearing on the weekend and reading on the weekend as well. I don't know if you guys mentioned this. Apologies if you did, but there was that note on Coinbase apparently. Coinbase having some issues right now. Users saying there may forecast, or the platform may forecast their crypto sends and receives as pending. So maybe some technical issues there for Coin.
Nvidia. Right, there it is. I have no idea.
On.
We just didn't even get stopped out there, so I don't know what happened. But there goes
can't
Nvidia.
Get filled on these anymore.
No, breaking higher there. We actually wound up sitting in that because our order does not fire, but we're short Nvidia right now as it starts to break higher and higher and higher. So huge move up for Nvidia. Now taking out 900. We got to deal with this one, but new highs for Nvidia. What a monster there. We tried to punch. I don't know what happened there with my order. We should have punched that out, but we did not. So right there goes Nvidia straight back up to the upside. So yeah, great day for shorting Nvidia. Not as we lose on that one. I don't know why that didn't punch me out, but there it goes again. I guess one of those situations there where the stop order doesn't work, and now it's going to cost me way too much, man. That's funny. Like, we had that black swan with Neil, and then right now here we have an order that didn't work and punched me out through 900. So, all right. Hopefully this fades back in, but there goes Nvidia. Tesla's been a good one. I'll have to deal with it, but look at Tesla, man. 172 all the way down to 170. I'll talk about this in a minute, but I got to get out of this Nvidia as it breaks higher, guys.
Well, I didn't get that break.
No.
Either, but I didn't cross far enough. What did I cross? 35? Yeah, I don't know. Like, if anybody that had that 900 break, I'd be curious what prices you were able to get. Yeah. What would have filled on that breakout? But I feel like this morning, like when I'm taking the breaks and they're not working right away, yeah, like I'm getting 21s, 25s, no problem. Yeah. And the one that goes right away, like you don't get it. You probably had to cross 50 cents. Maybe I get picked back up at 900.
50 cents? No, way more.
Yeah, no. I looked over. I'm like, I had no chance. It was at like one. So I saw the break. It was at $1.50. Oh, by the way, this is probably the straw that broke the consolidation of Micron's back. Like, come on. If Micron doesn't break this high now with Nvidia over $900 and the market taking out the highs, then it's not happening, and this is going to be a good short. But if it does, I just got to get out. 916 is the top. I might even reverse this. Like, come on, give me a break. How long has this been consolidating down here? Intel, I should show you guys Intel because all the chips are going up. Intel, I shorted this one off 42.5 here, and then a lower high. I'm going to cancel my offer because I don't need to be reloading this while it's already at 905.
Yep.
What's AMD doing? Just clawing higher. That's a bad wick too. AMD clawing higher. This is the Nvidia story. Micron hasn't broken yet. But if it doesn't, then I probably should be reloading this short if it never takes out this high.
All right, XPeng. Sean, did you have more there?
Okay, because Nvidia's pissing me off. So.
Okay. As you were. Let's talk XPeng here. Deliveries coming up better than expected. Earnings overall not impressive. Let's put it that way, putting it lightly. But deliveries pretty impressive to go in the opposite direction here. 60,158 in the quarter. That's up nearly 171%. That's
fantastic.
not bad at all.
That's a fantastic look, Brendo. Like you mentioned, though, revenue coming a little bit late, not much, a little bit late. With respect to the guidance for deliveries for Q1 of 2024, or Q2, excuse me, of 2024, this is a bit of an issue. So the street was looking for 54,250 vehicles. They're talking about 21,000 to 22,500. That is not even half. So, I mean, I saw it pump up aggressively today, retrace a little bit as typical Chinese ADRs do during the day. But yeah, a bit of a tough look here.
Just be aware for anyone who's watching. Just saw a few weed names fly by in front of me here. CGC starting to go. Looks like that MSOS starting to go. So a little bit of volume coming in here too. Some weed names, guys.
Couldn't sell.
Stay off the weed.
I might have to get on the weed after this day.
Look, Xpeng, okay, I'm surprised that Xpeng did this, but it did. It actually tanked a full dollar change at the open, which is what we've come to expect by Chinese ADRs. But if you had told me that Xpeng was going to bounce off 9.25 and be chilling out above $10 at 2 o'clock, I'd probably be stuck eating some pineapple pizza. So thankfully, no one made that bet with me because like I would have taken that bet for sure. Like, I don't even think there's any question about it. Like, there's no way I think Xpeng is recovering $10 today after what it did this morning. Yet here we are, and when you get reversals like that, you should stand up and take some notice. So I suppose if this breaks out tomorrow, then suck it up, Buttercup. It's probably a breakout long when you do liquidity grabs like that. As far as trading it this afternoon, Sharif said it in the midday, I don't expect any crazy fireworks. Like, after this move, does the Chinese ADR take out the top in the afternoon? I'm betting usually against that because they tend to fall asleep. If anything, I'd almost think you scalp a short off of that high. But I'm already in Micron and Intel. I think if those hold the top with Nvidia doing what it just did, that's going to be a little bit more productive. But yeah, congratulations if you got that bottom on Xpeng. Worth noting, look where it bounced. Like, it actually bounced right off of this low from last week on Thursday. Like, wick bottom 930, it found that level, which is the most local bottom, and just ramped off there. So if you're looking for a reversal trade on Xpeng, congratulations to you. I can't tell you how many times I look for a level like that on NEO when it dips, and it never quite gets there. Xpeng gave you the entire retracement both ways.
I gotta thank everybody in the chat, man. You guys put smiles on my face off after my cannabis comment there. Okay, so we just hit it again right now, so let's hit the sirens. I mean, you know what? The more and more I trade the futures, the more and more I realize I should just trade the futures, it seems like. All right, so we've just been scalping here today. It's the triple Qs. Let's see what happens here. We just got another short against 439 on that rip of Nvidia. We'll have to wait to see now. I'm bidding in the 50. If it takes out 439, we're out. Like, just to continue to fight this is pretty ridiculous. All right, so Coinbase, good out there. What are we talking about? XBEV. I have no Chinese love today. I was looking for Alibaba. Excuse me, down there at 7. Wow, okay, that really got going. All right, well, we were dead right about the long, but the prices didn't come in. And, you know, this is the thing. It's even true of, you know what? Oh, yeah, we got that NVIDIA print. Okay, good. It's even true of AMD. And that is even Nvidia as well. It's like we wrote down Alibaba 72, but like we need to be looking at this. Like when it comes in like that, we're never going to get the exact price right. So we should have looked at this throughout the morning, and then honestly, just played off this. So that's a mistake right there. We'll tend to make mistakes here, that's for sure. So mistake on Alibaba. We should have been buying that. Again, we had it written on here as long today. We have Tesla long, which we could talk. Well, we kind of talked about that. That's when we were having that. Then we had Boba long. Those were the only two longs that we were looking at for today. But okay, here we go. Nvidia just came. Oh no, I closed the chart. Nvidia just came back in here. Hopefully I didn't actually close the chart. I just minimized it. All right, there it is. Nvidia just came back in and we did get a fill at 901. So let's hold and see if we can get back down now. I mean, we missed our buy, but honestly, when we missed, I've lost a lot of money and made a lot of money on Nvidia, but today will be bad. The thing is that reason why I said to Neil, like you got to cross probably $2 at least, is that on the way down, when it was breaking a couple days ago, I was slippage of $3. So that was $8.97. So this move up, mine didn't trigger, and I see why. It says it couldn't throw out the amount of the share order for myself. So I don't know. I was only trying to get out 75%, so I did want to hold a little bit of it. But anyways, that's what we're doing now. We're back into this. Well, we're same levels. We'll watch out for it. But okay, that's XPEV. Here comes back in coin right now. Let's see what happens. And let's go talk about SMCI. That's actually a name that I haven't looked at all today, SMCI.
I looked once.
Very red once again, 2 days in a row here for SMCI coming off this morning. If you missed it, 2 million shares coming through on an offering. This was all pre-market. So as soon as the market actually opened, we did get a bit of a follow-through move downside, but it's been kind of choppy back above 900 and holding right now as well.
Yeah, it's interesting here for SMCI. They're looking to raise capital. They did so last, I believe, month when they raised up $1.5 billion. In addition to the money that they're raising today, they're also offering Goldman an opportunity to buy up to 300,000 shares. They give them 30 days to do that after the addition to the S&P. So we'll have to see how Supermicro does. Obviously, been a hell of a year and a hell of a 365 days, Brendo.
To say the least. I was just checking, 8.5% short.
Not bad. Okay.
I thought it would be higher. Still 100, even with 2 days in a row here, 108% on the month here, guys, for SMCI.
Well, some of them must have, because it was 11% the last I checked. So obviously there's some covering has happened on SMCI, which you would suspect when it's had this kind of price movement. Down to 9% today, but let's be real, it was $1,200 up at the top, and that was just last week. So 1,200, you can do your own math to 850. Pretty big pullback. I didn't say this was a trading vehicle today. We kind of picked on, you know the chip names that we prefer. And when you talk about, like Sean was just talking about slippage, like if you get out of SMCI on an even dollar break, you're giving this $10 because the slippage is precipitous when you trade this stock. It's very different. Like this and Nvidia are pretty close in price. They're nowhere near each other when it comes to liquidity, and Nvidia is slipping you by a couple of bucks. So I just think you got to be careful as a day trader trading this. But I would not stand on the bid of this bad boy in the near term. I just feel like you see what's happening with Nvidia. The bounce ain't happening here. Let's go back to Brendo.
Just real quick, guys. There was a volume spike there on SMCI. It seems to be on this. They just came out and said that 2 million offering has been delayed until after the close. So they haven't even done or sold the shares yet for SMCI. It's down 10%.
Okay. That's interesting. I mean, it shouldn't be down then, right? So I think that would make sense why it would go back up. They'll have to price it, figure that out, but down to 905 or so. All right, so we're back into it now. We're going to bid, don't even. We're bidding $898.50. It just went to $898.60. Now 70s. There it is, finally. We'll go diamond hands, but it's not on purpose. We're just hitting this for fun. There goes Nvidia. You know what? Net, I mean, probably better off by missing that punch after all. It doesn't normally work out like that. But there's the pushback down in for it. Nvidia. Man, that's lucky that we just got that fill for sure, because that could have just kept on going up. I mean, we had our stop at 905 and change. It went to 905.25. Like, we were close to being out of all of this, and then we would have had broken keyboards all over the place, seeing what's happening now.
This actually...
So here we go. Now back to the downside. Let's see how far we can go, because are you short? No, but so let's see if we get into this 885.
There'll never be a context for me to tell this story again, but one time in the middle of the day, I crap you not, I was long a stock. I went to the bathroom, and this is at our campus office, where our office floor, we shared one, and it was in the hallway. I come back to look at the stock crater, essentially went down, like past where I would have been shut down, but it was down there for so short a time that like the system didn't liquidate me. And then I came back like a couple of minutes later, sat down at my seat, saw the wick on the chart. It's like it went down there, it should have shut me down, but it was so fast and it snapped right back up, and it was like nothing had happened. And I just got on the offer and got back out. But like every now and then, when you have those massive liquidity grab events, like we talk about it all the time, like wick tops, wick bottoms can be turnarounds or pivot points or reversals, whatever term you want to use. And a lot of times, like if you punch out into the ether, like it can be nasty, but after things calm down, you might as well take the benefit of it. I'm in Alphabet right here. I apologize in advance for these wicks, which are back today with a vengeance for me. I did have a VWAP trade we took the hit on. This is not a real wick. It kind of held 147 quarters here and then worked its way back down. Google is red today. It's down 0.5%. I'm not sure specifically why Alphabet is so weak, but I'm trying to get on this onto the downside back into VWAP. We're still in Micron. We're still in Intel. And let's be real. Like, this market is now consolidating up at the top. Like, we're going to have Frank come on here, but it's now consolidating off of these highs. Now, if you had told me that going into the Fed and after it was almost like a sell the news event on Nvidia that we'd be facing this, I'd be like, no way. But you've got to trade what's in front of you. So at the end of the day, I look at what's in front of me. We have resistance on the futures. Google's been weak. Intel's been relatively weak. Micron has clear resistance. I think all three of those make some sense because I don't want to be long at these tops when we're standing in front of some brick walls. If they break, fair enough. We'll get out. Let's go back to the desk.
We're talking about pullback trades all week on how to trade. Tomorrow, we'll be talking about the measured move pullback. We'll be using Fibonacci's. So all my Fib heads out there, catch Adara and I tomorrow on how to trade at 11.
And then you get the Fibonacci Princess, I believe. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I think third Wednesday maybe for her. We'll see her tomorrow, Fibonacci Princess. So she'll be there to do that as well. Thank you so much, Sharif, for that. Good show today on the Midday, of course. Never filled with enough puns, that Midday.
It was punny today.
It was, yeah, please don't start or
that Gill
I'll
stock,
throw
by the
something
way.
again. Okay, so that Gill is opened
Well,
up?
no, there's
or?
still... Oh, yeah, it's a news halt, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, it's a buyout rumor.
I thought
Or
it was disseminated
putting
already.
himself up for sale.
But just be careful with this because I've seen this in the past.
see what
I'm
it
not saying this is going to happen, but I've seen it in the past where like the Toronto exchange and like the US exchanges, this will be the New York, like a stock opens at different times. And it doesn't always open up in sync, and it doesn't always halt in sync. So apparently it's not disseminated. I thought this had been disseminated, but it's still T1, which means until it goes T2, T3 in a resumption time, you're not really going to be able to do anything with that. And we'll let you guys know if it does open back up. Let me know what you guys are trading here. I just pulled up Tesla, Tesla, whatever you want to call it, here today. It's trying to get off VWAP. That 172 is turning into resistance. This is another chart with the wicks. I can zoom way in and then get rid of that one there. There you go. So that 172 level is afternoon resistance and VWAP is looking like support. So I think if we hang out in this range on the futures, then I think working this range on Tesla is going to make some sense in here. Apple's very strong. I think that could be one heck of a long. Ben Ruggiano, Snowflake 150 is another one of those. But you know what? It didn't get to 150. And I think if it had broken 151, there's at least a chance that I would have had that trade. But sometimes at 9:30 in the morning, I got to zoom back out again. At 9:30 in the morning, when that first opening wick comes into the downside, you don't always want to get in too early there. But it bounced like a 151.5 and then was off to the races. That's the trouble with buying the dip. If you're in too early, you can get run over. If you're too far back, you miss the trade. So you're always trying to find that sweet spot at 9:30 in the morning, and sometimes you just don't get it. So congratulations to anybody that might have got Snowflake. I don't know if anybody did. It went green, but it was the 50 level, 150 that I wanted, and I'm pretty much in that situation never going to get it unless it gets underneath 151.
Sharif is making his protein bites tomorrow.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, and he wants to know if everybody wants them.
I'll take a few. I'll take some.
All right, Gildan Activewear shares halted, news pending, right there. So that's the news from the Benzinga Newswire, and just stating that they're looking for active buyers. So the exact story that Brendan gave us is what the story is. So thanks, Brendo, for that one. And it's Gildan, GIL in New York and in Toronto, halted, looking for some buyers right now. So that's good. All right, and we're also looking for some advertisers. Anybody want to advertise on the show? Marketing at tradertv.live. Send that in. All right, so I do notice that Coinbase is making a move back up. We have 40% of this. Again, we're playing with house money, but doesn't mean that we shouldn't be getting out. I'm wondering about a 230 right now in case we dip back in. Brendan mentioned that they were suffering maybe from a outage or something, but I mean, obviously it's not, or it's not as big of a deal as it was in the past. So we'll bid down here near 230 again for Coinbase, and yeah, hallelujah. We had a little bit of a move back up in some of the crypto names here today into this afternoon, as we have Bitcoin down here at 65. So that's a nice move, which is obviously creating Coinbase right back up to the upside. And then you can see today we had a nice, let me just refresh this, make sure we got the right prices. So Solana was down to what, I guess I can look, but it was like 170 and change. So that's a nice bounce back to 181. You know, the big one here is Ethereum. Ethereum is still pretty bad. You know, down to 33. We just broke 44. We just broke 4,000. So that's not great, in my opinion, down there. Nice little pullback in Ethereum. So watch out for that one as we're starting to go again. All right, so here comes NVIDIA, and here comes the high of the day. Oh, just for you guys looking at the Qs, we're not reloading it. We have 30% left. We got pretty much everything out when we came into this level, which was 50s. Remember, the short's 80s. So, and then we got a whole bunch out at 30s and then even out at 20s, but we're not going to reload as we go right back up to the highs, and so does Nvidia. So we got some out there on Nvidia, didn't we? Yes, we did. So right there, we got an 8. Can you believe we got an 898.50 level, which is basically where we were short? So all in all, we'll wind up losing about $2 or $3. And then if we take out 905, we only have about 25% left of it. So we actually got out of like 50 there, then another 25 there for flat. So all in all, I hate the trade because we're short in front of 900 and it's above 900, but we talked about that over and over again. So Tesla's coming back. We have a we basically miscalculated our out, so we have a little bit of shares left. We did want this retracement back, high of the day into VWAP. Come on. I mean, if and when we write a book, that's what we would talk about, getting them out into VWAP if it does come back. And then I'm going to put a 230 bid right now on Coinbase. So we talked a little bit about that. Let's put a bid back down here at 230. The difference with Coinbase, kind of, guys, is like, you got to close the gaps. Like, you could want a 230 fill right there, but honestly, it could just gap down and fill a dark pool and you don't get filled. So I'm going to put one in the 30s, 230, 30-ish, so that if we do flush down, we'll get that fill. And then we'll get out if it breaks the high there for Coinbase, as Bitcoin is breaking back a little bit lower now with 65.
Lower high right now.
Yeah, we'll see.
So I'm seeing that lower high. Like Mara's at my level. That's sort of the thing. So let me do this for you guys, because I'll show you guys IBIT, because that's what I'm looking at. But I mean BTC, IBIT, whatever you want to look at, it's fine. So there's the lower high on Bitcoin. It did wick that 37.5. So like that top in here, if I pull further back, it's a support level as well. But so it pulls back off that resistance level and you're getting a lower high. While Mara is at the key price level I marked off this morning for myself. You guys use whatever you want. But this is the level. It was a good support level. It does a nice up and down. It was support right at the close yesterday, about 19.25. So I was looking at that range to look for the short. So the price area more than anything else, giving it to that high of the day. If Bitcoin breaks out from this point, to me, I'd probably be already out of Mara because it's close enough to that top. But I waited for this after it broke VWAP to actually set up that rejection. And it's possible I could have already been in it down here, but now it's setting up for me. So we're in Google, getting Mara off of this high of the day. We'll want to double check back in on Apple at some point, because I think Apple's you're not going to get VWAP 175. Sorry about the wicks, guys. But 175 on Apple's too far gone. I think you got to look at the 176. Apple looks pretty strong today, and it's a steady strength in Apple, which is why I would support the dip buy there. But I'm shorting Mara off of that high, lower high on BTC. If it clears it out, great. VWAP's a target. 1875, 1880 would be the first area I'd look to cover.
All right. We did talk a little bit here. That's Sonder Holdings. Okay. I was looking at something there. It's Sonder, not Soundhound, because we had been looking at Sound for a minute here. Okay, still 850, so we're still fine on Sound. I mean, it's up 4%, dancing around there. I thought there was a note about it, but it's just about something else right now. Okay, Coinbase, we're still waiting for it. Nvidia, Tesla, everything. So everything seems to be fine right now. We're just doing what we normally do. So we'll have to, I guess, wait to see what does now happen in the market as we have our shorts on board. We're in the queues. We're in Nvidia's against ourselves. I am trying to get a 904 fill, but how high did we just go just now? 903.50, so we were pretty close. If we would have got a 904, that would have made it a lot better down here at 900. We would have taken that out. So if we're able to get anything short up here, and it comes back in and wants to dance around 900 again, I feel like that's a great out. Hey, look, if 900 is going to work, let it work. I mean, that's basically the only thing I have to say. I can't just sit here and get out now, because if this thing drops down 10 bucks, I have to be here for that. So let's wait to see if it does go. My bid's at 888s. So we'll see if it goes down that far. I mean, I didn't think that was going to happen before. Like when we got stopped out right here at 895, this was a big hit. We lost multiple hundreds of bucks here. And then it dropped down into 885. You know, so like this would have been what we wound up losing. We would have made it back huge. But again, like, you know, NVIDIA's been a tricky trade. There's no doubt about that today, like we were saying. And, you know, it's not really getting too much better around here. And I can always tell if it's an easy day or not. When, not an easy day, but if some of the patterns are working, if I can look back there and I see that it's not like an overly successful day for the floor. But on that note, anybody can join and open up a trading floor. We have tons. Actually, I'm going to open up tip and we'll talk about yesterday. I haven't even looked. We can do it together. Look this up, man. Trade smart, not hard. Trade with us at Real Trading. I mean, you guys can have your stop orders up in there. You can trade literally any market. We have over 50 plus markets here, including now crypto, although that's kind of got squashed with IBIT. But once we get more coins on there, I think it'll be great. Take your opportunity to do that and join Real Trading. I'm going to go find yesterday's top traders, and I'll show you the kind of money that some traders around here
Ram missed it.
Can tend to make.
I was doing the pose. It's like that it's like the guy's that picture is like the anti-me. He's got the different shades, different glasses, obviously young, not old. But I find like you got to go with the orange, man. The blues played out. The blues are for the shirts. We're blue shirts.
Right.
You got to do the orange lenses, man. That's where it's at. Yeah. I have no idea who that ball is, but like they could have just. I mean, come on, give me a break. They could have just used us. I mean, like we're actually here. I have no idea. It's probably just like a stock photo or something.
Not probably. That is a stock.
No, yeah, of course. No, of course it is. Let's be real for a second. Yep. The market is like, are you kidding me? Like it just tried to break out that top, and of course did not. This is getting weird on, like Micron's still doing that same thing. It has given some fills above 94. I have 99s as a price. I'm on the bid in the 80s in case it does make a move. Chad saying watch out for AMD 184. I'm actually, so my new approach to Nvidia, like I'm gonna go for the break. The high is at 905.50. I'm just going to go for the break. And if I cross 50 cents and miss it, then I don't get the trade. The thing about it when you're taking a breakout trade going in, if your stop doesn't fill, then you just don't get into the trade. It's on the way out that's obviously going to suck. But I feel like if I get the trade and I'm in the first 50 pennies there, then it should be like a quick little, just work the way it's been happening to set upside. So if 905 goes, I'm taking the long. There, Pablo, is there any kind of tutorial how to make your setup on that platform? Do you mean like in general, if you trade at Real Trading, there's a wiki which helps explain how to set up the platform. I mean, you get training on that if you sign up. So absolutely there is, and you can 100%. You go in there, like it's really easy to do. Like as a matter of fact, when people come in new, I just say pull up the wiki. Have all of the different tabs open as you're making your layup. It's like layout up. It's super easy to do and it's highly customizable. So the answer is a resounding yes, like 100%. Like you don't come in and you have to figure out the platform by yourself. I mean, no. I'm laughing as if that's ridiculous, but it's probably entirely possible for other places. But I can tell you that's not true here. All that said, like a lot of mine are just like the defaults. Like if you look the color scheme, on my level 2, it's just probably some crap that you had, Sean. I don't know, like this
probably.
One.
I mean, it's literally
literally nobody.
You don't ever have to change it.
Nobody uses these colors. Look, I even have the trailing zeros, and none of these stocks.
Look behind me. It's my layout everywhere
so
back there.
Nobody really uses those anymore. But anyways, yeah, it's highly customizable. It's fantastic. So good luck there. AMD 184 possible. Let's have a quick look at AMD. I don't know. Like is that significant? That's significant from this morning, not this afternoon. That's this level here. So if it breaks 184, I'm probably already taking a breakout trade in Nvidia at that point, I would guess.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was doing before I we started this show was the trading floor development team is what you're looking for. So, they'll help you develop your layout. I mean, look, most of it is just right-clickable. You can right-click and then literally just fix your colors like me and Neil were just talking about. You could do everything here. Very, very easy. So it's just kind of pretty simple trading right there. Okay, yep, I will. So right now, P&L from, do you have to go immediately or is it for Frank?
No, it's not for you yet. It's not ready.
Okay, let's go to Brent. Not immediately. Okay, good.
But
having a technical difficulty.
NVIDIA and Microsoft just announcing major integrations to accelerate generative AI for enterprises everywhere. So they're talking about Azure, they're talking about Copilot, they're talking about a few other details for NVIDIA and Microsoft, guys.
All right. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Longshorts. He's saying Dimitri's the man. Yeah, so I trained Dimitri. He replaced me, and he's much better than me. So shout out to Dimitri. He is the man. Ask him about me, Mr. Longshorts. Okay, so yesterday, top 10 traders in the company for real trading. We had somebody trading the Amex and NASDAQ yesterday. That was near, these are all US dollars, 14,000 yesterday. Remember, the thing about this kind of trading is we all have stop losses and stuff like that. So it's very rare that you're going to see like 50 grand or 70 grand or something because most traders' stops are going to be adjusted to what they make. So it's kind of tough to have monster numbers. Not to say it's not possible. I'll show you them as much as we can. 3 traders yesterday, $10,000. Someone yesterday in Canada made 9 grand. So only traded, you see what I'm saying? Only the Canadian markets yesterday. So good job on that one. And then as we go 9 and 10, just so in case I show this to you, or if you are with us, like in Mr. Longshorts, 9 and 10 are just kind of random markets where they just show markets where, like yesterday on Jeff Mendel's OTC market, someone made $1,200. So that was just the #1 trader on that. This trader could have made, 2 grand. But it's just, that's the #1 trader there. Then I guess Hong Kong, not so good yesterday, only $700. But there it is yesterday. No Europe names from yesterday. So that's kind of strange. All right, so the Qs. We are going to bid down here at the 50 period moving average in and around 50s. We're still into 30%. We'll try to get out of the rest of this and see if we can. So that's going to be a trade for us there. If it comes back, that's that. And then, yeah, Coinbase looks like it wants to go up. I heard in my ear the same thing that Brendan reported to us, and that was that there are withdrawal issues, and sometimes it's looking like they're going pending. And Coinbase has come out and said there's nothing wrong with any of the withdrawals, just that it is going to show pending. Sure. So maybe it's taking a little bit longer than they thought to withdraw your coins. So not great rate there at all. Today, yeah, look, I don't have, what's up, Skip? I talk about it all the time when I'll go, I'm 5 and 2 or I'm 1 and 5. And yeah, today, not too many wins, man. The triple Qs is going to be up for us. Coinbase is going to be up for us. But you're right, Tesla position pending, but it's going to be basically flat, but that's going to be down. Nvidia's hella down. So that's bad. And then after that, I mean, not much else, man. We have Amazon right there. And then the one trade that we actually didn't talk about, this is going to be a red marker, but we traded a firm short. A firm made a nice move up today, like during this, and I wanted to short it against the pre-market. So we did that. We got 80s there, and there's the out 70. That's only a dime. We always take that. Then we average it in and get out for 10-cent hit or 12-cent hit there at the end. So take a 95, take an 80, boom, right there, upside. So yeah, that's definitely a hit. So yep. Good call out on that one. And like I told you, I don't have a problem telling you when we're in first. Today we're in last. I mean, you guys asked about share size. I traded with bigger shares, and when I got hit there, I got smoked on Nvidia, and I told you that. So unfortunately, today is just another one at M days, but we'll make it back. We were leading the office yesterday, not after today though. We won't be. So we'll give it back. But here goes Nvidia. Let's see what happens if we break through 9 bills.
I just wanted to quickly say that entire thing on Microsoft and NVIDIA, Microsoft didn't even budge. If they're talking up Microsoft partnership with NVIDIA with more, that 420 level. We're just chilling right there because the first thing I thought about was, is it breaking 420 again on Softy? There's 420, kind of like a double top in the afternoon yesterday. It was a good trade to the long side. The only mistake might have been, whatever, it's not a mistake. It was strong early on, and there was an opportunity when it went red to green. So you can call it a mistake. I call it a missed opportunity. Like there is a clear key price level at 417. Closed right at 417. It then broke back out, wicked the bottom, and then regained that. That's a clear consolidation higher at a key level. It's a really good setup. I'm just sort of thinking a 420 breakout again. It's like slowly moving back upside. And this is, to me, this has more to do with the strength in the stock than whether or not there's any kind of oomph to this because there was that talk of them at the Nvidia conference. I mean, that moved the stock 20 cents just now. However, it is slowly grinding off of that level, and if it can take 420 again, maybe it can get back up into the 421. That's something that worked in the afternoon as well. Go ahead. That GIL?
No, I was just going to look at. Did it
still
reopen?
halted. No, it's still halted.
Okay, it's still halted. Well, I'm just hearing now because there's more.
What are they saying?
It's not much. They're just saying right here, so I'll show it to you. Just that there's multiple people reaching out to the counterparties, so on and so forth. Says something there. There's another note right here. Several of these counterparties expressed an interest. So friendly transaction. They just want to, so they're going to halt it. This is the responsible thing to do. Gildan just putting out note. I mean, obviously, I'm guessing they got halted with the 10% move. That would make sense. But again, halting, understanding that it's going to be a friendly takeover. They want to listen to some bids, and Gildan might not open up today.
The responsible thing is to not open it up until you actually hear the details of the deal, because then everyone can trade with the right information. Like, that's what you should do. Spirit Airlines didn't do that famously last year. I think we are now ready. Let's get on over to the desk. We've got Frank Caberna. Lead us into that Fed, Frank.
Yeah, lots going on. Lots to unpack here, not only today, Frank, but coming up tomorrow as well with, it's Fed Day tomorrow, if anyone hadn't looked at their calendar yet this week. Let's start off with this Bank of Japan note, though, this morning. I was kind of hinting at the simple fact, if anyone was with us in the morning, that there's been rumblings about this for quite some time, it seems, but it never really amounted to anything. And then all of a sudden, they just picked today to, for the first time in 8 years, get out of negative interest rates.
Yeah, a quite historic day for Bank of Japan, Japanese economy, for a number of reasons. How it's translating to the market, we'll get to in a second. But yeah, Japan hikes interest rates, Brendan, for the first time since, I believe, 2007 is the last time that they hiked. And now they've come out of negative territory for the first time since, I believe, like 2017. Right. And it feels like this should be a momentous time for, the Japanese economy didn't see the upside that the US and Canada, Australia, the UK, Euro area saw after the pandemic. And so they didn't see the inflation, and so they didn't raise interest rates. And so now, finally, central bankers in Japan feeling confident enough in the Japanese economy to raise interest rates from negative 10 basis points to 0. And the price action that we're seeing in Japanese yen is exactly the opposite of what you would theoretically think would happen after what would be deemed a hawkish type of central bank activity. The Japanese yen is sinking back down to 30-year lows. And this type of thing happens for a number of reasons. You recently saw the Bitcoin ETF kind of buy the rumors, sell the news price action of the Bitcoin bullishness going into that ETF finally being approved. And then after the fact, it gave back some ground. Here you're seeing something very similar to your point, Brendan. We've been talking about these rumblings, rumors of the Bank of Japan hiking from negative 10 basis points to at least 0 or in the positive territory for about 3 or 4 months now. I think the rumors go back to December. And now that they've finally done it, you might expect, this Japanese yen is going to see a bunch of strength. Japanese markets in general should be showing strength, but one, they only got to 0%, and two, they actually came out quite dovish with the idea that they're not likely to go crazy with rate hikes unless inflation gets out of hand there in Japan. And so you see the US dollar strength reemerge as it sets in that even if the US cuts a couple of times this year, a couple of times next year, Japan's at 0%, and the US would be cutting from 5.5%. And so very different environments. But a great example of when you have these central bank meetings, Brendan, even if something is 100% priced in, or with this Bank of Japan, everybody's expecting that they're going to hike at some point here in 2024. They finally come through and do it, and you expect to see, Japanese yen upside, or, Japanese interest rates take off to the upside off of an event like this. You can't predict anything. And in fact, if everybody's been talking about it for weeks and months, and it's already priced in, you might get stuff going in the other direction, which brings us to tomorrow's Fed meeting. A lot of potential, even though there's pretty much no potential for a rate cut or rate change of any kind.
It'll be interesting to keep an eye on how things play out in Japan. I think I had really good friends who just came back from traveling there, and they were alluding to, it wasn't the first time that they had gone, and they were alluding to the amazing increases in the prices just since the last time they had been there to this time that they went. Transportation, there's a weekly transportation pass in Tokyo, but you can go from city to city, that went from, the equivalent of like $250 to $500.
Really?
Just, from trip to trip for them. So, that, you kind of alluded to the inflation rate there and what will happen going forward. But anyways, really, really interesting story, historic, as you mentioned. Let's talk about what is to come here tomorrow. As you mentioned, no hike. It's going to be, again, it seems like we say this every single time, it's going to be about what Fed Chair Powell says at 2:30.
Yeah, likely to be no change at all. And we continue to stare at the odds for the upcoming Fed meetings that are really dwindling. 7% chance of a cut in May. And you and I looked at this last week, and it was around 4% chance. But I mean, this isn't really a market increase. And when we've looked at this, if you were to look at any spot that I've done here on the network with you all in the last 3 or 4 months, if we looked at the May probabilities, they were much higher than 4 or 7%. They were greater than 50% at certain points at the end of 2023. And so we'll see if this shifts at all. I think it would take a really dovish statement from Powell. Essentially, he would have to come out and say, we like where inflation's at, for them to start to price in a potential cut in May, because that is the next meeting. The real one to watch seems to be June, as this is really close to 50-50. And this is one that continues to dwindle. I think we looked at this last week, and it was about 65% chance of a cut by the June meeting. And now it's down to a 60% chance, really close to 50-50 here this week. And this is one, Brendan, that, okay, they are likely to come out and not change rates. After that, though, we're going to get the statement from the central bankers. We're going to get the press conference from Powell. We're going to get the dot plot here, the first one of 2024. And those items are going to change those probability distributions that we just showed for May to an extent. Like I said, maybe there's an outside chance of a big shift, but maybe it gets priced out completely, which wouldn't be a big shift. But those June probabilities are going to change based on those 3 items that we'll get from the Fed after they don't change rates. And that's going to have an effect on every asset class down the line. I mean, we just talked about, we're seeing I don't know if you want to call it a flight to quality here today in US dollar, pretty much across the major currency board, especially against that yen, but also against the Australian dollar and against your Canadian dollar. USD seeing some strength. But there also are correlations and implications across gold and crypto, and to an extent, the stock market of what is said tomorrow and how that sets up for that June meeting. Because, yeah, if they price out that June rate cut, Brendan, then that's a real substantial change to what markets have priced in terms of lower rates for this year. And I think if they start to price that out, given Fed Chair Powell's words tomorrow in the dot plot for June, that I think could have some negative implications on the stock market and the gold market, and some continued positive implications for this strengthening U.S. dollar market.
Yeah, we've touched on the fact many times. You mentioned the Canadian side of things. We've touched on the fact that our economies, U.S. and Canada, are very, very different in many, many facets. Canadian economy has been nowhere near as strong through this period as the U.S. dollar or the U.S. economy. We had Canadian CPI this morning, Frank, 2.1 on the core print. So, I mean, we're essentially there. It was 2.8 on the headline number. It was down from 2.9 on a month-over-month basis. So that was a surprise, I think, coming off, especially what happened with the U.S. the last time.
Yeah, and I think that's the case for if you're trying to build a bullish case for this U.S. dollar, and we've seen at certain points, historic U.S. dollar runs. We're right there in yen, but I mean, we've seen 95 cents for the euro, and we've seen a buck and a nickel or a $1.10 in the pound, and yeah, lower prices for the Canadian dollar as well. And if you're trying to build that case, it is continued strength in the U.S. and no rate cuts coming in 2024, or at least less than what was expected. Less than 2 or 3 rate cuts in 2024 could potentially carry that U.S. dollar higher. Now, if they do come out dovish and Fed Chair Powell says, essentially inflation is tracking in the right direction, we're feeling good about it, then the flip side, right? I mean, you see similar to what you saw with that Canadian dollar here today, where inflation comes in lower than expected, essentially equivalent to a dovish speech from the Canadian central bankers, and the Canadian dollar starts to move lower. Implications across other asset classes, though, and I brought in the correlations in that second column. You have the U.S. Treasury bond ETF, which isn't a one-for-one equivalent with the Fed funds rate, the overnight rate that the Fed changes, but it's pretty darn close. Treasury yields are very highly correlated to the Fed funds rate. And what you see there is, okay, if bond prices are moving higher, that means yields are moving lower, or more rate cuts are getting priced in. And what markets have a positive effect from bonds moving higher or more rate cuts getting priced in? The S&P 500 has, with that positive 0.18 correlation. The gold market has had a really strong correlation to upside if rate cuts are priced in there at positive 0.39. And then that U.S. dollar on the flip side has a really strong correlation to this as well. And I threw in Bitcoin just because obviously so much price action. But you can take away a couple of things here. If they start to talk more rate cuts, dollar lower, gold higher, vice versa, for less rate cuts. But also what's increasingly interesting to me is that the stock market, the crypto market, a lot of these asset classes, Brendan, aren't seeming to care yet, at least. If it's still just a question of when will the rate cuts come, the stock market hasn't really been correlated in one direction or the other to what Fed Chair Powell has to say.
And we also haven't had I don't think anyways, we also haven't had one of those events in this move back down in inflation where there's been an outside, like a really, really outside print to the upside once again, which has helped, I think. But yeah, no, good point. More to come tomorrow. Obviously, we'll learn a little bit, hopefully, from Fed Chair Powell in the afternoon. Frank Caberna, Director of Strategy over at IG.com in Chicago. Thanks again.
Thanks, Brendan.
Thanks as always, Frank. And I think, like you said, like tomorrow, you might not get anything, but you might get everything in some ways. And like, you're not there's not gonna be a move in the rates, But when it comes to like that dot plot, like finally there'll be like something to look at. Like how far are we pushing it down the line? And maybe the market doesn't care if it's only a month because it's going to happen at some point this year and everyone has a grip on like how many it might be. But you never know what Jerome is going to say. You absolutely never know. He can get to that podium and scare the crap out of everybody. A couple of things, Macy's had some news. You mentioned the news on Macy's before we went.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but there was news.
It was they opened their books up to now I forget the firm that it was. They opened their books up to Arc House and Brigade Capital. So obviously for the potential of being bought, like if they're going to put a deal in, but like it went up from 2160 to 2210. On the way back, it held 2160. But now cannot get past 2180. So I got the long in front of the 60 level. I've only been able to scalp out 78s a couple times. That's about it. That's all it's giving you. If it breaks under 60, I'm just going to get the last of this out. But Micron finally broke down there. Too many M names. It just went sideways for way too long. Now keep in mind, this was going sideways into a lot of the upward press in the market when the NASDAQ was just kind of grinding higher into the top. This was going sideways at 94. So it's pulled back into the low 80s. I've taken some out. I have a 70 bid, a 60 bid, and then in the 50s. And if it breaks that, maybe we get down to VWAP. This was a case of, well, if the market's going up and it's got a brick wall on it, I mean, somebody's selling it at that price level and won't let it break up with the rest of the move and the market. So I'm just going to join it. And for now, it's working. We're back into VWAP on Alphabet. If it breaks VWAP here, I have a bid down at 75, and then let's see if it can get back into 146.5. But this was a case of, I remember when I got this, and I was waiting for it off of VWAP, and I'm like, this is just, if you can get out of the way on the way up of a stock, like I liked it for a lower high curl, but I didn't do it with a stop out. Like I didn't have a stop in, because I'm like, yeah, it's not really doing anything. Google's not moving. And when this happens, sometimes you want to be able to cancel that order. I should have just punched out as fast as I could, but I threw a stop in and it actually ran that stop. This is what we say about getting in on the back end. Allow it to make a top and then get in. Allow it to make a top and then get in. It's a safer way to execute against the grain. If you're going to be like fading moves to higher, if you can catch it on the way back in, that's going to work. Mara starting to work back down. It can't seem to break 19, but it did not break that lower high of 1925 either. So this one also working back into the downside. Macy's, I don't know. There might be nothing to that. Like it's just, so they're opening up their books. That's no guarantee you're actually going to get an offer after that. So it could just be nice little bounce on the retracement, and it could easily give up to 60, and then I'm done with it.
All right, here we go, man. There it is. It's a $3 winner. Coinbase. So Coinbase there hits the 230. We talked about bidding that 230.30. I guess it's $2.60 or so. So there's the fill right there. We took that out. So good trade. Now it's going to break, of course, as we go lower. But it's all good, baby. We are now $5 in the money on Nvidia. It just sucks that we didn't get more short here. We were waiting at 903. You guys see that flash? No, probably not. We're waiting at 903 here. It doesn't matter. We're waiting at 903 for that fill to come through. And by the way, another one right here, spin it. So, not proud to have such a huge hit on Nvidia today, but really proud of the Qs and really proud of Coinbase coming in again here today. Really proud of this AMD short at 195, 185 to begin the day. So yeah, man, I mean, a bunch of good stuff, bunch of good trades happening over here. And I'm pretty happy with all that. Look what we just got on the Qs. I mean, boom. Like, this has been good, man. I mean, this is a $500, $400 and something name. I would have traded the TQs today, but today we had to pay. So I could have gone over to SQs, so I just said forget about it. The buying power that I have is, like, I don't even look at prices. Like, even though NVIDIA is $900, I don't even, like, it could take, honestly, 1,000 shares. Like, it's not. Okay, here we go. I am bidding here 892. So here we come back in. I mean, this is a nice low bid. We just hit 80s. We just hit 93s. I'm wondering about getting out now at 93. Maybe we should just do that and then try to hold another piece. 893, 50s, something like that. If we're able to dip back into that and get that, then we'll do it. So darn it, we just missed that place. That was 892.96. We're at 890. I mean, basically 893. We're at 892 quarters. It's all good. Hopefully we do fall back in and get that. We'll wait for 890 to come out. But we're going to excuse me, I just basically chugging the water with a very washed up Trader TV Live milk jug. These are supposed to be blue.
So when I come in the mornings, I usually look for one that's not faded.
Yeah, I just grabbed it.
I'm weird like that.
Water.
Like I'm not OCD, but like I like little things like that. Like these are fantastic, by the way, because you get that nice little liter.
There we go.
I remembered I was actually trying to take a sip of that. Market's coming back to the downside if you haven't noticed. So in the vein of trimming, I said I'd get some out at 75 on Google. We'll ring the register on that one. Intel, I haven't reloaded, so there's not much. Like I didn't get a reload on Intel. Come on, chart. I didn't get that reload on Intel, so I'm looking. If it holds VWAP, I get out. If it breaks VWAP, I hold. Mara is a little bit stronger. Like look at the 19. There's like a 40,000 share refresher that showed up a couple times at 19. So I just took another leg out there. This is clearly stronger than the rest. And when that happens, you want to make sure you're getting out. Next fill's down at 93.6 as Micron continues to work into the downside. We're going to Adara at the desk.
Just keep an eye on U.S. Steel or X here, guys. Not really reacting too much, but the Fly reporting here that U.S. Steel shared an email to employees regarding strong support for the Nippon Steel deal. So just another update with regards to the ongoing back and forth as to whether or not this deal will go through. X, keep an eye on for that. Also, we are brought to you, or this part of the show is brought to you by IG. Got opinions on central bankers, geopolitics, and economic data? Apply your macro views with a Forex account at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commission trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
And maybe you can get the signed picture from Frank if you signed up. No, I'm just making that up. You probably can't. But the market might give up this support level. I almost said bottom, but this is not a bottom in the market. It's a range-bound low, which was resistance in the aftermarket, like the overnight market, I should say, and is now turned into a support level. If 18.24 goes, I want to hold on to a piece of something. Probably, I mean, Micron, because it's got the key level, makes the most sense. But I think we could get down to VWAP there. It's 3:09. We're in a power hour. The market is in the midst of the first real dip that we've had. Where's my 50 bid? I'm going to get one out of 55s. We continue to work that one to the downside. I'm Kincaid spiking it because I'm all in on Dalton Kincaid. I was actually asked if I would trade Travis Kelce in my Dynasty League, and I said a resounding yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's TD6.
I won't. No. This guy actually thought he could get him for less than a first-round pick.
He costs more than a first-round pick.
He literally was like, my picks are 17. Late second-round picks for Travis Kelce, and it's the same guy that made the CMC deal. And I was just like, I can't talk to you, dude.
No. Yeah, Kelsey's fallen from grace. But yeah, Kincaid definitely better than him, I would say. So hold on to that. All right, NVIDIA right now is $1, 2, 3, 4, $5, $6 in the money right now. Coinbase is now $1. Smoking. Awesome. Right now, Coinbase is $3 in the money. I don't know why we're on Amazon. There's Coinbase right now trying to go lower. Let's just hold on to this. Let's see if we get, I don't want a crypto wreckage. I mean, trust me, I don't want that, but into the day, why not? I mean, at the end of the day, we're short Coinbase already. This is a big sticky no play, man, and you guys wanted some big plays on the board. I mean, I don't know. We have monster plays on the board right now. Every single trade we have is $1 in the money. Tesla right now is $1 in the money. The Qs right now is not $1 in the money. So that's when we have Jerome Powell. I'll talk tomorrow, man. Tomorrow's a big day for you. Get some sleep, my guy, like I need to get. Nice move to the downside right there for the triple Qs coming right in there right now. Hopefully that continues to go down. 3 for Qs, 7 now for NVIDIA as we're bouncing off 890. Look, we took that 893 fill. So there's the fill right there, 893 off of a short 898 fill. It's only $5, but better than nothing right there for NVIDIA as we make a lot back here in the afternoon. But this killed me. I'm going to tell you that right now. When this broke 895 was not good. We didn't need to short that, We saw these levels here, 895. It was yesterday's kind of peak right there. I trusted that it wouldn't break it, and it did. And we got crushed on that trade. So again, a trade that completely, responsible for that. You can't have big winners if you don't have big losers. And, like I told you, we were doing really well this month, and we'll get it all back. It's fine. It's just that crushed right there, our dreams for today. But we're now getting it right back in. Remember, we were bidding 888s? Well, there it is right there. You got to have a little bit of faith. We took some out at 893. Here comes the drop in. Hopefully it fades out the rest of the day. I mean, the NASDAQ should go. There's Qs. So we said we said everything was $1 in the money, and now we don't have to look like a liar because there goes the Qs. 9 on Nvidia, 4 on Coinbase, $1 on Tesla, and another one on the Qs. So add it all up, we're about 15 in the money across the board.
Yeah, I'm just working off of like the risk to reward here. And at the end of the day, like your trade should always be like, where is it in? Like, where is he out? Right now, Google, it looks like it's about to break that support level, but we're short off the 47 even with the local high at the 13. So we're risking 15 cents. There's always going to be some slippage on the trade. So if it gets down into the 50s, I think we want to take that. Micron, we're going to let this one fall. The next level is going to be out in here, right? So there's your morning high. There's your consolidation above it. That's about 93 and a quarter. So I'm bidding in front of 93.3. We're going to let it work down into that. That was a 94 off a 94.15 high. So that's continuing to give you a bit of a fall. And the thing about what I liked about this is it was telling you the whole time, this could have broken higher. Like you could have gone long this same trade in Micron with a stop at the bottom, and if the market continued to rally, it probably gives you the same thing in the other direction. So obviously, it's just the risk to reward on a level like that. Mara it just now broke the 19 even. I'm going to back off this 18.9 and wait for it to get to 18.8. But this almost feels like it's a little bit too strong. So I'm kind of happy that, obviously, when you have short off resistance on like umpteen stocks, it's good to have found that resistance level, but they could easily take out that top. Like I could short this, it could break out the high, and then you just got to accept it when that does happen. So we're happy about it to the downside. I'm going to back off, at least for now, the 176 on Apple. Hey, look at that. The wicks disappeared on their own. I didn't even clean them up this time. So 176, like it just bounced off that level, and then it's going back higher as the market's coming down. So I feel as if the market breaks lower, I don't know if that's going to still be good. Like the 176 bounce, you kind of needed to take it while Frank was on. Like the Frank bounce was good for there. If we continue lower on the futures, I think you got to wait around for something a little bit lower than that. Let's ride the momentum into the downside. And if you're still, that Gill stock, that's not really doing anything. Oh, Macy's, I'll give you the update on Macy's. Macy's broke 60, I got out. There was a bounce. We got a couple of legs out. It then broke the low. I covered. It held 50. So if I actually hold it through, it would have worked out for me. But then I'm breaking my rule. If I'm long in front of 60, I'm out when 60 breaks. The volume has really died down. Like look at the candle on the news, and then look at it since. I feel like this one's kind of dead. So we'll stay away from Macy's.
All right. $13 in the money, but doesn't really matter. I wanted to talk to somebody here. Where's my guy Bert? Where is he? Here he is, Bert666. All right, so Bert finds it funny that we mentioned dollar amounts versus percentage. I don't, now that I'm $13 in the money, I don't know what percentage that is. Like, percentage of what? It's not, we trade on a prop floor, so I'm just talking to you right now, Bert. Like, I don't have a problem telling you whatever you want to know. It's just we don't have, I don't know what percentage this is. This is like 0.00001% of my buying power. So I don't look at things like how much I returned on the day or anything like that. I just look at straight P&L. I don't.
That's a retail metric.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So here on a prop floor, we don't deal with that. All I deal with is this. Right now, stacking. So wherever it goes, and we'll deal with it from there. So, we're just $13 in the money. We're $4 in the money here, and like I said, I don't know what percentage that is. Like on a $100 stock, if I'm $4 in the money, you want me to say 4%? I don't know, but it is a retail metric, so we don't really use that here. But what we do use is this. Money, 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 Because there goes the triple Qs, man. I mean, we nailed this one today, guys. Big one here on the triple Qs. So despite us getting nailed on Nvidia, like we're 15% in the money of what we've lost just right now on this trade. So let alone all these other trades that we have on Nvidia. But that was a bad one. There's no doubt about that. As we start to come back in right now, watch out for these levels. I'm thinking about just capturing some profit if we break above that 888. So 889 right now. Let's get the rest out of this trade. We were trying to get more up there at 903, but that just didn't fall in for us. So 889.01. Let's just get out of the rest. You know, it'll suck to give some back, but you know, if I keep on holding it, maybe it will get better, right? But we could also 889. Yeah, 888. All right, let's just do an 888, Phil, so we don't give back that extra dollar. Because also, remember, we have spread issues. So we already talked about this. Let's go 888.11 or something like that. Hopefully that will trigger. Nah, let's go 01. So this is what goes through my mind is just like, it's just going to market it out. So, you know, the minute it breaks 888, let's try to be aggressive and boom. Get that out right now. So we'll give up $3. We could get out right now at 885. We're not. We're going to wait for 888s. If you are in this position with me or by yourself, you know, decide what you want to do. We've already talked about it today. You know, we'll bring up the rear today for sure. And well, maybe not actually. But we'll wait to see here if this goes back through 888. Do your own decision. Where are the markets going to be tomorrow, Louisa?
In New York. Well, Jersey.
Yeah,
actually.
some will
I mean,
be.
technically, the data centers are in Jersey.
Yeah, some of them will be also in the CME maybe tomorrow. But no, honestly, I mean, if we're going to look at the chart, where are they going to be tomorrow? You mean after Powell? I mean, we already know what's going to happen. So every time Jerome speaks, the market goes up. So I would say probably, you know, if we come in tomorrow and we're like around 18.1 again, you know, then I would say probably 18.3. Like if we can get above 18.3 today, then I think we can get to 18.4, 18.5 tomorrow. But we just gotta we gotta get above there. Like if any time tomorrow we're above 18.3, I think you could have a nice rally. So let's wait to see where we go on that one. You know, the dot plot should be interesting. We talked about that coming back as well. So
and that we get right away. So well, relatively right away. So they actually
230, 50. I'm going to start
right away at 2 o'clock. Like we're going to get an opportunity to have some kind of a look. I mean, you're going to get the prepared statements, and then we'll get the dot plot released, and then we get to wait 25 minutes or a half an hour until Jerome Powell comes in. So when it comes, the thing about trading and the thing sort of Sean said is like it ultimately like. It only matters, like when you make a trade, what is your entry, what is your reason, what is your exit? So when we're talking about trades, I'm only going to frame it in that way because you've got to trade your own book. It's about trading setups. Like for myself, the most active name right here was Intel. Every time we got in, it's like I'm in here off 42.20. It's the stock is breaking down. I had to stop at 30. It didn't stop out. I trailed out here and just jumped back in because I realized, hey, it's still trending to the downside. I shorted in front of VWAP. VWAP held. Look at it hold the higher low. I never like to see that when you're shorting a stock. I reload, I made another higher low, I stopped out. My stop was right here at that top. So I was shorting it at 74 with a stop at essentially 81, and I got 82s out. And then I had a short here for almost in and out like right away for 3 cents, which you shouldn't do, but I realized that's not the right price. I waited for it to get back to the top level. It hit the same stop from the morning, which is 42.30. When it came back in, I shorted underneath that and into VWAP. Right now, I'm trailing it. So if it holds VWAP and breaks 41.92 or 3, where my trail stop is, I'm out of that stock, or I'll give it a chance to break VWAP. It's about your trading plan. And I think that's the thing that is of value is, does your plan work, and in what ways can you change it to get better or worse, or all that kind of good stuff. And that's what's going to end up mattering at the end of the day for most of you. And Mara is about the power, I think. I got some more out at that 19, and I'm not even sure I want to reload this. Like I think it could just break out this 19 and a quarter, and then we just get the you-know-what out of Dodge when it comes tomorrow. Like it just looks to me like the higher lows, Bitcoin is holding right up here. This is IBIT, obviously, looking like it wants to break and make a retest of that high. As a matter of fact, it hasn't even broken yet, and Mara's going. So Mara's actually relatively strong, bracing for that high of the day. So I'm not thinking a reload here in Mara. Google just came out. That's a trail out. It could not hold underneath VWAP, so we shorted 47s into 146.8 and then 70. And now we just got 10 cents on the last little bit. I didn't want that getting all the way back to the high because it's above VWAP when the market's at the low. So it's showing some relative strength, so I'm jumping out of it. All the shorts that we're in worked, but it's just about managing the trade at this point.
All right. $17 winner. I got to say thank you so much to everybody up there. You know, other people get shook, man. Here it is. What's up, Bob W? We were shook on Nvidia for sure, but we don't stop. We don't stop doing what we're doing. Yeah, so thank you for seeing that. And now we're right back in it, and all is well in love and war. All right, we have some of our stops, and man, we're making a lot of money back here in the afternoon, guys. Darn. All right, so here we go. Now we'll see what happens here. We're $15 in the money and still going lower. I'm now changing this stop, I think, to 885. Like, honestly, if we can, I mean, maybe we just take this out, you know, and grab this 880 fill right now to the downside. This has been a monster trade. Like, you know, so we should probably debate doing this and just take this out right now. It's getting close to the end of the day, so let's think about doing it. I mean, our stop is up at 888s. We held this all the way down. And again, real trading, guys, this is real trading. You want to wait for these plays. We talked about this. I talked about the kind of month that you can have, and this is what we're talking about. Big time plays that can come into play here. So, like, we were really shook by getting hit on that trade, right? I mean, we just had too many shares there. I really thought that level was going to hold. And by the way, we were dead right. We were just wrong by 50 cents. Like, it went up there and then it cranked down $10. So I'm still confident in what we're doing. It's just that time we definitely missed that trade and we should have done better there. All right, 883.01, if that gets hit. Oh, there it goes. All right, we'll have to change that to 884, I guess. And then get out if it does break a little bit higher than 884. So, all right, that's the trade there. We just set that, and now we will forget that as it looks like we'll get out. Oh, there it is. So that's final right there. We'll spin that register right there and put on, again, another one for everybody right there. $14.50 to the downside there. Not too bad trade there on Nvidia.
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia is going to give you the juice. That's the thing. Like, it's the one today. I mean, okay, fine. I should probably point out that SMCI might move more dollars, but I've said before, I don't think that's a very day tradable stock. Like, what we're talking about with spreads on SMCI, you can capture $15 by risking a couple of dollars on Nvidia. You can't do that on SMCI. And I'm not saying that to be flippant about it. It's just that I've traded this stock a couple of times, and I had 1,000 short yesterday in it, and I was sitting like $10 in the money. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna tighten my stop like I would in anything else. It then ran my stop and dropped $50, and it's like, okay, well, you know, that's what this stock does. Actually, today, yuck. This is still under $900. This is going to be, I think this is at $750 next week, unless Jerome does something insane. If Jerome rallies the market, nothing matters. But I look at this chart, like, why wouldn't it be at $750 the way that this thing is heading into the downside? But watch out for Mara. This is why we took some more shares out at 19, and I'm not reloading it because it's just going to take out that high. So it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. You got higher lows in this thing. It was the same thing down here when we shorted it off VWAP. Eventually, what is good must come to an end, and I think this is taking out the top. Boring man, I'm short because it hasn't run my stop yet. I took profit. I took more out at 19 when it held support, but it hasn't taken out that top on the last bit. Now, if it gets back underneath this 19.25 and doesn't take this high, I'll probably just jump out at 19. And actually, I'll get on the bid right now. So I did make an adjustment to my risk plan, which was to get more out when it looked strong and then not to reload when it got back to my price. So that's the way that I adjusted on this. Now, obviously, I could have gotten it all out there, and that would have been perfect. But it's not about being perfect. It's just about making the best decisions you can make in the moment. Hindsight's always going to be 20/20, at least most of the time. I mean, if hindsight's not 20/20 for you, then you're looking at the wrong data.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, there was a super chat, but I was just like, I responded. You got that? You have to ask Sharif. Jesus said Sharif is yoked. What's his workout routine? So, I mean, in the midday. Just ask him a question. We'll tell him he had a super chat there. I'm sure he'll let you know. Apparently, we're getting some protein, Sharif protein balls tomorrow. But you got to ask him what his personal routine is. The routine that I think matters for us here is, as traders, what's your daily routine? Make sure you stick to that. Like, I always check everything back to trading. If you have like a warm-up that you do when you're lifting or before you work out or whatever you do, it's the same thing for trading. Like, what do I look at the futures first? Do I do the outside in? Do I look at individual stocks that are on my list and then start from a daily chart and then go on to a 15-minute and then go to the lower time frame, mark off my key levels, read up all the catalysts? Like, that's your routine as a trader to try to get stronger and better. It's no different from anything else. Like, you just have to work at it. Let's go back to the desk with Adair.
Stock not really reacting too much to this, but keep in mind some more news with regards to Disney here. Reuters reporting that Disney and ESPN and the college football playoff agreement has been extended through to the 2031 to 2032 season. So basically that Disney has agreed with the ESPN that it will be showing the college football playoffs on ABC. So nice look there. Just another catalyst with regards to Disney after that George Lucas support for Bob Iger earlier today, guys.
Maybe George. Oh,
Disney for me is. Again, like first of all, I hope everybody understands that, traders are going to stay late. So stay late with me tonight for the market recap show. If you were part of the market recap show, you're probably long Palantir, way lower than where we are, and you're probably long Disney. I mean, we asked every single guest we had on for a very long time all about what they thought about the plays we were making on Disney. And honestly, we first bought some into this dip because we were trying to watch out for $80 bottom, which was also the COVID bottom. So we loaded up. I'm loaded up in my long-term account and in my swing account. We most recently just got some up here at 112.25 or something like that, because we failed that break right there at 115 and we came back in. So it was this very next day. The stock came back the very next day, and we got out right around there. Yeah, I did think it was a goner, but the stock came back. And then now today, it's going even higher. So we'll be props up on Disney, man. Try to get some out. I was talking with Mateo. He's looking at 120 and change. I think that would be great. So if we can get a fill up there, man, oh man, that would be real nice for Disney. And honestly, up here near 115, probably take some more out. I didn't realize how much I had on Disney until I saw the dividend payment, and I was like, what? And then I went to look. It's like that Solana crap coming through again. So, all right, there it is right there. We did get out of Nvidia for 15, 14 bucks. We could have trailed it. It did come back into 82 or 83, but again, we got out at 84. So I'm pretty happy with that. Regardless of, even if it goes down from now, we could always get back in right now. And then not worry about it. So I'm not going to worry at all about that trade. You know why? Because we've got $1.50 in the money on Tesla, and we have $1.50 in the money on the Qs. And I talked about these stocks as well today, and exactly what they're doing. The one thing I wanted to look at here, Apple was upside, but that wasn't it. Oh yeah, do we have the earnings board? Because if we do, we should probably call that up. But for right now, let's go over here and find out what's reporting tonight. ZTO. All right, Chinese company, hard pass on that one. Aftermarket health equity, Smith Douglas Homes, never heard of them. SDHC afterwards. I
like that name, Scholar Rock Holding. Like what they should do is they should have their conference call. They should get Jack Black on the conference call, and he should do some songs from School of Rock.
School of Rock
that would make some sense. That's actually not a bad movie.
ZEO?
I'm not familiar with.
Actually, this ZEO, I own this, actually, but I don't know why.
What is it?
It's the energy ETF in Toronto, so I don't know. All right, so it doesn't look like there's very many big names on here tonight, so you're just going to have to stay for my handsome face. And we should also have Brian Shannon later tonight, so if you want to stay with the best of us, come tonight, man. It is going to be your market recap show. And we'll just finish off our 10, 11 hours of work here today for everybody and stay late. Okay, let's go to the earnings board. All right. What do we have on here? Not much, as you can see. Let's look to tomorrow, man. General Mills, we talked about some of those fixed costs there for General Mills and Procter & Gamble and whatnot. We'll see if that can get any better for them.
PDD is the one for me.
Yeah, Jinko Solar's there. What's the one for you?
Pinduoduo.
Which one's that?
It's right up there.
Oh, Pinduoduo. Yeah. I see a bunch of Chinese names tomorrow. So, yeah. Watch out for FXI, then, the ETF.
Pinduoduo has retraced $50 from its highs, and it just brushed the 50 period at $130 today. If it rejects this, you could be down at 110. If it breaks it out, it's got room on top of room. The only thing that sucks about PDD is if you miss whatever the initial move is, it's kind of like that's it. Like right at 9:30, it's gonna do what it's gonna do. So you pretty much, it's not to say like hit it and quit it, but with Pinduoduo, like you get that initial break and just if you get yourself an entry and you've got to stop, it's like get it, get the move, and then get out of Dodge, because every single day at the open, that's essentially what it does. There's the open there. I mean, there's the open, tank, there's the open, one big move, that's as good as you get. Sometimes you get like a little bit of continuation, but for the most part, like, it's going to do its thing. And I think it's worth looking at. If there's no setup at the open, don't take it. But if you get a good trade off the open on Pinduoduo, then it does give you every opportunity to work out. I just trailed out of a few things there. One, MU came right back. We got 93.5 out. It just came right back into 94. So I'm not doing that dance with the 94 level. If it's going to go higher, I need to see it fail off that top again. So show me that you're going to go into the 94.10s and then fail one more time, and I can think about getting back into it. Mara somehow hasn't stopped out, which is, okay, I guess that's a good thing. But ultimately, I thought that was going to go first, and Mara did the wick shimmy. It kind of got up here, did not take out the high, so we don't need to be. I'm not adding to Mara here. I'm just going to get out in front of 19. Intel, my trail is right there. I'm trying to give it a chance to break down on Intel. This is the one we didn't get a reload in. Well, obviously, I got in before we came back on air, or added to it right before we came back on at 2 o'clock. So the shorts have been good. GC saying have a look at DWAC. Yeah, we'll look at anything that's moving. Yeah, DWAC's up 4% today. I don't remember hearing anything on DWAC. I could be wrong about that today. But maybe it's just, hey, it got back into this dip support and found itself a rally today. So a bit of a, I guess that's a reversal candle so long as nothing bad happens for the rest of the day. Still underneath the 50 period. That's worth a look. Like, that's a good reversal candle. The next thing usually is you find a higher low and go squeezing. That's not a given, I don't think, in DWAC's case, that you're going to find that higher low. I just looked over there, and that actually still says I'm short Micron. But you guys saw me get out, right? Like I showed you guys.
All right, reset the position board, Mr. Fabian, when you get a second. Okay, so just to talk about a few things here, we did get out. Neil said the position board's wrong.
No, maybe it'll update
Current
in a
one.
second. Give it a minute, maybe.
No, it won't. That updates automatically. Okay, so we got out of Coinbase on a 231 breakout. It took the 50 period right there, so we got out right there at 231.17. Obviously, it's back in a little bit, but it was okay when we did it, up to 231.70. So there's the out on Coinbase, and I just double-checked. Coinbase is going to be the #1 name today, so Travolta will be like, should have put more shares, man. One trade on Coinbase today, and that's all you need. So I'm going to look like crazy on some of these other names, like in Nvidia, so many trades. But yeah, Coinbase will be the #1, and then the #2 stock, P&L-wise today will be Qs. And look how many fills we have on this one as well. Just too many, but hey, if we're up on it and it's there, then it's there. All right, so what else? Nvidia, what else you guys want us to look at? Trump to make government platform amongst on winning. What's up, Papa Powell says that right now. So today's DWAC news was the emperor has no clothes and Trump can't pay, apparently, that fine that he had today. Or was that yesterday?
I thought it was yesterday.
I don't know. Here, I'll search it for everybody right now. Let's find out what's up with DWAC. All right, so we type in here DWAC, and we will have a quick look. So Supreme Court appeal seeking immunity. Okay, so we'll see if that has anything to do with it. And there it is right there. Must have been yesterday, but I don't see the story. But here it is here. Trump, and again, we're not talking, okay, that's literally all that it is. Trump files legal brief in U.S. Supreme Court seeking immunity from prosecution for trying to overturn his 2020 election. So I guess if he's trying to get immunity on all these things, then maybe that, sets the stage. But I guess he's already going to be the conservative.
I mean, he's already won the nomination.
Yeah, so I
think DWAC just kind of goes.
I'd watch out for DWAC.
If there's anything remotely positive, it's so illiquid.
Yeah, I don't trust that.
Digital word. It's done 1.5 million shares. Stock went from $32 to $37 on. I mean, decent volume for it. Like, look at the volume. Can we come to my chart, Ram? Like, this is actually probably the second biggest volume day outside of the tank yesterday. And this is 1.5 million shares. I mean, off the top of my head, what's a stock that trades at $37? Affirm. And again, it's the first thing that came to my mind. It doesn't really matter. Affirm's done 3.9 million shares. And Affirm is going to make moves about the same as DWAC. So just for reference, on a day where DWAC has news and is moving a lot, it's doing 40% of the volume that a similar stock in terms of volatility and price, and nothing's happening on Affirm. That's why we trade Affirm, and we don't always trade DWAC. Now, there are moments that you want to trade it. There's no question about that. It's just you need the liquidity, and if there's nothing there, then you don't want to move into it. I saw a lot of people saying AMD. In the chat, a couple. What's AMD doing? Maybe. Yeah, it's back under VWAP.
85 again. Ooh.
No, it's 85. No, it's under.
84 was the high.
81 broke down.
Shout out to D-Loaf right there. You nailed it right there. I said conservative. Obviously, the Republican Party is conservative, but we here have a conservative party. So you are right about that one. Caught me on my Canadiana there. All right, so Tesla, 172.60. We're going to get out, so just like we did on Coinbase, we're going to get out on everything if we start taking some of these key levels. So, we'll give a little bit back. We were waiting for a flush. We got a flush, and we took full advantage of it. It's too bad that we lost so much because we made back a lot, but we won't be able to get green today. Not on these plays, that's for sure, unless something else pops in real quick, man. That's why I was hoping that AMD was up there. We could short it, but just let me talk about this before I go. So 438.12, that's going to be my out. That's right here. That's the 200 period is 08. We'll give it a little bit more love into that level right there. So that's coming out no matter what for about 85 cents. Or 85 cents. Yeah, that's what we're in the money on there. We're in 92 cents. Tesla, we're in the money at $1.20, but it did go down here to 171. I mean, this was sort of a rounding error. So we don't have that many shares here. We just miscalculated how much to get out there. We were waiting for VWAP. Once it bounced out there, I thought I put the order to get out of everything. I did not. I only put the order to get out of 75% of everything that we had left, which wasn't that much to begin with. So rounding error there on Tesla. If it takes this out, we'll get out. But yeah, a good end of the day today. And we will cheer on Adara, who's got some news.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used at our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Oh, there was Playboy.
Oh, you made me look, Darwin.
What?
Playboy, was there news just now?
Yeah, there is news.
Oh, okay.
Look at the stock, man. It just bumped up 15%.
It did, but the volume is 178,000.
Well, look at the spread. The spread is 6 cents. Come over to my screen.
178,000 for a penny stock? I haven't seen that before.
The spread is too huge. So, it's halted probably. That's probably why.
No, I don't. Is it?
No?
Doesn't.
No, hold on a second. No,
I just saw print.
I just saw print.
Jinx.
Yeah, okay, not halted for sure. When I saw a spread of like 6 cents there, like now even 3 cents.
On a penny stock, like
too much. And especially with this kind of volume, you don't really care about this down here, guys. So Playboy there, you did get us, but there was a story just on it breaking highs with volume. So I don't know if there is an actual story. All right, so there's Qs. We got out of that one. We'll go bang on that to complete a great day for the triple Qs. And then Tesla as well. Looks like we'll be out of that one pretty soon here on TSLA. But yeah, so far so good into the close here today. But not a great day, but we'll be back tomorrow and see the damage we can put on there. Maybe we'll watch Nvidia into the close. Look at that out. I mean, honestly, where's my guy Travolta? Oh, that's fruit salad. Have some fruit salad if you guys want. I mean, fruit salad's pretty good. Right there. Travolta's like, come on, man, give yourself some credit for that out. All right, we will. So that was a good out down there at 884. Glad we did that because you're back up to that 889. Watch out for 900 again, maybe coming into the close. We've seen Nvidia really take off. I would say that you could probably buy it through the 200 and then use the 50 as your stop. So that'll give you $3 if it really runs. You might want to just punch the long through this, get it back to 900. That could be a very good possibility here, but we're over with now. The market only has that 20 minutes. We don't have that anymore, that imbalance number, until 350.
And I say it's a but we do have, and again, on the P4A platform, if I pull up the imbalance locator, we get early looks numbers on the New York exchange. So it's, all your NASDAQ stocks aren't going to be there. Mostly, like you have a few sell imbalances there. You got BAC that always shows up, I feel like, this week to the buy side, 4 million. Pfizer, 2.9, BMY, 2.5 to the sell side. Walmart is a sell of 1.2 million. IBM, a 1.1 million buy. Those are the notable ones. I just trailed out of Intel, so we're only, oddly enough, like Mara somehow the only thing I'm still in. We trailed out of the last short 42.15 at 41.90. So maybe it continues to the downside. I might look for another setup that has something to do with that 350 number. Like at 350, I like retracement plays. I doubt it'll be here because we're too far away from the highs. But let's get a look at the sector board for this afternoon with Adara.
We're going to take a look at some of the names in the S&P 500 that made bigger moves that maybe we didn't talk about as much earlier today. And one of those includes CDNS. This is Cadence Design Systems. This is one of the many names being mentioned by NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang during their GTC conference as one of the names going to be using some of their chips. So nice move up here for CDNS. SNPS, Synopsys, is another one of those names, but also they have some news of their own regarding a platform with their new dynamic security testing capabilities. So some platform news for SNPS in addition to a bit of an NVIDIA boost. Last but not least, I mentioned this one earlier, but IP still up about 11%. International Paper getting a new CEO. So nice look as well for this one. Lots of these S&P 500 moves, names making big moves to the upside, guys.
Apparently IP is not so bad after that Dunder Mifflin joke. Still literally at the high of the day still. It just only ground higher IP. But there's not a lot of movement there to maybe sink your teeth into. Maybe you got to look for dips when these make these parabolic moves. Like your chance to get in is going to be here or here, because when it's doing that, it's like algos are just slowly taking it to the upside, and you're not going to find any obvious entries that way. There's a question, why Mara short? So I'll show you the plan of action for Mara and not the morning trade. Was this level here from yesterday. It was afternoon support, 1925. So that was an area of interest for me. When it failed that top and then came back into it, I shorted the lower high looking for a VWAP retrace. It just didn't happen. So we shorted it off the 1925 level. It could not break 19 even. I held on to the last piece of it. So I'm holding the last quarter. It never broke my stop, but it also hasn't flushed. So that was the plan of action for it. And that's an example of, hey, it kind of went in the money, but it didn't follow through. So I got more out there than I probably normally would because it was looking relatively strong. So that was the plan for Mara. You always have to have a plan of action in a trade. I keep coming back to Micron because if this comes out as like a sell imbalance, and there's some way to still short like 94, like this is ridiculous. Like it goes down to 93.5 and then right back to barcoding at the 94 level. Clearly there's some accumulation going into their earnings. Earnings tomorrow for Micron after the bell. They're one of the big ones after the bell. Tonight, it's a little bit light, but realistically, I think I said exactly the same thing yesterday. That's good because you can look at the crazy moves that happened in the chip names, which I think is more important, and then maybe set up some ideas going into tomorrow, which we get the dot plot. So you're not bogged down with earnings, and you can get the brass tacks as Better Call Saul. He says brass tacks like a million times, and I'm using that as my workout show.
Oh, okay, so you're watching it again. That's great.
It's, so anyways, I watch shows that I've already seen, so it motivates me to like do the workout, because if I want to see the next episode of Better Call Saul, then I have to work out to see it. But I've already seen it so that I'm not entirely distracted by it. That's a really funny show if you've never checked it. You got to watch Breaking Bad first.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of, I know you can watch it independently, and I'm not saying it's a horrible thing to do, but I don't get that. It's like, just watch Breaking Bad, please. and then go watch Better Call Saul, it's not the same thing if you haven't seen the source material. I'm probably just going to get out now. I might just manually get out in the 25 range if we can get this. Like, you're not getting a push down, and it's about to take out the high. So the next available area we're going to go, Comp SRX, absolutely not. Body by Jake. I am 100% not down with like fitness fad things.
With what?
You know, like those do this 90-day program, blah blah blah.
Oh.
No, you know what? The only time I've ever paid for a program is there was one on YouTube that I was using for free for like 3 years, and it was like the same all the time. And then all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, we'll charge you a small amount for like a yearly thing." I'm like, "I'll pay that because I've been getting 3 years worth of just free workouts that I don't have to put together myself because I work out at home. I'm not paying for a gym membership. I'm too cheap for that." Mara just broke the high, so when it gets to that top, just break out and get out. We did the same thing earlier here today, almost a similar setup. So congratulations if you got the crypto bottoms. A wild comeback. I don't think Mara is necessarily out of the water till it breaks 20, but that could easily happen tomorrow. If it's at 19.30 today, this stock has no trouble moving a couple of dollars at a time. So for $20 breakout, I'd save that one for tomorrow. I don't think we have a chance of seeing that. Maybe, I don't know. In the next 10 minutes, I think that's unlikely. Meta back at the high of the day. See, I was short Meta and got away from that one, thank goodness. When it started holding VWAP, I got out. This is another one. I'll have to ask why I didn't reverse it. I didn't see an obvious place to. And VWAP was I think VWAP was probably the place that you could have got in, right in there when we got out of that trade. Taking out highs, maybe we see 500 tomorrow, but then that's up to the Fed.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I should have been on Meta myself. Okay, so here we go. I just tweeted this out right now. And again, guys, everyone loves Adara on the chat. I know. I always say how much we love Adara. So Adara, we love you. Thank you so much for all your work. Look at this. Adara sent me this, actually. You want to talk about the hardest worker here. I've already said that to Adara, so we'll move off that. All right, so today, look at this, man. $1,900 calls expiring this Friday, traded 33,000 contracts. What? I mean, I get that it's going to be a really super cheap contract, but I don't understand that. And so that just happened today. So we'll find out. More than double by the weekend from where we are right now. So someone's making a monster call on this. And then this guy here, Smart Karma. That was Karam, but it goes Karma. There says unlikely, but not impossible. Correct. We'll see what happens here with Nvidia, but I just want to bring that to your attention. Like, people are YOLOing a lot right now. So there goes Nvidia. Yeah, it's not going to get anywhere near 1900, of course, as we shorted that and got out nice right there. So good job. All right, we are getting ready for this.
There's got to be some kind of other.
We still do have Tesla. Well, people just do stupid things. We still do have Tesla right here. It's about to come out very, very soon. Actually, right about now, once we break through 80s. So this is what we're dealing with. I'm going to remove the broker, and then we will only see New York and NASDAQ. And then we'll give you a number that, of course, is not including NASDAQ, because the only number we get includes only New York. And then on the imbalances, it was 4 or 5 billion. It was 5 billion yesterday. There could be some decent shares, again, being thrown around here. So let's get ready for that. We'll get rid of the broker. And then in approximately 15 seconds, because here in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada, it is 349.50, 51, 52, 53. So we like to do that so you guys can get an idea of how far you are behind us or not. And here we go. It is 350 now. So we will see what happens with these imbalances. And it looks like a whole heck of nothing. Let's wait to see if some NASDAQ names come in. We'll wait to see if Tesla moves around at all. So the NASDAQ names are out, and it's a bunch of nothing. Google's not bad. Decent sell there. So let's see if this starts to head to the downside there with 1 million shares to sell. So there's the gap. So it goes from 133 down to 148, so 30 cents down. See, this is kind of the stuff that you can get caught in. Just be careful. Yeah, I don't see anything else at all. I'm only looking for the millions, right? Pfizer's hot garbage. We talked about that. I think BMY, I do want to look at that. We did have Fibonacci Princess talking to us about that the other day, Bristol Myers. After that, man, I still like Walmart at 60. I haven't bought this yet. I'm waiting for those capitulation days to the downside before I buy anything. And honestly, if I miss the dip right now and don't buy any of these names, it's all good. I mean, we are still very much in. We're in about, I'll have to double check, but I think it's 7 or 8% cash, and I feel like that's a good level for me. So we'll wait to see on that one what's going to happen there if we get to the downside, and then we'll figure out what happens here moving lower on the day with Stressla. That's an Adara line. This is the only position we have left on board. I'm going to go refill my water. I'll be back, but I want to get ready for this recap show. So far, so good.
Yeah, I've canceled my orders. There wasn't anything juicy on that imbalance to look for some kind of like a 355 reversal play. Like, you got to move off the imbalance first and then try some kind of a mean reversion at 355 when they update. That didn't happen. MSTR, impressive day because we talked about the rally. It's not really a rally. Let's call it a gain from the bottom on Bitcoin, on crypto. You saw Coinbase, you saw Mara as well. So outsized move here for MSTR. For anyone tracking this, because I know a lot of people are involved in trading this, probably mostly through options is my guess. One of my favorite technical setups, support, even resistance to support, support to resistance. When you see this up move happening, like where are the places that I would even think about trying a short? Okay, like your pre-market range, your pre-market low, it tries to turn around there. It doesn't do anything that would indicate why you should get in at the pre-market high. But then when it gets back into that support level, that's where you start having some opportunities. Like if I was trading it, I'd probably lose there and then get that trade for a win. So you got to take maybe a couple of swipes at it. But that's about patience. When a stock is screaming up or anything is screaming to the upside, screaming to the downside, the more patient you can be, I think the better off you are going to be no matter what. Uber making some nice moves. I didn't see Uber on the imbalance locator. As I said, it was mostly a nothing burger, but Uber with a great rally today. This is what I love linear moves in stocks. If you own them, because it's great. Like there's nothing out of control about this. One spike when it took out the morning high, but most of it is just what looks like that program buying and accumulation. So when this stock is in the midst of a pullback, can't even see the 50-period moving average, and then when it bounces off 75, you just get the program buy. I'm going to add this one to the old iPad here, and I actually do mean old iPad. Like this iPad is ancient. I'm going to put 77 in. Why do I like 77? What did we just talk about? Like support underneath here at 76.5. You have yesterday's high at 77. If this is holding 77 tomorrow, I like that for a long trade. Too late in the day to try to get into it right now. Only 7 minutes to go. Actually, 5.5 minutes to go. Elon asking me, what do you think about Oracle? Any chances of breaking out higher? Happy trading to you as well. Don't mind looking at that one for you. I own Oracle in the long term. I don't really trade it much. I think this is one of those nice buy it, don't necessarily trade, quality company, been around here forever, four horsemen type of things. What a really fantastic way to play any kind of earnings or gap play is, does it hold the gap and then does it break it out? So that's perfect. It holds the gap. I didn't even notice this because I haven't looked at Oracle today. Holds the gap up just now, and it's going to try and take out 130 tomorrow. So, is it going to break 130 tomorrow? I don't know, but a breakout trade you don't have to take if it doesn't go. That's a good setup there for 130. It is a Fed day, so you do have to watch out. Sometimes we have sideways action. I don't think you see it today, but I love that setup. So shout out to you. I think it's a fantastic looking setup on Oracle. But a breakout trade has to break out at 130. And Comp SRX, I agree. Like I would not be thinking short this off a resistance. I'd be thinking go long if this is going to break out that top. And if it works, great. You're with the momentum of the trade. You're with the momentum, obviously, of a very significant level. You know what? I just remembered something on Oracle. I'm going to do you one better for Oracle. I just remembered this. I just zoomed out for the daily chart for you guys. Yeah, on a weekly chart, look at this post-earnings breakout. Oh, this is even better on Oracle because this is a post-earnings consolidation break. The weekly chart, triple top. It's also triple top on the daily, distinction without a difference. But look at it riding the 50 period on the weekly. That's bullish. And in bull markets, breakout trades are good. Obviously, in bull markets, long setups are good. So you want to be thinking about that first with that trend. Elon, appreciate you as well. You know what? I wouldn't have even noticed this on Oracle if you didn't point it out. So thank you I mean, this is a triple top, potential breakout tomorrow. Like, if I wouldn't have looked at Oracle, it wouldn't be on my iPad if you didn't say it, Elon, so you shouldn't be thanking me. We should be thanking you.
Yeah, thank you for that, because you guys know that Oracle was a name that this is one of the more recent ones that we bought before. It wasn't before earnings. We bought it down into here in January, and that was a great earnings report. Oracle, again, more deals with Nvidia, more. Wow, there it is. So there's Nvidia, man. We talked about that. That's a good out to come through for Nvidia. I'm just going to head over to the other desk, but I'm going to get out of Tesla right now. It's just bouncing around. We don't really have any reasons to stay in this name, so we'll bid it out and see if we can make that out. Ooh, I didn't realize we had another offer up there on Tesla. Let's start to cancel everything now because we just got filled. So there it is on Tesla. A good way to end the day, back to the 50-period moving average. Good thing we didn't get stopped out all the way there. Let me just double check what happened with Coinbase, because, okay, downside out there at where we wanted to at 230, out there on the break, and probably we'll close a little bit lower, but we'll be back into Coinbase tomorrow because, again, join me tonight. We'll talk all about sticky note as well, some names that we had on that list and some names that we didn't. Here was an out quickly on Amazon, man. We were in and out of this one at 10 o'clock. We were really bearish this morning. I didn't think the market was going to do this, and it did. So it turned upside down, went positive. You cannot hold this market down. We had Frank on talking about Japan, and, you know, they really turned it up today for the NASDAQ. I mean, it was a bad day at one point, man, and we were all the way down here. Like, it was starting to break a little bit lower. We talked about 1,800, I said 1,800 this morning as well. So we were talking about 18,000 trying to hold. We didn't even really get there. We got to 1850 and then huge move up right back to 18.3. So 18.3, I've mentioned that level numerous times. I think it's a key one. If we open up above that tomorrow, let's look long into 18.5 and Jerome. So he'll be coming tomorrow, and actually, maybe I'll talk to him tonight on the recap show because he knows traders stay late and he wants to get everyone's opinion. So we'll figure that out. Join me in just a couple minutes and we'll go over there. We are now done. We don't have any more trades on board. And yeah, another positive day for the market. Also the S&P too,
Powering
right?
them up.
Yeah, it's powering up for Powell.
Ever since there was the one day, Brendan kind of jinxed things, it was like, and then since then, the market just goes right back to its business. That's what bull markets do. Like, bull markets, people are out there buying dips. Like, that's kind of the idea. Like, if you're in a trend, people are buying dips. I think it's an obvious thing. Tomorrow, we're going to get that dot plot. We'll see what happens with it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know how it's going to shake out. Maybe they push it back a couple months. Maybe we're not going to get June after all. But you got to react. You react to Powell. You don't sit there trying to predict it. You leave that to analysts. Nvidia and AMD, a lot of these names are bouncing because the NASDAQ got back up to the highs. It's actually not a lock that we're going to close green on the NASDAQ because it's only up 0.2%. And I'm just noticing Apple made a decent pullback. Apple's actually falling into the close. So Apple dropped like 50 cents. It's actually accelerating to the downside there. So unfortunately, this name, which was one of the strongest all day, was Apple, giving a little bit back here at the close. I didn't see an imbalance on it as to why this is falling the way that it is, but only 20 seconds to go there. Why Brothers United? Sometimes you lose in the morning, you get it back. This is one of my favorite things before I put the countdown on, and this is something I've only ever heard on real trading floors. The most satisfying gains are gains from the bottom because it shows that you're just kind of stuck with things and you got some of that gain from the bottom. So congratulations there, but bring it in now. That's my bad. That's my bad, Adara. The market's closed. We are green. NASDAQ's going to end up 0.2% to the upside. The ES doing a decent job, actually leading the way up 0.5%. Apple with a bit of a pullback after doing a lot of heavy lifting on the day. It's going to close right at 176. I'm just curious about Nvidia, so I'm going to pull up 93. It looks like it closed at. If you had told me Nvidia was going to close green this morning, I would have told you you're crazy. But that's how these markets go. Absolutely relentless movement to the upside in Nvidia. I mean, relentless pretty much all day long. There was a late push back in that didn't get to VWAP, but that shocked a lot of people today on a lot of the chip names. The resilience is definitely there. We thought it was sell the news on the event, and they've decided it's going to be otherwise. Shout out to Fabian and Remain on the ones and twos as always. A great lesson as we're always getting every single day. Learn to trade with both Sharif and Adara, who was double dutying, as we've been saying, at the desk, giving you guys the news as well. So filling in for Brennan, doing a fantastic and seamless job is Adara. So there's not a lot there's not a ton in the way of earnings. However, there's about 1 million things worth reviewing, and that's just in the chip space alone. That's let alone looking at things like Oracle, the move in Disney that we're able to see. So you've got that and more as we go from me back to the desk. It's a market recap show. Shout out to Sean. Send it to the desk. Have fun, guys.
Here for the market recap show. What up? We're at a different desk, but same trader. All right, we're going to go for roll call. We have Brian Shannon coming today. Unfortunately, look at that sector recap. Nvidia, we'll talk about that. We had a nice move, but look at the earnings. We have some Chinese names coming through tomorrow that we're going to look at. There's really nothing reporting tonight, but stick with us. We'll look at the Benzinga platform. And again, this is what we have. The show sponsored by Benzinga Pro. And anything that hits into here, we can talk about it. If there's any kind of big time movement in any names, maybe Nvidia makes a move after hours. We had Fisker news after hours at one point as well, but we'll wait to see what does happen. And I do appreciate everyone staying late today, man. We got like a couple hours sleep last night, but we're still feeling good and we're ready to rock and roll. So, all right, here we go. Yo, what's up? Future Eddie's here. Damien is here. And just to let everyone know, we have over 3,300 watching. We are also streaming live right now on Instagram. You can go find us streaming on Instagram as well. We're streaming here on, but you know what I was thinking? If you go find us on any of those other places, we actually don't get revenue from those places. Stay here on YouTube. You know, give us some love. But go find it wherever, man. We want to grow the platform. Go find us. We have a wicked mobile version as well on YouTube. Go find it there. We have more Trader TV Live. We have the Midday show on the same stream. We're on Twitch. We're on X. There he is. There's Sharif right there and Adara. You can see these guys. Yo, what's up, Tim? Everybody, yeah. We're all family here. Those of you that stay late, we're family. Shout out to everybody, man. And I want to thank Kyle Burdett today for, again, your very nice talk, talking about real trading. That means a lot to me, that's for sure. All right, I got to figure out. I apologize for this. It's fun. You know what's so funny? I'm going to tell you a little story about Brendan here. All right. Story time. You know, I need a story time thing. But no, this is just going to be something funny because, and it goes to what I was talking about this layout. I wanted to put cannabis ETF, MSOS, on the ETF layout, but I cannot take my hands and eyes away from trading. And I'll tell you the story about Brendan now because we were like, oh man, we can't do the market recap shows on Friday because we do the podcast on Friday. And I was like, why don't we just do the podcast in the middle of the day? And then Brendan turns to me and is like, bro, you're going to be way too distracted from the markets to do anything podcast related in the middle of the day. And Brendo is 100% right. I can't even come over here and set this up. But we got it set up. Shout out to Michael Noss right now as well. And make sure you join us for the podcast, popping off every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Hit those QR codes. All right, so MSOS today, if we come over here, let's start going over some sectors real quick. All right, MSOS today, nice bump up over the last couple days, giving it back today. This is a very dangerous ETF, and I'll tell you why. If you're going to invest in it, that's one thing. Trading it, it's very, very headline based. You will get some big run-ups. And then what I've noticed, I mean, today it doesn't look like much. Let me just go over to a 3-minute chart here. And by the way, you can see on there, Brian Shannon's going to be coming. He wants to talk about Nvidia. So that should be a big one for us as well. Here's MSOS, a nice dump, and this is what I'm talking about. Look at this move down in the pre-market. Look at the move back up and then nothing. If we go over the last couple days on MSOS, a little bit of nothing, and then there it comes up to the upside once you get some news. So we'll trade the Microsoft MSFT, MSOS, the marijuana ETF, when and if we ever hear news. But for right now, I think $9 looks pretty good. And by the way, it's Hydration Nation. Let's do that real quick. 3,000 of you sticking with us. Thank you so much for that. All right. Apparently news on Intel just released. I just heard on the chat. And by the way, if we see stuff in here and it's like, we know why, brothers, so we'll look at that. But don't put like fake stuff in here because it's just going to distract us from getting to the real stuff. Thank you, G. Franks. I'm not the king. You are the king. But if I'm the king, there's one thing for sure. My wife is the queen. There's no doubt about that. Okay, so let's check out what's happening with Intel quickly. Oh yeah, nice little move up there for Intel. So you're not wrong there, Y brothers. Nice little move up there for Intel. I don't see anything on the board here for it, but it's a move up for Intel. Let me just check out Nvidia to see if anything's happening in the chip space right now. Nah, not much. All right, shout out to again. You know what? I'm going to stop shouting out Adara because it's going to look like, I'm obsessed with that. But we had some news today on oil prices. Okay, so declining exports from both Saudi Arabia and Iraq, coupled with signs of a stronger demand and economic growth in China, fueled this move up today for the XLE, for nat gas as well. We will wait. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Is it? Yes. So we will get oil inventories tomorrow. So watch out for USO. You can see XLE. We really like this name. It's been a good one. I'm looking to get some out of XLE. I'm actually in ZEO in Toronto, but it's basically mimics this. You can see right here, $93, $94 upside there for XLE. Feel like you can start getting some out. We've talked about the strength in energy. Look at XOM. It's too bad I own this name, but doesn't matter. Should have bought more down there. We just buy the ETF, but XOM, nice move. Big share buyback. Also a big buyback in CVX. XOM gets that Permian deal done and not Chevron. So Exxon, nicely done to the upside, but this 140 is pretty cash money down there. We'll look to buy some support. I know Neil was talking about Oxy. I know he bought that dip in Oxy. And again, this is called the Buffett bounce, right? You get it's a great call. Buy the dips. We know that he owns 20% of this company. So any dips, opportunity to buy, especially if you believe in the underlying strength in crude. So crude today, nice upside move. We have XLV written on here. That's the healthcare sector. Nice move to the upside as we continue to watch out for Eli Lilly. This is not healthcare, but again, with diabetes maybe being, I don't want to say quelled by any stretch of the imagination, as Ozempic and some of these other drugs, I've actually been reading some negativity on, on traders, on people getting off of that. So I still feel like the story's still there. NVO, Novo Nordisk, and Eli Lilly, they kind of got these drugs approved real quick because they definitely have long-lasting effects, but we'll have to see what's up with Eli Lilly. I want to buy the dips in this name. Actually, a name that I heard Neil talk about at the end of the day, I said I wasn't going to be buying dips in too many names, but what do we think about Uber down here? I think Uber could probably be bought, especially if we can close this gap and then hold in and around this $70 mark. We're still at 77. I'd like to see Uber give us that love. And we were just down here to 73. I think that's a buy. I may put a bid down here on Uber into this level. I like autonomy. I like what Uber's doing. And I like that camera angle as I go to the other one, just as she hits that. I like that. I like that, Ramin, coming through. All right. What else was negative today? We had uranium. Oh, because we're going to talk, we can flip it over. Let's go over to maybe the Chinese names. So tomorrow, do you have that earnings board? If we can get that, Ramin, we'll look at that quickly because tomorrow we have PDD that's coming through. That should be a good earnings play as well. For Pinduoduo, you can see March 20th pre-market. So we have a couple names. That's a beautiful dip buy opportunity into 108. The problem with some of these Chinese names is hard to trust them based on some of the media reports that you hear because GDP is higher, unemployment rate is lower. We're not releasing data, we are releasing data. We have great sales, we have a higher CPI print, but yet no one's spending enough money. Like some things here in China don't make too much sense. Brendo and I talked about that a little bit on the podcast. Do we have it? Okay, let's throw the earnings board up. All right, so you can see here coming into tomorrow, Pinduoduo's on there. I can't really do it, it's the bottom. Is it the bottom right? No, it's the top right there. Pinduoduo. We move with the board as we go to see. Yeah, don't worry about it. My eyesight, yeah, get rid of it. My eyesight's so bad, it don't matter anyways as we come in. But you could see a few Chinese names there on the right side. So we'll look, thank you, Min. We'll look at FXI to come through here. Again, if we get some weakness in China, I always think you could buy 50-period moving averages. Remember when we got hit on our Adobe call? Look what happened to Adobe. Adobe fell right back into past support, into 500, now up to 520. Look at that support on Adobe. So if we get a dip down in a name like an Alibaba, when do they report? May 16th, so we're well off for Alibaba. They're a while away. But I really like this 72 level here for Alibaba. I think there's some good possibilities. I mean, I can see Brian's getting ready to come through. I mean, there's going to be some odd names. Pinduoduo is a big one, so we could talk about that. You know where I would anchor the VWAP? You know, I mean, this is pretty topical. Oh, when Brian comes on, I always say this, man. Brian's going to owe me one day. And I'm going to tell him a story about this morning and the anchor VWAP, and he's really going to like it, so stay tuned for that. All right, if I was going to anchor anything here to Pinduoduo, I'm going to learn from the man himself. You could either go to, the beginning of the year, which would be right here, the first day of the year. You could go to highs right now. If we put an anchor VWAP, look where it comes in. 129.58 right there. A lot of the times you want to anchor to these highs. So you're bouncing off on that. This is good for Pinduoduo earnings. You could break through, then use that anchored VWAP, or you can now anchor it down here to pretty much recent lows or where we started to break out from them. So a nice little anchor down here at 102, 103. But you don't have to trust me. We're going to have Brian on very soon. And I can see he's been let out of his bunker. So that's a good one there for Brian. He's been let out. So, remember when Alibaba, they didn't know where Jack Ma was? Well, now we know that Brian Shannon is in a safe spot. So that's good. All right. What else to talk about here? Those are some Chinese names that we talked about earlier. Anything interesting here today? XLU. I like utilities hovering around the 50-period moving average. We had some talk the other day about John Deere with Michael Noss. Was it yesterday with him about John Deere? What day is it today? It's Tuesday. Man, we're off. But there's John Deere. Nice move right back there. And again, look, you don't have to be a market technician to see some of these things. Look at this support down here at 350 for John Deere. What a miss on earnings and what a great take back on DE. So we'll talk about XLI, which is the industrials. Look at the industrials, man. You want to talk about a huge move? Wow. I mean, this ETF, it's not going to be huge from the bottom because you're going to say, Sean, man, this bottom here was like $96, $97. You're only at 122. It's only up 25%. But for industrials and for an ETF, this is a great play. You know what it's led by? Look at Caterpillar. When will this name stop? Big movement for Caterpillar. Huge move to the upside right there. More water for Hydration Nation. Let's go. Haha, Ramin. All right. Ramin, what's up, man? A little late on that. Hydration Nation. Still valid. Look. All right, I know. She's good to go. Look at JP Morgan, guys. Wow. You want to talk about a name that's got some juice underneath it. This is not O.J. Simpson, man. The juice is loose already on this one. Big time move to the upside. That's just about, you don't know about this, because O.J. Simpson used to be the juice. O.J. Simpson. And you know what his O-line was called? The Electric Company. Because they got the juice flowing. I'm talking to Fabian right here. I'm trying to educate the youngins right now. But you're not a big football guy anyways, are you?
He doesn't know that he got away with murder.
Okay, we're not talking about that part. We're not talking about that part about O.J. Simpson, man. I mean, man, no politics. No politics. Okay, nice move to the upside there for JP Morgan. The reason we talk about that is look at this ETF. Look at XLF. Continues to go to the upside. I really feel like, man, rising tides definitely lifting all ships over the last 4 or 5 months. Ever since we bottomed out in October, it's been a nice move right back up there to the upside. I want to thank absolutely everybody for staying tuned right now with us. We have over 2,500 watching. Not only are you guys watching on YouTube, but we're on Twitter, we're on Twitch, we're on Instagram Live, and probably some more as well. Follow us, keep following us. We are the best show, and we're here for a reason. It's because of you continuously supporting almost 450 1,000 subscribers. Hey, where's that YouTube plaque? Is that around anywhere? I'm going to show that off when we get a second right now. All right. You picked Caterpillar a few days ago on CNBC. Good job on that one. And Sebastian, you are damn right. Traders stay late. And we're about to have one of the best traders around coming through with Brian Shannon. I'm going to, oh, he's ready? All right. Well, we'll make him wait a little bit longer. Why not? Brian wanted to talk today about a few things. He wanted to talk about Nvidia, so we're going to get to that in a minute. We're going to talk, we do have a very important day coming tomorrow. And before we call Brian up, let's just quickly look at the cues. Important day because of Fed. So Fed's coming through tomorrow. It's been kind of a nothing burger leading into it. I'm going to call up the CME Fed rate tool just so I know what I'm talking about when I get Brian on. The Fed rate tool yesterday was like 99% for no change. Let's check out what it is today. It's 99 problems and a cut ain't one. It looks like we will stay where we are for tomorrow. Let's bring him on. It's Brian Shannon. Hey, Brian, how are you doing?
John, good. I'm out of the cave, like you said.
I saw that. I'm very happy about that, but you still got that smile, which is number one. I said I'd have a story for you, so if you got a minute, I'm going to tell it to you. You got a minute?
Let's hear it.
All right. So this morning, myself and Neil and Brendan, we do a hit with an Italian bank. I'll leave that bank alone for right now. And what we do is we trade on their platform, and we just give them the goods on European stocks. We got a question from one of the viewers, hundreds of viewers. One of the viewers asked today, and you know what the question was? They were Italian, and they said, where is the level from Brian Shannon's anchored VWAP on, I think it was Nvidia, might have been Tesla, but I was like, boom, there it is. Shout out to Brian Shannon, live from Italy. There it goes. So they're watching the show. They're talking about the anchored VWAP. So you're worldwide, my friend, but I guess you already know that.
I did a presentation for a group of Italians about a month ago, so maybe it was related to that. I don't know, but that's pretty cool.
So there you go. I thought that was real cool, man. The anchored VWAP making its ways around the world right now. Okay, you messaged me earlier about Nvidia. We actually got smoked on going short near 895 because when it broke, it continued to go up, made that 905 or so top today. Interesting name for Nvidia. Do you mind sharing some of your thoughts?
Sure. I put this on Twitter earlier today. One of the things about the anchored VWAP people always ask is, where do I anchor from? So one of the most important ones I've always found is, anything that changes the perception of a stock drastically, such as an earnings report. And when we get a big gap off of that, like we did with Nvidia back on February 22nd. So if we can pull up the screen there, that's exactly what we're looking at, is the anchored volume weighted average price from the earnings report. And what we typically see is kind of typical of, even if this was a 1-minute chart, you might see the market gap up, kind of pull back below the daily volume weighted average price and then finish strong. But here we see, obviously, it's longer than that. These are 30-minute candles, and this is basically a month since they've reported earnings. We always anchor to the start of the earnings report. Here it came pretty close to it, but today it nailed it perfectly. I put out a tweet at that point saying, here we are at a level of interest. I didn't take action right then and there, but when I looked to the shorter term time frame and it got back above the daily volume weighted average price in here, that for me was my cue to go long. It didn't initially do a whole lot, but I always use the low of the day as a stop, and we saw a nice trade. I got out of most of it up in here at the 2 and the 3 day volume weighted average price. But again, the point is not what time frame you trade or what I did, but just how good these levels can be using the anchored VWAP, especially when, here we are seemingly range bound in Nvidia since, for the last week and a half.
Here we go. It's the book. Go get it. If anybody's having issues understanding anchored VWAP or anything like that, that was perfectly explained. Go grab the book. It can find you, of course, on Twitter and all over the place. Krishna, I don't know if you know this about Canada here, but come over to my screen here. Krishna, I cannot become the next Prime Minister of Canada because, unfortunately, I don't speak French. I could try to learn how to speak French, but I don't know if you knew that, Brian. I don't think the president needs to speak Spanish because I'm not sure Biden or Trump speak Spanish. Spanish, but here in Canada as an official second language, you need to speak French. You dual or any other languages other than English for yourself? Nah. Yeah, me and you are just common folk, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too bad. We'll stop a big fail. I wish I had a second language, like, unfortunately.
Me too. It's kind of like music, Sean. I've tried for years to, years ago to play guitar. I just can't. It's a different language to me. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't do music. I can't do foreign languages. It's all mystery to me.
But the good thing is, we can trade, and we're traders, so we like that. All right, I'm with you on, we want to talk a little bit potentially about the NASDAQ or the market in general. It doesn't matter to me if we use the ES or the NASDAQ or any market, but what do you do when Powell's coming through? So is it like a no trade day for you? Do you potentially wait for 2 p.m. to see? But right now it's 99%, so I guess 2:30 when he hits the podium. Sometimes you get good talk. We have the dot plot coming tomorrow as well. That's being reintroduced for the first time in a while, so we'll be able to see where they're thinking this is going with the interest rate and all that. But what's your general opinion come an afternoon on a Fed rate release day?
I never initiate a new swing trade ahead of that. I'll trade in the morning, and often what we see is, the first hour and a half of the day, we tend to see some decent moves, and then it just kind of shuts off completely in terms of liquidity up until that 2 p.m.
Right.
And then you get that craziness, which I'm too old for that stuff. So I just kind of, treat it as a day where there's too much volatility. But, soon after, maybe 10 minutes after, I'll put an anchor on the event. I'll do it really right away on a 1-minute chart, but I'll start paying attention to it after about 10 minutes, the anchor on, let's say, the SPY. And then sometimes you see some good low risk bounce opportunities above or below. If we rally up and pull back to the anchor from the Fed and then start to bounce, then I'll get long. If vice versa, we sell off, rally up to that anchor, then I'll right off the Fed. Then 10 minutes or so after, once it's digested that little move up, then I'll look to get short. But it's all dependent on how the market reacts. I'm not smart enough to understand foreign languages, and the Fed speak is one of those foreign languages I don't speak too. I just speak in price.
Fed speak. I like that. Yeah. Sometimes what he's saying, it's like, what's going on around here? Greenspan was pretty famous for that as well. Okay. I'm just noticing on your chart. So that's great advice right there, by the way. Wait a couple minutes and you'll see me tomorrow. The same thing. We'll wait to see if we can get some levels. I'll probably throw up some anchored VWAP. So get ready for that tomorrow. But I'm seeing on your shared screen right here, it looks like the NASDAQ and the Qs have dipped into some good support levels. Do we mind sharing that chart with some of our viewers about what you have on right now? NASDAQ, good dip support, it looks like.
Yeah, and the thing is, Sean, is that it reminds me of the phrase that the more often any level of support is tested, the more likely it is to fail. Now, I'm not betting in that direction, but that's in the back of my mind. You could maybe even, for the people who like the patterns, you could call this a double-headed shoulder, head and shoulders pattern. The other thing that I see on this chart is this right here, this line, this red line is where we were 20 days ago. So tomorrow we get rid of that. This becomes day 20, which means that 20-day moving average, which has been rising ever since we crossed above it in November,
will slope down.
Will start to flatten out. And if we break down and replace this data with lower data, then that 20-day moving average will start to decline. And if we get trapped below that and this little band of support over in here, then I think you've got a quick test of at least the 50-day moving average and more likely a little bit further down to the year-to-date anchor at 426. So I'm, as I've been saying to Alpha Trend subscribers and in my videos over and over again, I'm cautious, but I'm not bearish. I'm very cautious because we've got the anchored volume weighted average price from the peak. We've got this, what's looking like potential distribution in here. And I think you've just got to be aware of, we've had this massive rally in the market, close to 30 points, 30% rather, off the October-November low. So, we're due for a little bit deeper pullback. It wouldn't be a bad thing to see happen.
Any opinion? I kind of am cautious, and I'll tell you why. And it's because of the Reddit IPO, honestly. When I heard them announce that and they're only releasing 8% of shares, I kind of feel like they're trying to do that arm move that SoftBank did and not give that many shares out. Reddit IPO, I believe it's Thursday. Is that something that you trade? I'm going to assume not because there's really no data behind it. But are you an IPO kind of guy or not really?
Well, there's a whole chapter about that, trading anchor, with the anchored VWAP. And so one thing I read about Reddit is that the pricing of it is half the price of the last round of public finance. So that kind of, puts a little bit of a taint on it, I guess. And, constricting the supply is a smart move. With all this, creating more demand. So they'll probably do a secondary, 3-6 months down the road if you get a nice pop. But initially, you want to put an anchor on that first minute, but you also want to look at a 1-minute chart and put an anchor on the second minute. It's important because that first minute where you have that huge surge in volume, often, the biggest volume you'll see, for several days, that is generally a negotiated price. It's, where the specialist market makers decide, here's where we're going to match up all these buy and sell orders, and it's going to open there. So they print a huge block. Well, that isn't real aftermarket supply and demand. What the second minute, though, what you'll see is if you anchor from there, often we'll see a pullback right to that and then get a bounce. Whereas let's say, the VWAP for the 1 minute from the very first minute might be 20-30 cents lower. People are waiting for a pullback to that VWAP, but it never gets there, but bounces from the second minute. So that's a kind of a little bit of a tip if you're going to get involved in it on the very first day.
All right, Chapter 11, IPO trades with the anchored VWAP. There it is right there.
Yeah. So
Shout out.
There's examples of going to the second minute too.
Shout out. Awesome. Great opportunity to educate yourself there. Thank you so much. Mr. Brian Shannon, do you have Bitcoin on your platform? Because I don't want to ask it to you if we don't really want to discuss it, or do you just want to stay with the market? There are
I'd love to talk about Bitcoin. Let me stop this share and go through this other screen.
Give me a second. Come over to mine, Ramin, here, and I'll just go over it. Let Brian set this up real quick. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Brian. And thank you to everybody in the chat, man. I mean, this is what we're doing. Traders stay late, and we're going to get questions from you guys as well. So here we go. We got Brian Shannon on the line right now. And Brian, you know what? That was a nice move on Bitcoin all the way back in for sure. It hasn't been trading that well over the last couple of days. I feel a little nervous about it, and I'll tell you why. If you go back here, I mean, how much does this look alike? Like we have a wick top there, flush. A wick top there, flush. One of the biggest wick tops out of anything here just went in a couple. This is a weekly chart. So last week we had a wick top up there into 74,000 roughly, and then this flush down. I'm getting a little nervous potentially here about some of these tops in Bitcoin. I want to be a buyer in and around. I thought 50, but looking at this, maybe 45 or so. But I don't know. Is this something again where we should be a little, maybe not bearish, but definitely cautious of what we're seeing right now on the charts, and especially those wicks on the weekly?
Yeah, I'm a little bit cautious here, Sean. Looking at, I've got 3 time frames up here, and up top we have the weekly time frame. Let me just do this to adjust it so we can see a little bit more clearly.
Thank you.
This is the anchor off of these important highs. This is the anchor from this most recent move, and that's the handoff. But we broke to a new all-time high, after being extended. And like we often see, the breakouts get sold into as the late money comes in and chases it. So we've got to look to a shorter term time frame. So on the daily time frame, kind of got that same situation with this blue 20-day moving average just starting to flatten out. What I really have been focused on is this 30-minute time frame. And on this 30-minute time frame, there's a couple things. One, this is where that move began on February 21st. This is where we broke above the year-to-date anchor and the anchor from the ETF approval. So this is where I initially got long. This is where we spoke about the IBIT, if you recall.
Yep.
And we then had another thrust move higher that began right in here. That's that second handoff, that black one. Well, recently, we've broken below the declining 5-day moving average. We've got the anchor off this peak. So while it's below that declining 5-day moving average and the anchor off that peak, to me, it tells me I'm not really interested in buying it yet. We saw a bounce off of this one. What I'm trying to get to is I'm looking for maybe some support down near 61,000 and at least a decent bounce of maybe, if we get down to 61, I think we could bounce back up to 67, 68, and that would be a nice trade. But deeper pullback could bring it down to the levels you're looking at, Sean. So, the anchor from the year low right here is that purple line, and that would get you to about 57,000. So those are the key levels. But right now, there's a very clear pattern on this 4-hour time frame of lower highs and lower lows. So I'm not a buyer of it yet.
Okay, good. I like that. We're looking for 60,000. I mean, I'm getting a little nervous. We've talked about some of the altcoins really going crazy as well. All right, you mentioned IBIT. One last question. I talked to you about Disney a while ago, and this was a name that I pretty much asked all the guests. If we come over to my screen right here for DIS, I put an anchored VWAP down here at its most recent lows. It goes back to October, and when you were back, I can't remember when, but we had talked about holding this level and that we both like the long, especially with earnings. We get a nice gap up on earnings. You can never predict what's going to happen there, but we definitely have a VWAP, anchored VWAP right here down to 90 bucks. That gave me the confidence there to think that we were going to be right on the long. This 80 bottom goes back down to COVID, so I feel like technically we had a good bottom there. Bob Iger comes out and thinks about going profitable on the direct-to-consumer Disney Plus. Oh yeah, by the way, let's talk about something not stock related too much. What is your favorite streaming service? Is it going to be Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, Disney Plus?
What's kind of crazy, Sean, is I really have so much content that I have not seen on Netflix. I haven't looked at a Netflix show in a couple of years, so I've got a whole world of content over there. I've been using Amazon a lot for online content.
I felt like for myself, I feel like the same thing. I couldn't cut Netflix, could probably cut everything else, but I do like the content there on Amazon for sure. All right, so what do we think about Disney? I trimmed, like when I actually saw this fail right there at 115, that goes back to, there's a daily chart that goes back to March 5th. I actually got out the next day, and unfortunately I got like a 112.30, something like that in here, because I was nervous about a possible failed top break right there. But now today, they signed up college, I think it was all of NCAA for the next little while, so that's nice for ESPN. Looks like it wants to break out. If I zoom back out a little bit, there's still a lot of runway here to the upside. What are you thinking about Disney? Do you think we can break back and get into this 120? And then do we just respect this anchor in and around 94, 95 bucks? I like a psychological level of 100 myself, but Disney's looking pretty healthy up here. Agree or disagree?
Drop an anchor off of that 2021 high, Sean, and it pulls you right to about 120, so 119-ish. The other thing I would say is if you look at a weekly chart and go back to 2015 or so, we saw that this area, in this general area, 115, 120, was resistance through 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 2019. And then last year, we saw our highs in this area. So I think there's a lot of price memory in this 115, 120 level. I think, cutting some was the smart thing to do. It's likely to at least stall and digest these gains up in this area, but the trend is still higher. So, longer term accounts should probably still hold it.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Was there anything, you weren't actually sharing your screen there, but we did have my Disney screen up there, and I did drop the VWAP, so great job there. Anything else you're looking at maybe, or I think we've covered a lot.
We've covered a lot. I think, there's a lot of stocks to me that look like they're set up to get going to the long side.
Right.
But I'm just hesitant to pull the trigger ahead of the Fed until we see that reaction get digested, and then we'll go from there.
Perfect. Brian Shannon, where can they find you at Alpha Trends? Anything else you want to promote right now?
No, you got it, Sean. All good.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Brian Shannon, a very, very friendly friend of the show, and we're glad to see you out of that bunker and looking handsome as usual. Thank you so much, Brian Shannon. Say hi to everyone, and thank you for coming on Trader TV Live.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Brian. There it is. That's Trader Talk. I'm proud of everything that we're doing here. So there it is right now. We found it. Shout out to Fate. Here I am trying to promote All right. Well, thank you so much for watching, and it's been a great one, man. We're all pretty tired around here, but we have tons of energy. I want to thank Brian for coming through. So many good stories there. Bitcoin chart was amazing. 60,000. We'll see if there's some support there for sure. It looks like the Disney. We've got some thumbs up on that play as well. And then again, tomorrow, not too many earnings coming through, but you know we'll be on Nvidia. We're running a little bit late, but that doesn't mean that we can't do roll call. Haha, all y'all thought we were done, but we're not done yet. We got to do some roll call action, baby. So who's here? It's Michelle Mira's here. People saying fail. People like that, Ramin. Thank you so much. Brian says Elon. What's up to Aaron Scott Matthews? What's up, Bears versus Bulls? I recently have been saying what good job Adair is doing. Bears versus Bulls. That's my guy right there. Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls. The best. I don't know what we do without you. To be honest with you, the more work we give this guy, the more he says yes. So thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much, PTC Research, Alan Smith, the Piper, man, David Toledo, Darren, Sparky Trader. Hey, you've got pineapple on pizza, baby. We like that one. We like that one. I don't understand Neil's problem with that. People can like what they like. You don't have to like what everyone else likes. You like pineapple on pizza, put that on there and put extra pineapple. Maybe don't put extra pineapple. All right. Thank you so much, 509 Blackjack, for all those kind words as well. Today's sticky note was pretty good, but you know what? Honestly, I didn't even log in to show you any of my trades. We really hit that Nvidia. The one thing I want to talk about quickly before we let everybody go is Nvidia is going to be on my mind tomorrow. And it's not because of a revenge trade or anything like that. We actually got revenge on Nvidia. We took $14 at the end of the day. But I do want to show you which was one of my worst trades here in a very, very long time today. And again, it wasn't a black swan event or anything like that. We actually put on shares and we trade with big shares. So I mean, when we get hit and it sucks. So yesterday, we had Nvidia. You see this high right there of 895. So we had a dump in right there on Nvidia, breaking through 895, 896. I was basically thinking, look at this, even yesterday, that this 895 was going to hold. I thought it was going to hold. We went short into it. So right into here, we were short into here. Look at this wick. It went all the way to 897 and then flushed down 10 bucks. We took like a $2 to $3 hit. Had too many shares, got hit on that one, and had our worst day on Nvidia. But we survived. We survived, man. We're still here. And then we got right back in it, and we shorted this level right here at 905. We dared it to break 905. It almost did, and then we would have been in trouble. But look at this flush right back down in, and we were able to get it. Never doubt your own abilities, and never not tune in to the market recap show. And tomorrow morning early at 8:30, when myself, Neil, Brendan, hopefully Ramin has a day off. I mean, she's working a lot. Do you have a day off tomorrow? There, I'll get her back. Fail. Right there. There she is. What's up, Ramin? Thank you so much to everybody for joining. She needs a day off for sure. We'll get her one next week. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm Sean Katina. That's Ramin. And we'll be back tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao, everybody.